Welcome to our channel. We are offering a free unedited and original version of this audiobook. To get your free audiobook, please follow the link in the description.
This is Audible.
Wicked Mate, a sci-fi alien warrior romance. Warrior of Rozun, Book 2. Written by Zoey Draven. Narrated by Tristan Josiah and Sierra Grace.
1. The marketplace, situated in the center of Rozun's capital, was quiet that time of morning. It was something Cara still couldn't get used to, considering that during the peak hours, just as the Rosian sun shimmered in the shifting, swirling sky, the marketplace was a crowded, bustling, loud place, full of animated aliens and creatures, colors and sounds. The only aliens in the marketplace that early were the vendors who sold their goods, ranging from fresh meat and crops, to fabrics, to oils and spices, to homewares. As Cara roamed down the center aisle, with stalls on both sides, the quiet rustlings as the vendors set up for a busy day reaching her ears, she smiled to herself. It was one of her favorite times of day, the calm before the storm. The air was cold, and she pulled the furs that Devix had made for her tighter around her body. The cold season was coming. That was what Devix had told her. It had been over 2 months since she'd first stepped foot on Rozun, since Devix had betrayed his own employer to bring her to his home colony, to safety. 6 weeks ago, Sarkon had come to Rozun to punish Devix and retrieve her. 6 weeks ago, Devix had killed Sarkon and his scouts to protect her. 6 weeks ago, Devix had confessed to her that she was his fated mate, his Luxiria, the one female in the entire universe meant for him, and him for her. Cara felt warmth in her chest, battling away the frigid cold that wound through her furred cloak. The same warmth she felt whenever she thought about Devix, who she'd left sleeping in their bed earlier that morning. The Bagawi vendor she frequented came into view, located towards the very end of the middle aisle of the marketplace. A hulking Krevarag appeared. He was situated behind his stall, bending over to heft pounds of the fresh meat into the clear containers to keep them cold. When Devix had first introduced Cara to Okerwi, she'd frozen up. The Krevarags, aliens who resembled lizards with their yellow eyes and long tails, were the race that had originally captured her from Earth and kept her caged in the pit. Cara still didn't know how long she'd been kept prisoner, but she'd been trained to fear the Krevarags. So when she'd first seen Okerwi, she hadn't reacted well. That had been over a month ago, however, and every time she was in the capital, she made a point to do her business dealings with him alone. Devix wouldn't always be at her side, and Cara knew she had to get over her fears if she wanted her restaurant to survive. "Veletsa," she greeted in Rosian, approaching the obsidian-colored countertop of the stall. Cara didn't know much Rosian, but she'd picked up enough phrases over the past month to navigate her way around the markets and at her own restaurant. Okerwi straightened, eyeing her without saying a word. She'd discovered that most aliens on Rozun were naturally suspicious beings. Devix had told her Rozun was a colony for those that had nowhere else to go, that it operated under a don't ask, won't tell type of policy. The beings there minded their own business, and Cara had learned not to take the frostiness she'd encountered to heart. None had been outright mean to her, and she knew it would take time to develop relationships with the aliens she came into contact with. Cara wouldn't lie. It was intimidating. But this life, the life she'd started to build with Devix, was the life she wanted, the one she'd chosen over returning to Earth. And she was determined as hell to not only make her restaurant a success, but to integrate herself into life on Rozun. It was part of the reason why Devix and Cara bought a small dwelling in the capital. Commuting from their home in the southern region of Rozun to the capital every day was not only expensive, but foolish. So they spent a few days in the capital, when the restaurant was open and when Devix could sell the Pilerva pods, and the rest of the week at their true home, in their peaceful, private sanctuary, where it was just the two of them and their forest and their valley.
"Veletsa,"
Okerwi rasped, hunching back over to retrieve a container from the floor of his stall. He brought it around the front and set it down at her feet. Cara had to crane her neck up to see him clearly, since he was almost as tall as her mate. "Lifes pevi?" she asked. How much, in Rosian, even though Cara was sure her accent butchered the phrase, She couldn't roll her tongue the way most beings could.
Deacon,
He replied, jerking his head, which roughly translated to the same. The same amount she'd been paying him whenever she was in need of bagawi meat. Cara nodded her head and fetched the coins from the pouch she had clenched in her fist. Even though she'd insisted that Devix didn't come with her on her morning rounds anymore, it was hard sometimes to shake her nerves. It would be easy for an alien to take advantage of her, which was Devix's main fear. They'd had a nasty fight about it earlier in the month, but Cara had eventually persuaded him that she needed to learn her own way on Rozun if it was going to be her home. O'Carey pocketed the coins that Cara handed him, and then his eyes flickered up the road towards her restaurant, where it was tucked into the quiet corner of the market. There wasn't as much foot traffic there, but it was peaceful and quiet.
I will bring.
O'Carey grunted, in English, which surprised Cara so much that she could only blink up at him. What? She asked. He jerked his head down to the heavy container the meat was sealed in, a container that Cara could lift and bring to her restaurant, albeit slowly.
I will bring.
He grunted again, and hefted it up as if it weighed nothing. The American in her was about to reject his help. It was on the tip of her tongue to say, "Oh no, you don't have to." Then Cara bit that tongue. It was cold, and her fingers were warm tucked into her furs. O'Carey had never offered to help her before, and she wondered if this was progress, if she'd finally cracked his hard shell just a bit. "Okay," she murmured. "Thank you." Rosians didn't have a phrase that translated to thank you, but she said it often enough in English, even though whomever she was speaking to looked at her oddly when she did. She thanked all the vendors she worked with, all the customers that ate at her restaurant, although admittedly it wasn't many. O'Carey walked ahead of her in silence, his long strides taking him to her restaurant far quicker than hers ever could. From a short distance away, she saw him place the container at the opening of her stall, and he passed her on his way back to his own. He didn't say anything when she said thank you again. He simply jerked his head in a nod and passed her by. Over her shoulder, Cara watched him walk away, and she sighed, wondering if she should have invited him inside for a free meal. Maybe if he tried her food, it'd help break the ice. Cara's gaze returned to the stall that she'd come to view as her own. It wasn't much, but it was one of the larger stalls in the marketplace. Towards the back was an open kitchen, or at least her modified version of one. The front of the stall was open air, like patio dining, although Cara hoped one day they'd be able to enclose the space, especially with the cold season approaching. Until then, Devix had created a fire pit in the center for warmth, with tables and chairs they built together radiating around it. Cara smiled when she saw it, feeling pride fill her breast. It was small and clean, but cozy. Slightly more rustic than what she was used to, but hey, beggars couldn't be choosers. She already had plans of renovation in her head, but she wanted to use the money she generated from the restaurant to pay for them. It baffled and irked Devix that she wouldn't use his money, which he insisted was their money. Apparently, when it came to fated mates, everything was shared. It was hard to explain to him, but Cara needed to do this for herself. She had something to prove to Rozun, and she didn't want to do it with the money Devix had worked hard for before he'd ever known she'd existed. The independent streak in her wouldn't settle for anything less. She named her restaurant Earth. It had seemed strange to her at first, calling it that, but it made sense. It was a simple English word that Rosians could pronounce. It was where she was from, her own slice of home. And the idea of a restaurant was native only to Earth, from what Cara had gathered. Not many had understood the concept at first, but Cara had only been open about 3 weeks, and already she was seeing familiar faces frequenting. While Earth had been mostly empty for the first week or so as word got out, now she was proud that she had a steady flow of customers throughout the day. And while the few tables she had weren't always filled whenever she was open, at least 1 or 2 of them were. That was progress to Cara. She'd take it. It would take time for Rosians to accept her business, but repeat customers were excellent. And eventually, she knew her restaurant would be a success. She was confident enough in her culinary skills, in her dishes that she'd carefully curated and tested. Her simple menu was segmented into 3 different flavor profiles, depending on the kind of flavors a species preferred. So far, it was working. Cara began her daily morning tasks, which included sweeping the floor of debris that had blown in from the night before, wiping down the tables and menus, lighting the fire pit the way Devix had taught her, before making her way behind the counter to the open kitchen. Her kitchen was simple for now. Devix had built her a working sink and stove range, once she'd tried to explain what it was. An actual oven was out of the question at the moment, but Devix said that once they expanded the restaurant, he could make one for her. They already had a working one at home, one he'd surprised her with. So, Cara began prepping once she dragged the container of bagawi the rest of the way inside. She only created 3 types of dishes a day, each with separate flavor profiles, with different roots and sides and spices, but all surrounding her choice of meat. Bagawi was the most versatile, which was why she frequented Okerwi's stall. Sometimes Devix hunted bagawi for her, but since they'd been in the capital for 3 days already and were planning to return home later that evening, Okerwi was her first choice. Cara was halfway, peeling all the Berkshire roots, when her spine tingled, her body aware of his presence before her mind was. When she glanced up from her work, her heart skipped a beat when she saw Devix, her mate, shadowing the entrance of her stall, watching her. And even though she'd just said goodbye to him that morning, although he'd been half asleep at the time, Cara felt like she hadn't seen him in days, and she went around the counter immediately to greet him. The fire in the pit warmed her, as she wound her arms around his neck, pulling him down so she could kiss him. She gasped against his lips when that little spark of connection raced through her, as it always did. What she felt for the alien male before her was unparalleled. She'd never felt anything like it before, and she knew she never would again. Only him. Only Devix. "Good morning," she whispered.
Devix, Rixa.
He murmured back to her in Luxirian, watching her with those electric blue eyes she loved so much. Now they flickered around her restaurant before settling back on her.
Your vendor stops went well.
Cara knew it bothered him that she'd insisted on opening up the restaurant alone. It bothered him a lot. One thing she'd realized about her male, an underlying trait that all Luxirian males seemed to possess, from what Devix told her, was his need to protect and provide for his female. Cara was his female, undeniably. He worried about her well-being whenever she was away from him, not only because she was his fated mate, but because humans in general were weak and small compared to other alien species. And although Devix continued to train her, to teach her how to defend herself, he still worried. Cara could understand his fear. If their circumstances were flipped, Cara would be out of her mind too. If something ever happened to him. It was unfathomable. Simply unfathomable. "Yes," she whispered, running her fingers down the hair he'd finally let begin to grow out. He'd shorn it because of his exile, because he'd felt like he'd deserved exile. Every day that it grew longer, Cara rejoiced. It was beautiful and dark and thick, and never deserved to be cut again. Okerwi brought over the meat. His brow ticked up.
From his stall?
"That's progress, right?" she asked, unable to resist kissing him again. They hadn't had sex that morning because Cara had accidentally slept in a little later than expected, because of her insatiable mate the night before. Never had she thought she could have sex multiple times a day and still need more. Her mate was that good.
"Tev,"
he said.
"I would say so. For a Krevarag."
Cara smiled. "Come and sit. I'll make you breakfast before your morning rush, okay?" Devix's Pilerva pods sold out before early afternoon most days. Aliens began lining up outside his own stall before he even finished setting up. Though most beings were wary of an exiled Luxirian warrior, they sure didn't mind eagerly waiting for his arrival. Of course, the Pilerva pods were seasonal, and soon the trees around their home would be stripped bare, and Rosians would have to wait another crop rotation. But their income from the pods was almost obscene, and they could more than afford the wait, especially if Cara brought in more money from the restaurant. Devix nodded.
"I would never say no to your food, female."
"I know," she teased. Her male loved her food. Ironically, he hated the Pilerva pods, but that was the only thing he couldn't palate, mostly because it was too sweet. Luxirians mostly liked meat and roots. Go figure. Cara returned to the kitchen, but Devix didn't sit down at the table. He followed her. and he distracted her as she cut off a generous slice of the fresh bagawi meat, coming up behind her and nibbling at her neck.
"Female,"
he rumbled in her ear when she squirmed against him, trying to focus on the task at hand and failing. "Yes?" she asked, voice slightly breathless.
"I cannot wait until we return to our dwelling tonight,"
he rasped against her neck.
"I cannot wait until we are alone, with no beings around so that I can make you moan and scream as loud as I wish."
Cara shivered against him, need swarming her belly. Being in the capital was nice because she was close to the restaurant and Devix was close to his stall, but their true happy place was their home. "I can't wait either," she whispered, feeling his hand slip underneath her fur coverings. She gasped when his fingers found her center, when they found her already wet and aching. "Devix." Her only answer was a growl that she felt reverberate down her spine. Her body clenched, pleasure crashing down on her when he inserted his finger inside, his thumb thrumming against her clit. The wicked, wicked male. If she was in their own kitchen, back in their home in the southern region, she'd turn in his arms, hop up on the countertop, and open her legs wide. She'd let him drape her legs over his shoulders as he tongued her pussy. She'd let him make her come before he slowly inched his delicious cock inside her, where it always belonged, where she never wanted him to leave. She'd let him flip her over and take her from behind as he spanked her backside, because it turned both of them on. But they weren't in their own kitchen, and they both knew it. With a groan, Devix stopped and let his fingers drift away. She turned in his arms and gave him a desperate kiss. It was a promise, a need, an apology all at once. "Later tonight," she whispered to him, "you will have me wherever and however you please, and I will have you too." Devix squeezed her backside, eliciting a throbbing thrill inside her.
"I know, Luxiria. And we will have each other wherever and however, all night long."
"Looking forward to it," she teased, her whisper falling across his velvety lips. With one last kiss, she pulled back and said, "Now, no more distractions. I want to make my male some breakfast." 2. Cold wind stung Cara's face as their transport craft raced across the land. Devix had offered to engage the shield so it wouldn't be as harsh, but Cara said no. After being in a hot kitchen all day, in a warm restaurant fueled by the fire pit, the cold wind felt nice. When she'd been working in restaurants back on Earth, after every shift, no matter how late, she'd always walk back home, not only to help air out the smells of cooked meat and frying oils from her hair, but to cool her down. Working in restaurants could feel like a sauna at times, and Cara had come to crave the cold. She just wondered how cold this Rozun cold season was. She snuggled more deeply into Devix's embrace, his arms bracketed on both sides of her as he maneuvered the transport craft with expert skill. Any moment now, their Pilerva forest would come into view, and Cara anticipated the sight of it. She loved being in the capital, but nothing was better than coming home. And when she saw their dwelling after a few more minutes, she smiled and felt Devix's arms squeeze around her. When they parked, Devix unloaded their supplies and brought them down to the storeroom. Cara went inside to light the fire in the living room, or the central hub as Devix referred to it as. She knew that was the English translation for the Luxirian word, and Cara wondered if the domed home he'd built over the years resembled the homes on Luxiria, if by building it he was trying to capture his past life there, trying to remember. She knew how heavily his exile weighed on him, how heavily he missed his blood brother, Rixavox. Sometimes he had a hard time falling asleep at night, even after a marathon of sex. She stayed awake with him when he couldn't sleep, and she just held him, wondering what would help, what could help. She'd brought up trying to contact his brother a few more times since he told her about his exile almost 2 months ago, but he'd just told her that it would be best to not disrupt his brother's life, as if he thought he was a disruption. It broke her heart, but sometimes he still saw himself as an exiled warrior, one deserving of it. Cara blew out a breath, watching the flames in the fire pit illuminate the room. Their multicolored rugs and furs covered the floor, and Cara sank her bare toes into them, feeling the softness beneath her feet. Her beloved kitchen was towards the back of the house, and she went there as she waited for Devix, looking over the herbs she'd hung to dry before they'd left for the capital. She traced her fingertips over the slab of obsidian-colored rock that acted as their countertop, similar to the ones in vendor stalls. Before they'd left a few days ago, Devix had mated her right there. He'd just come in from hauling Pilerva pods. He'd been deliciously sweaty, his muscles bulging, and she'd sensed his need for her before he'd ever even stepped through the door. Just like now. Through their strange connection, she felt the energy swirling in the room. If Cara closed her eyes, she could almost sense where he was, a red-hot heat wave of untamed Luxirian power. Her arousal wasn't a surprise. Even when they were on board his spaceship, even when she knew he was planning to deliver her to Sarkon to gain his hard-earned peace and freedom, she'd wanted him with a ferocity that surprised her. She'd fantasized about him even when he'd tried to put distance between them. But that same need won out in the end, an unstoppable force. And when they were together... Cara squeezed her thighs, biting her lip just thinking about it. They had sex at least 3 times a day, an amount that Devix told her was normal for a mated Luxirian. The pleasure he wrung from her was so intense that sometimes, during her high, Cara wondered if it would kill her. Licking her lips, she smiled as she brought her fingers to her fur coverings, unhooking the cord that kept it in place. Their home was warming up by the second, but her thoughts were making her feel as hot as she'd been in her restaurant. The furs fell to her feet, and her dress and leggings followed. She no longer wore undergarments. Not only did Rosians not seem to wear them, since none of the vendors sold anything like them, but Devix liked easy access, especially when he was ravenous for her. Underwear would only get in their way. When she was nude, she heard the door to the storage room beneath the house bang closed, and her skin prickled with excitement as she neared the front door. Cara heard his growl on the other side, and she smiled, knowing that he scented her arousal. When he burst through the threshold and saw her standing there, naked, wanting, his black horns lifted from his skull, hardening and straightening. His muscles grew before her very eyes, his shoulders expanding, the cords in his arms bulging. Luxirians grew stronger from arousal, from sexual release, and it never ceased to amaze her.
Luxiva,
he rasped, slamming the front door closed and latching it. The bags he'd carried in with him thudded to the ground, a piece of hisram fruit rolling across the floor. Cara went to him, kneeling before him, and worked on the lacings for his pants. A rough sound tore from her mate's throat, and her nipples pebbled into even harder peaks as it met her ears. Her eyes went half-lidded when his cock sprang free, and she grabbed it at the base, a desperate, crazy need coursing through her blood at the sight of it. He was so thick that her hand wouldn't wrap fully around, but she knew that he fit perfectly inside her. Hard knobs and ridges lined the top and bottom, and when she stroked up his length, she felt them vibrate under her palm when he purred. Cara looked up at him, the crown of his cock just inches from her lips. His eyes were black with his arousal, so different from the burning blue that seared her insides. His bellow made her moan when she wrapped her lips around the tip, hollowing her cheeks as she sucked. Tonguing the underside, Cara bobbed her head down his length, taking him into her mouth as far as he could go. He was so big that she'd never be able to fit him all the way down, but she sure as hell tried every time she gave him a blowjob. Already, her male was edging the cliff of his control. Not that he was going to come, but he never let her give him head for very long before he needed to be inside her. She moaned around his sex, and he growled in response, the muscles in his thighs clenching tight. Gently, she reached beneath to cup his heavy sack, and she tasted the heady potency of his precum as more spilled from his tip. She lapped it up eagerly, tonguing the slit for more, something that always drove her male and the animalistic instinct inside him crazy. True to form, he pulled her away from his cock, gripping her arms in a vice as he flipped her over to her hands and knees, right in the entryway of their home. Cara's fingers clenched into the plush rug he had her on, her breasts hanging heavy, her hair falling in front of her face. rustling behind her, told her that Devix was tearing off his pants and shirt until he was as naked as she was. Cara's hips bucked, a jolt racking her body, when he gave her a solid slap across her left ass cheek. "Dev," she panted. His form molded over her, his arms on either side of her body, as he rasped in her ear.
"You tease me on purpose when you tongue my cock that way."
Cara smiled, turning her head to the side, her cheeks hot with a flush. "Always."
"I will punish you properly later,"
he murmured in her ear, dragging his tongue up the shell of her ear as he gave her stinging ass a gentle squeeze, a sampling of what was to come.
"For now, I need to fuck my needing female. A cunt is begging for my cock. I can smell it."
God, this male drove her completely crazy. An impatient whimper escaped her throat, and it ended on a cry when his cock slammed home, her whole body shaking with the force of it, her breasts swinging forward. "Yes, baby," she whispered, squeezing her eyes shut as her pussy clamped down around him. "Yes." He hardly let her catch her breath when he withdrew, and then thrust into her again, as punishing as it was exquisite. Her male liked it a little rough, and thank goodness, because she craved it too. Turning her head to the side, she found his lips and gave him a desperate kiss that made him groan. She felt his power, his unfathomable strength as he fucked her steadily with his hips, driving so deeply before retreating, again and again and again. She loved it. She loved this. She loved him.
"Your cunt takes me so sweetly,"
he growled in her ear. "I was made for you, Dev," she whispered, her arms already trembling from the building pleasure.
"Dev, you were..."
he rasped.
"Come for me, Luxiria. I can feel you already."
His words, his roughened voice could have made her come alone, but when he reached down between her legs and thrummed her clit, her back bowed underneath him and a scream filled their home. But no one was around, so she didn't care how loud she was. They weren't in the capital anymore. When she resurfaced, even her toes were tingling from the intensity of her orgasm. But she knew Devix well, and she knew that her alien male had stamina, that she would come at least twice more before he allowed him self-release. But she could get him there faster. So, she moaned dirty things in his ear. She told him how much she loved fucking him, how good his cock felt inside her, how he was so thick that his ridges hit every single place inside her just right. And when his pace quickened, when he rammed into her so deeply that the room was filled with the sounds of their slapping flesh, her words became jumbled as her pleasure culminated for a second time.
"Tell me,"
he growled in her ear, his voice so deep and dark that it was unrecognizable. She knew his instinct was at the forefront of his mind, driving him to mate her thoroughly and completely. And she knew what he wanted to hear, what he needed to hear. I love you, Dev," she rasped, her abdomen clenching with her second orgasm right on the edge. "Love you so much." His thrusts became jagged, and his roar rocked their entire house as streams of cum burst from his cock inside her. Cara's orgasm made stars burst in her vision, her cry joining his own. The heat of his semen warmed her insides, and she panted, feeling every lash tingle down her spine. The rightness of it always awed her. With a rumbling groan, Devix collapsed to the side, bringing her with him so that their bodies were still connected, her back to his front. They were still in the doorway, but they faced the fire in the pit. Devix's claws, which he kept dulled for her, traced down her front, starting from the tips of her breasts to just below her belly. Where their bodies were joined, Cara could feel his cum leak from her body, and she caught his hand, bringing his palm up so she could kiss it. "I love you, Dev," she whispered again, watching the flames lick higher. He'd never said it back to her, but she knew what he felt. What they felt for each other went beyond love, went beyond what she'd imagined love could be. It didn't even need to be said. But it would still be nice to hear it. Perhaps that was the human in her. Instead, he He said nothing, and went back to tracing the softness of her belly, rubbing his horns into her hair. A Luxirian intimacy she loved. And she let out a small breath and snuggled into him deeper, knowing that their night—
We are delighted to bring you an extraordinary offer. Purchase through us and get any audiobook of your choice for a mere $2.99.
was only beginning.
3. Devix watched his female sleep, as the colorful, swirling morning light began to stream into their quarters. It shimmered through the glass window, filtering through the tops of the pillarva trees just outside their dwelling, and danced on top of the firs lining their sleeping platform. For all its beauty, Devix could only spare it a single glance before his eyes returned to his slumbering mate. Her golden hair was tossed across the cushions, and the little hairs fanning from around her eyes were resting against her upper cheekbones. He'd never seen anyone as beautiful as her. He'd tired her out the previous night, but they had been ravenous for one another. Living in the capital, living among a large population of beings, they had to be more discreet about their matings. Unlike Luxirians, most beings tended to be more private about sexual intimacies, which had never made sense to Devix. On Luxiria, it was not uncommon to hear loud matings. Sex was celebrated in his culture. They had festivals and lunar celebrations centering around it. But there, in Rozun's center, they could not be as free as they'd become accustomed to. The first night of returning to their true home in the southern region was always the most intense, because they were freed from the restrictions placed upon them in the capital. Devix huffed out a breath and placed his forehead against his sleeping mate's. Closing his eyes, he breathed her in, listening to her heartbeat thrum under her breast, the most comforting sound in the entire universe. She humbled him. She honored him. She overwhelmed him at times with what he felt for her. "Ter vox rixa," he rumbled when he saw her wake, her eyelids fluttering, blinking the sleepiness from her eyes. Immediately she smiled, her back arching in a stretch that only served to arouse him.
"I'm still amazed,"
she whispered, her voice still groggy with sleep,
"that you can get me this sore."
He came up on his elbow so he could peer down at her. "I did not hurt you, did I?"
"No, never,"
she whispered.
"It's the good kind of sore, I promise."
He nodded. "Should I get the healing salve?" She chuckled, blinking the last remnants of sleep from her gaze, and she pressed a small kiss to his lips.
"No, I'll be fine. Now hold me. I want to have a lazy day in bed with you. I think we've earned it after this week."
His lips twitched. "My demanding female." But he did as she asked, wrapping his arms around her, feeling her head slide into the space between his shoulder and neck. It was his favorite thing to do, simply hold his mate. Even more than mating sometimes, although that came in a very, very close second. Nothing surpassed just being with his Cara, feeling her warmth against him, scenting her tantalizing scent in his nostrils, listening to her soft breaths and contented sighs. And he smiled when he realized she'd drifted back to sleep. Lazy day indeed. So he was surprised when a little while later she jolted from her position, sitting up in their sleeping platform, her hand covering her mouth. "Cara?" he questioned, his brows drawing tightly together, concern making his stomach roil. "What is wrong?"
"Nothing, I just—"
She trailed off, swallowing. She blew out a breath, her golden hair trailing down her bared back, and she looked over at him with a small smile.
"I'm fine. It passed."
He frowned. "What passed?" But then she was off the sleeping platform, her hand covering her mouth, racing out of their quarters. Devix jumped from their sleeping platform just as he heard the door to the washing hub slam shut. Worry sickened him. "Luxiva," he rasped, naked as the day he was born onto Luxiria, outside the washing hub door. He heard sounds of her retching into the chamber pot, and he frowned, bursting inside the quarters. He saw her nude form crouched, emptying the contents of her stomach. "Cara, tell me what you need," Devix rasped, coming to kneel at her side. She gave another heave.
"Wet cloth,"
she murmured before she threw up once more. Immediately, Devix fetched her a clean cloth and wet it from the shower tube. Once he handed it to her, he placed his hand on her back, desperate to comfort her, wondering if he should summon a healer or take her to the capital that very morning. Cara gave him a groan before wiping her lips with the cloth, her face twisting in disgust. She fumbled with the silver pad next to the pot, and the bile swept away, shooting through the tube system he'd built under the dwelling.
Ugh,
she murmured, leaning into his embrace and dropping the cloth to the ground. Then her eyes snapped to his side, and she said,
that son of a bitch sold me bad bagawi meat. That's probably why he was so nice to me yesterday. Ugh, I will give him a piece of my mind when I see him next.
Devix's brows pulled together. Oh, care we?
Yes, that sheet. God, do you feel okay? I made you breakfast yesterday morning with that meat.
I feel well, Luxiria, he murmured. Perhaps humans are more sensitive. Her eyes widened.
Do you think that meat made anyone else sick at the restaurant yesterday? I had like 9 or 10 customers yesterday.
There is no way of knowing, Luxiria, he said, trying to calm her down. However, I find that most beings do not sicken from poor quality food.
Poor quality,
she repeated, squeezing her eyes shut and sighing.
Just when I was starting to get somewhere.
Cara, Devix said, cradling her cheeks in his palms. I do not understand why you are upset by this. Her eyes snapped open.
Because it's important to me that I don't serve poor quality food to paying customers. I had a good reputation back home about the quality of my ingredients, like most chefs I know. Or knew, at least.
Her shoulders sagged, and to his horror, liquid welled up in her eyes. Devix dragged her in his arms on the floor of the washing quarters. Do not do this, he murmured down to her, wiping away a stray drop of liquid when it rolled down her cheek.
Cry?
she asked, wiping the top of her cheekbone with her wrist.
I want to right now. I'm just feeling sorry for myself, and I figured I'll get it all out now.
Do you? He trailed off, swallowing, not know if he should ask the question. But not knowing would almost be worse to him. Do you have regrets, female?
About what?
she asked, looking up at him with her wet eyes. About choosing Rozun over Earth, he finished, gritting out the words. About choosing me over Earth. Is that why you are sad? Why you cry? Cara's lips parted, her body freezing for a moment before her eyes narrowed.
No! How could you say that?
You mentioned your reputation back home. You mentioned these chefs you knew and got sad, he explained. A breath wobbled out of her along with a sniffle.
Devix, no, of course not.
Her tears began to stop, and she wiped the last of them away, though her brown eyes remained glassy. Luxirians do not cry, so it was strange and disturbing to see, especially when he knew it was from her sadness.
Listen to me,
she said softly, catching his attention.
I have never, not once, regretted staying here with you. Rozun is my home now. You are my home now, and it doesn't matter to me where we are in this universe. I'm sorry for making you think that. I'm just adjusting to life here, and it will take time. And I just get frustrated sometimes thinking about starting all over with this restaurant. And when I'm frustrated, a small thing can seem so big when it's really not in the grand scheme of things.
She reached up to touch the bone of his jawline.
Okay.
His arm squeezed tighter around her. Dev. Cara sighed in relief and dropped her forehead to his shoulder.
I guess I ruined our lazy morning in bed by throwing up and crying all over the place, huh?
The morning is still new, he said. We have the whole span ahead of us, with no responsibilities. We can still be lazy. Cara wrapped her arms around his middle, her cheeks still pressed into his body.
My favorite kind of day.
3 days later, however, her sickness didn't pass, and every morning, and even sometimes in the afternoon, she would bolt to the bathroom. Cara had been convinced the first day, and even the second day, that it was just food poisoning and it would pass eventually. But by the third day, she finally gave in to Devix's pleas that they leave for the capital earlier than planned so that he could take her to a healer. So, they left the third day to return to Rozun's center, and as Cara watched their dwelling get smaller and smaller in the distance, as she tried to keep her nausea under control when she felt saliva begin to fill her mouth, she couldn't help but worry that something was wrong. Very, very wrong. 4. I don't like this, Cara whispered under her breath to Devix, despite the fact that no one spoke fluent English on Rozun.
Trust me, Luxiria,
he murmured, his hand squeezing her waist when they halted in front of a metal door in a narrow alleyway.
Polkrek is a good healer, from a planet called Ukrevip, in the 3rd quadrant. They're famed healers.
His words were clipped, but she knew his cold tone wasn't directed at her. If anything, it indicated to her how worried he was, how shaken he was from the possibility that she could be sick. "Okay," she said, blowing out a nervous breath when Devix lifted his fists to pound on the metal door. It was in the middle of the afternoon, Cara guessed. They'd traveled all morning, and when they'd passed through the market, the vendors had been in full swing. The healer's dwelling was located in a narrow alleyway towards the south end of the capital, next to the council building, an area of Rozun that Cara had never explored. It was clean and quiet, but being there still had her on edge. She'd always hated going to the doctor's office. An alien doctor's office made her even more nervous. Cara straightened when she heard movement from the other side of the door, and it creaked open on heavy hinges. An alien stood in the doorway, a species that she'd seen before in the marketplace. A large population of them lived on Rozun, it seemed. The male in front of her was short and stout, almost Cara's height, but with limbs the size of tree trunks. His skin was an interesting shade between brown and gray, and was mottled with streaks and patches of ebony. His features were slim. 3 eyes, set in a row, blinked at her, the color of a sunflower. His nose was flat, with thin slits at the base. His mouth was pulled back around sharpened teeth that looked frightening on first glance. Her heartbeat skyrocketed, and she swallowed, inching closer to Devix. In Rosian, Devix spoke to Polkrek. She only recognized a few words, but she was too busy trying to get her heart rate under control. Polkrek listened to Devix without saying anything, and then when her mate was done speaking, the alien turned his 3 eyes onto her. A jolt of shock raced through her when Polkrek said, in English,
"Come inside. I will examine you."
"You speak my language?" Cara murmured in shock. It was so strange to hear the familiar words flowing from his lips, his voice and accent so incredibly different from Devix's.
"I am on the Rosian Council,"
Polkrek said, his voice raspier and lighter than Devix's. He pronounced his R's in a different way and emphasized his C's.
"We were made aware that a human had joined our population. It seemed an intelligent and logical decision to have a language implant, since more humans may join our colony."
"More humans?" Cara repeated, blinking.
"Earth is a known planet now,"
Polkrek said, stepping back from the doorway to let them enter.
"Even Rozun is aware of what the Krevarags are doing. You are our first human, but it is likely you will not be our last. Come inside."
Cara glanced up at Devix, who was studying Polkrek with the intensity of a warrior. When he gave Cara a brief nod, she stepped forward, and Devix followed closely behind, never breaking contact with her body.
"Mated?"
Polkrek guessed, eyeing their proximity.
"Interesting. I had heard rumors, but you never know their validity."
"About us?" Cara questioned. Their relationship wasn't secret on Rozun. Many beings had eyed them whenever they were in the market. Cara's customers would look at Devix like he was underneath a microscope whenever he entered their restaurant. But Polkrek surprised her by saying,
"No, I see it clearly. I was speaking about others of your race, Devix."
Devix stiffened, and Cara felt the way his muscles shifted.
"What have you heard?"
Polkrek grew quiet, studying her mate.
"You know I cannot say. You are in exile. Matters of your race do not concern you anymore."
The tension radiating off Devix filled the room, and Cara placed a hand on his arm. Addressing Polkrek, she said evenly, "I've been sick for the past few days. Spans. It's been worrying." Polkrek nodded, and Cara cast another glance at Devix. What did Polkrek mean when he'd said others of his race? Did it have to do with the Luxirian warrior she'd seen take that human woman back in the pit? Cara stilled. Were there other Luxirians mated to humans? Polkrek ushered them forward with a shuffling motion and closed the door behind them with a heavy thud. The dwelling was surprisingly well lit for being tucked back in an alleyway. Clean, but sterile, which Cara supposed it had to be if he ran his practice out of his home. Polkrek showed them to a small back room with colorful vials lining the shelves recessed into the white wall. There was a small cot and a black bench and some kind of computer system that was projected onto one of the bare walls. The writing wasn't Rosian, so Cara guessed it was his native language, made up of crossed, flowing lines and triangular shapes.
"Sit,"
he ordered, gesturing over to the cot. Devix helped her sit, but he hovered by her side, his muscles coiled tight underneath his arm. Polkrek tapped the projection on the wall, and, like a touchscreen, it responded. Turning to her, he said,
"Tell me what you have been experiencing while my comms refresh."
"Nausea and vomiting, mostly. I may have had bad meat a few days ago, but now I'm not so sure," Cara explained. "Some cramping as well, but it might be that my period's coming soon. My menstrual cycle, I mean," she corrected, when she saw Polkrek cock his head in confusion. Realization made him nod.
"Humans are in heat how often during a lunar cycle?"
"In heat?" she repeated slowly, her cheeks flushing. She cast a look at Devix, but he still wore the same grim expression. "Well, ovulation is once a month, typically, but humans, we bleed as the old egg is, shed." Polkrek made a churring sound in the back of his throat.
"Interesting."
Jesus, she felt like she was being studied for an experiment. Cara blew out a short breath. "I've had cramping and nausea during my period before, but never this severe, and it only lasts for a little while. That's what worries me."
"I do not know much about human biology,"
Polkrek admitted.
"but I will scan you and see if your internal functionings match any known, established species."
"Okay," Cara said softly. "Will it hurt?" Another chortling sound from Polkrek.
"No, it is harmless."
Cara nodded and watched as Polkrek pulled a round white device from underneath the cot. It was the size of a bowling ball, but it had some sort of slitted, clear lens on the front. He fiddled with a screen she spied on the back.
"Lay back,"
he ordered, and Cara did as he asked. She had to let go of Devix's hand, but he stayed near the side of her head, and his scent and warmth helped to comfort her. She stared up at the white ceiling, at the glowing silver orb that lit the entire room like a small sun. She heard a whirring sound and saw a flash of blue light in her periphery, but she felt nothing, just as Polkrek said. A moment later, she perceived him stepping away, and hesitantly, she sat back up. Devix murmured down at her.
"You are well, Luxiria?"
"Yes," she said, smiling lightly. He was almost as jittery as Cara, and she was the one on the cot. Devix evidently didn't like doctor visits either. Cara's lips parted when a moment later an image of her body showed up on the projected screen, except it was more detailed than an X-ray. Is that my heart?" she asked, watching wide-eyed as she saw it beating on the screen. She could actually see the blood flowing, every vein clearly highlighted. That's amazing."
"Similar biology to Luxirians, strangely enough,"
Polkrek noted, peering over at the two of them before returning his gaze to the screen. Placing his fingers on the wall, he stretched the image until it was zoomed in on her heart. The beating was on a loop, like a GIF, taken in real time when he'd scanned over her body with the bowling ball device.
"Or perhaps not so strange, considering—"
Polkrek studied her heart, zooming in on the veins around it before zooming out and focusing on another section. He was silent as he did it. Next, he zoomed in around her stomach, which she could clearly see outlined, weirdly enough. She'd thrown up what she'd eaten that morning, so it was empty. Next, he zoomed in on her lower abdomen. Her brow furrowed when she saw a flicker of something. "Wait," she breathed. She pointed her finger at the small, bean-shaped object she spied. "Wait, what is that? Is that—" Oh my God. Something flickered again inside the bean, on a loop. And again. And again. Cara's head swam. It was a heartbeat. Because there, clearly on the screen, was the oval-shaped outline of her womb, similar to many ultrasound printouts she'd seen from friends or in movies or online. And there, in her womb, was a bean. The bean. Her wide eyes found Devix's, a million thoughts racing through her mind all at once.
"What is it, Luxiva?"
he rasped. "It's a baby," Cara whispered, her brain going into autopilot. "Devix, I think I'm pregnant."
"It would appear so,"
Polkrek chimed in, peering intently at the bean, zooming in and out and in again. Devix's eyes dilated instantly, and he steadied a hand on the cot, his fingers clenching into the thin cloth that covered it.
"Are you certain?"
Devix asked the healer, whipping his head in his direction.
"Like I said, there were rumors,"
Polkrek said, giving Devix an unreadable look. Cara shook her head, trying to clear it. She pressed her cold hands to her warm cheeks before they fell into her lap, the tips of her fingers brushing her belly, where there was a baby. Their baby. "I'm pregnant," she whispered, her vision swimming with unexpected tears. "The nausea, it was morning sickness. Oh my God." Devix knelt next to the cot, but he was still eye level with her. He wiped his fingers across her cheeks, dashing away the tears.
"You are sad about this, Luxiva?"
he asked, his voice slow and gruff. His eyes were pained. Oh God, he thought... "No," she whispered, shaking her head and throwing her arms around his neck, mindful of his horns. In his ear she whispered, "These are happy tears, I promise. Humans cry when we are happy, too."
"Confusing creatures,"
he rasped, but his shoulders relaxed and his arms wrapped around her body, crushing her to him. Cara let out a laugh, pulling away after a brief moment and wiping her face. She blew out a breath, trying to wrap her head around what they'd just discovered. She looked at Devix, her eyes softening when she saw the expression on his face. She remembered thinking, when she'd first arrived on Rozun, that he'd never wanted to be alone, though he'd isolated himself in the southern region. She remembered thinking that he'd wanted a family, a child. And now she could give him one. Before, she hadn't thought it was possible. He'd told her that he knew of no Luxirian that had successfully produced children with another species. Hell, she believed that they couldn't, which was why the thought had never even crossed her mind. But there they were. "We're going to have a baby," she whispered, a fresh wave of tears spilling from her cheeks, and she smiled through them.
"Tev, Luxiva,"
Devix murmured, his voice gruff and more rough than it had been just moments before.
"We are. You honor me, female."
Polkrek made a sound, and Cara snapped her head in his direction, almost forgetting that he was still in the room. "Oh," Cara said, sniffling and wiping her face again, using the hem of her emerald-colored tunic to blot away her tears. "Sorry, Polkrek, we're just surprised is all." The healer studied them, and Cara's gaze strayed past him to the projection on the wall. She watched the heartbeat flicker over and over again, but then she frowned, remembering when one of her coworkers got pregnant. "Wait," she murmured, brows furrowing. "I had my period. When was that? It was a little over a month ago." She looked to Devix for confirmation, remembering when they hadn't had sex for close to a week because Cara had been too self-conscious. He nodded, clearly remembering. "Which would mean that I could only be a couple weeks along, maybe 3. How is the baby this developed already? Back on Earth, a baby looks like that on ultrasounds closer to 2 months, not 2 weeks.
"What is a cycle of pregnancy for human females? How many lunar cycles?"
Polkrek questioned. 9, Cara answered. Devix cast her a look before saying to Polkrek,
"Luxirian females gestate offspring for 3 lunar cycles."
3? Cara exclaimed, looking to her mate in surprise.
"Tev, Luxirians grow at an accelerated pace,"
Polkrek explained.
"One of the quickest cycles out of the majority of known species."
3 months, Cara whispered to herself. "And that's why it's possible I could only be 2 or 3 weeks along, and the baby looks twice as developed as it would be if if the father had been human and not Luxirian. Devix's chest rumbled, and he addressed Polkrek.
Do you believe it would be dangerous? Will the offspring cause her harm? I am neither Luxirian nor human,
Polkrek said slowly. Cara's heart leapt when she saw the grim expression return on Devix's features.
Hybrid species are always unpredictable. It is hard to say what the pregnancy will do to her health, but it is clear that human females are not accustomed to Luxirian cycles. Vrax!
Devix cursed softly, running a hand over his horn. Devix? Cara asked, suddenly nervous. It will be okay, won't it? Although she didn't know what it she was referring to, whether that it was the pregnancy or the baby or herself. His expression tightened and he looked at her, huffing out a sharp breath. Cara could see the way he intentionally calmed himself. For her.
Tell Luxiva,
he murmured to her.
I will make sure you and the offspring will be safe.
He looked up at Polkrek, his expression intense. Slowly he said,
These rumors you speak of, how certain are you that they hold merit?
What did that mean?
I had my doubts,
Polkrek murmured, gazing at the two of them.
But now that I have seen what I have seen, I believe that they are true.
Devix, tell me what you're thinking, Cara ordered. What does that mean? Devix touched his forehead to hers, cupping the back of her neck.
It means, Luxiva,
he started,
that my people may have the means and knowledge concerning hybrid offspring, and there may be others, like us.
Go on, she said slowly, but she already knew. She already knew. Devix closed his eyes for a brief moment and then said, his voice firm.
It means that we will be journeying to Luxiria. 5.
You can't be serious, Devix,
Cara murmured to him once they were back at their dwelling in the northern side of the capital. They'd been quiet all the way home from Polkrek's, had hardly spoken a word as they both processed what they'd just learned. Devix ran a hand over his horn, a multitude of emotions plaguing him. He went to his female and wrapped his arms around her. I never thought... Devix trailed off, his breath huffing out with the unspoken words. I thought the possibility of offspring had been taken from me with my exile. Cara ran her hand down his lower back, her cheek pressed to his chest. Devix maneuvered them onto the floor of their makeshift fire pit, leaning his back against the cushions they'd purchased at the marketplace. His female was snug in his lap, her legs wrapped around his hips. In any other situation, Devix would have taken advantage of such a position. Right then, however, was not the time. They had much to discuss.
Me too,
Cara said.
I thought that once I knew I wouldn't return to Earth. I thought...
She shook her head, her eyes softening as she stroked a finger over his cheekbone.
Dev, please tell me you weren't serious about what you said back at Polkrek's.
His mouth tightened, but he jerked his head in a nod. I was. Cara blinked, looked behind him at the wall of their small capital dwelling, and then returned her gaze to him.
Dev, you can't go back. You were exiled. I don't think I need to remind you about that. Even though you were innocent, even though you were betrayed, it doesn't change the fact that your people still believe that you committed that crime. What would they do if they saw you again?
Devix truly didn't know, but nothing mattered more than his female's health. My race will help you, Luxiva. You are a female carrying a Luxirian offspring. They will ensure your gestation is safe, but your health will not suffer because of it. Cara's lips parted.
You're talking about it like you won't be around.
I cannot lie to you. I do not know what my people will do. Return from exile is execution. But you change everything.
Execution?
She whispered.
Then no. Are you crazy? I absolutely refuse to go.
Devix steeled his expression, knowing this wouldn't be an easy fight. You must. We must.
Why? So that you can be executed? So that I can go through this pregnancy alone, without my mate, without the father of my child? You're crazy if you think I would agree to that.
I am not saying I would be executed, Luxiva. They will know that you are my mate, My fated mate. It is a strong possibility that they will not harm me, knowing that it would distress you, especially since you are pregnant. Luxirians cannot afford the loss of an offspring if the child carries Luxirian blood. They will not take the risk. A breath whistled from her lips.
And then what happens? Even if we somehow manage to get to Luxiria unharmed, even if they agree not to harm you and to help me, would we live there? Until the baby was born? We would live in a place where most of your race believe that you committed.
We are delighted to bring you an extraordinary offer. Purchase through us and get any audiobook of your choice for a mere $2.99.
An unspeakable crime. I won't put you through that.
Devix dropped his forehead to hers, closing his eyes and breathing her in. Her scent was the same as always, but now he could detect the slightest shift, the smallest change. She was carrying his offspring. They would have a child. Together. If it means your well-being, if it means the health and safety of our offspring, Luxiva, I would bear anything, you know that. Nothing scares me more than losing you, he confessed, his voice roughening at the thought. Her eyes blinked at him. He was so close that he could see the brown and golden strands of her irises. Please, tell me you will agree to this.
Dev,
she whispered, her brows furrowed.
I can't lose you. I would rather take the chance here.
What if we journey to Luxiria, Devix started, and before we ever leave the vessel, I will request to speak to my blood brother and the Prime Leader. I will tell them about you and how we have come seeking help. If they agree that I will not be able to remain at your side during the pregnancy, and that we can leave the planet once it is safe for you, then we will disembark. If they cannot give us that guarantee, then we will return to Rozun. Dev? Cara was silent for a long time, but Devix could clearly see the way her mind was working behind those beautiful eyes. She was thinking about all the outcomes, about what could go wrong. But Devix could also see her fear. For himself, for herself, for their offspring that grew right then in her belly. A hybrid gestation was dangerous, unpredictable. If what Polkrek alluded to was true, that there were rumors of Luxirians and humans mating, then Devix had to take the chance. Luxirians would do everything to ensure the mother and offspring were safe. They would have the knowledge and the technology that they simply didn't have access to on Rozun. There was no other choice. Not in Devix's mind. Cara swallowed and then nodded against him, slowly, as if she was hesitant to give her full support. She licked her lips before speaking.
If they agree that you will be unharmed and not detained during our time there, then yes, I will agree to go and get help. But if they deny us or seem hesitant about it in any way, then we leave immediately. Deal?
Deal, he repeated, his arms coming around her tighter. Luxiva, I cannot express how relieved I am.
I still don't like this idea, Dev,
Cara said slowly.
But I think you're right. It would be safer for the baby if we had help from your people.
It will be well, female, he murmured, trying to comfort her.
Dev,
she whispered, her eyes watering again.
We're having a baby. I still can't believe it.
Devix had no words for the emotions he felt, so instead, he simply leaned forward and kissed his mate. He poured everything he felt for her into that kiss, and tasted her tears as they gently rolled down her cheeks. Happy tears, he knew. And he knew that if Luxirians had the ability to cry like humans, she would be tasting his own tears too. The very next morning, they departed for Luxiria.
This is familiar, Cara whispered to her male. Very familiar. They were on the bridge of the spaceship. She was sitting in Devix's lap, her arms entwined around his neck. Behind her, the large window showed the darkness and beauty of space as they traveled towards their destination. It would only take 2 days, he'd told her. 2 days to reach Luxiria. His home planet was so close to Rozun that Cara couldn't help but wonder if he'd chosen Rozun on purpose for its proximity. He hadn't spoken much about his feelings returning to his planet, or how he felt about speaking with his blood brother after all that time. But Cara knew that it weighed on him. Heavily. And she was more than a little trepidatious about their arrival to Luxiria, frightened beyond belief that something might happen to Devix once they landed. She just had to hope and pray that everything would turn out okay in the end, once they explained their situation. But she was nervous. She didn't know what to expect, and the only thing that was keeping her from breaking at the seams was the male whose lap she was currently occupying.
I fantasized about mating you.
Devix's voice rumbled suddenly, his gaze rapt on her.
Right here on the control comms.
She squirmed, not minding the pleasant distraction from her thoughts. Yeah?
That first span on the vessel, I was in the washing tube and my cock was hard thinking about it. I stroked it until I spent my seed.
More squirming. Yeah? She murmured, her voice slightly more breathless as she imagined it.
I thought of dark things.
He confessed.
I fantasized that your hands were chained behind your back, and your backside was red from my palm, and I was fucking you from behind, watching your expression in the reflection of the glass.
Cara's breath hitched, and she pressed her hips closer, feeling him hard between her thighs. She was just wearing a tunic with nothing underneath. It would be so easy just to slip his cock out of his pants and work him inside her. I was loving it, wasn't I? She whispered.
Tev.
He grunted, his eyes going half-lidded when her fingers began unlacing the ties that kept him from her. You can do that to me now, she suggested. You still haven't punished me for teasing you that first night back at home. He purred low in his throat, but then he jerked, blowing out a breath instead.
We should not be so rough anymore, Luxiva.
Cara frowned. You think tying me up and spanking me will hurt the baby?
Nix,
he murmured, running his hand down her back, through her growing hair. She hadn't cut it since she'd been abducted, and she was overdue for a trim. Devix seemed to like the length, though, so she hadn't bothered yet.
I already worry I am too rough with you. You know how I get when we play like that.
I like what we do, Cara whispered. I love it. And I love it when you're a little wild. He growled when she closed the distance between them and kissed him. And then her hand slipped inside his suede pants to find his hard, pulsing cock, and an entirely different growl ripped from his throat. Cara smiled into their kiss.
I want to mate you like this,
he rasped, bunching up her tunic around her waist, exposing her pussy.
Now, Luxiva.
Oh, okay, she whispered, guiding his tip to her entrance. She was so wet that he slid easily inside and she gasped, her eyes shooting up to his.
I want it slow,
he murmured in her ear. Cara's lips parted, her back arching a little when she rocked her hips against him. She wrapped her arms around his neck tighter and leaned forward until her forehead was resting against his shoulder. He filled her up to the brim, and every shudder, every breath, every small movement of their bodies made him seem that much larger as he pleasured her. Cara bit his shoulder when his ridges stimulated her G-spot, and Devix purred so much that his cock vibrated inside her. Soft moans and deep groans filled the bridge. They made love in a different kind of way, but in a way that was no less intense than their wild, rough matings. Devix felt her on the edge, and his dulled claws pricked the flesh around her hips.
Give me your eyes as you come, Cara,
he rasped softly, his voice like dark smoke, fogging her mind. Eyes half-lidded, she pulled away from his shoulder and did as he requested. She could never deny her mate anything. The orgasm that rocked through her built like a soft wave, but once it crested, it tore through her body and left her panting. It went on and on, over and over again, but it never got so intense that she wouldn't be able to handle it. Devix, she whispered, his name falling from her lips like a plea. And he answered. She felt his deep groan inside her own body as he released his seed inside her, his hips jerking in an unsteady rhythm. And when they were both finished, he remained deep inside her, and she floated down from the high of that amazing, soft orgasm, snuggling into his chest. Between them, she felt his seed drip from her body, and she remembered that it hadn't been so long ago when she thought they couldn't have children together. She remembered the prick of loss at that thought, the mournful realization that she'd never be able to give Devix a child. Yet, there they were. She would be giving him a child, one they would raise together on Rozun, because she wouldn't let anything happen to Devix. And if his people tried to hurt him in any way for a crime he was wrongfully accused of and punished for, Cara would stop at nothing to fight for him. Hell hath no fury like a pregnant woman scorned, she thought, sleepy as Devix ran his fingertips from the base of her neck to the top of her backside. He was still hard inside her, and she heard the gentle hum of the spaceship as they got nearer and nearer to Luxiria.
6. Devix stood at the window in their quarters. His Luxivo was still sleeping behind him. He listened to her smooth, even breaths and the hum of the vessel, the silence of space as they drifted through to their destination, and he let all these sounds calm him. Because in the distance he saw Luxiria, his home, or at least once it had been. He couldn't count how many times he'd stood just as he was, looking out towards Luxiria, as he came home as a warrior. Luxirian warriors often traveled off-planet to help with the wars of battling races, or to aid the Uranian Federation in bringing rogues to heal. They were on different planets, or adrift in space, more than they were on their own. But every single time Devix returned to Luxiria, he would watch her approach, would study her like he was starved, an intense joy filling him at the thought that he would see his family unit soon. Those bands were gone, however. Now Devix watched Luxiria like he would an unknown stranger, warily because he knew strangers could be dangerous, even if unprovoked. Truthfully, he didn't know how his arrival would be perceived. His race would know an uninvited vessel would be entering their atmosphere soon. Devix would have to seek a connection with their comms long before he attempted it. Luxirians would never fire upon a strange vessel, in fear that females or offspring were on board, so Devix didn't have to fear an assault. His best hope was that his blood brother was on planet, that he could request to speak with him before Voxa-On. The prime leader of their people could order a capture and imprisonment. Devix ran a hand over one horn, taking in a deep breath. He feared not for himself, but for his pregnant mate. If she was harmed in any way while on Luxiria, Devix would stop at nothing for vengeance. Dungeons and reinforced chains would not stop him from reaching her. Devix jolted when he felt her touch. He'd been so lost in his thoughts that he hadn't heard Cara's approach. Dangerous, he thought. He needed to be his best, undistracted.
"What's wrong?"
she whispered, wrapping her arms around his back as she came to stand in front of him, nude. Even with his grim thoughts, he was aroused for her, but he wouldn't act on it. "Luxiria," he told her, voice rough and husky. Cara's lips parted and she turned in his arms, her back to his front, and she saw the planet they were approaching.
"That's Luxiria?"
she questioned softly, running her fingertips over his forearms. Devix huffed out a breath of air and dropped his forehead until it was pressed into the back of her skull. The silky strands of her hair tickled his cheek, and he said, "Dev."
"Okay,"
she whispered.
"How should we do this?"
"We will make a comm connection soon, before we ever enter the atmosphere. I will request to speak to my blood brother. If he is not on planet, then I will speak with Voxa-On, the prime leader. You will be with me, so they see there is a female on board. They will grant us permission to land in the docking bay, regardless, when they see you, when we tell them you are carrying our offspring and that we need aid."
"And you're sure about this? Once they see me?"
"Dev," he said. It was the only thing he was certain of.
"Okay,"
she said.
"Let's do this then."
Devix hesitated. "I need you to do a task for me first." She turned to look at him.
"Anything."
He swallowed before saying, "I need you to shorn my hair." He watched her pupils dilate and she frowned.
"I take it back. I won't do anything, and I certainly won't do that."
"You must," he replied, already mourning the loss of it once more. It was a requirement of all exiled Luxirians to shorn their hair. These past lunar rotations, Devix had let it grow. He'd begun to give up his past life as a Luxirian warrior in favor of his fated female, who filled him with more pride and happiness than Luxiria ever had. He was innocent of his accused crime, so on Rozun he'd let his hair grow freely, as it once had. It brushed just past his shoulders then, and Cara had often stroked her fingers through it, being mindful of his horns, late at night, after their mating sessions. Devix mourned that more than anything. that he wouldn't feel his female's hands tangling in his hair, whether it was during the passion of mating or the calm aftermath. I am an exiled Luxirian. Nothing changes that, though I am innocent, he tried to explain to her.
But...
They would consider it an insult if it was not shorn. Cara swallowed, her feelings as clear as the Rosian sun on her face. Devix found himself relaxing when she finally said,
But you'll let it grow back? Once we leave?
If I ask my race for help, he murmured, stroking her cheek, then no, I will keep it shorn. I will respect the confines placed on me as a Luxirian, not as a Rosian. Because he'd let his hair grow as a Rosian, not as a Luxirian, returning to his home planet changed everything.
I don't like this,
she whispered. You must be strong, Luxiva, he murmured. You will not be harmed. Our deal is still in place, Tev?
Yes,
she said, closing her eyes briefly, steeling herself. When she opened them, she gave an unsteady nod, but her tone harbored no hesitation.
Do you have a razor?
Strong female, he thought. Tev, come. And when he gave her one in the washroom off the quarters, she ran her fingers through his hair once more. Then, with a steady hand, she cut his hair and then shaved it close to his skull. The comms connected easily, as if the Luxirians on the other end had been anticipating it. Cara squeezed his hand, sitting next to him at the controls of the vessel. The silver screen in the middle of the console patched in an image connection. A Luxirian he didn't recognize appeared on the screen. He was a warrior, it looked like, working at the command center, because Devix recognized the background. The Luxirian showed no emotion as Devix said, in his own language, which he hadn't used fully in seemingly rotations. I need to speak with Ambassador Rixavox, War General to the Prime Leader. Again the Luxirian showed no emotion, even as his gaze shifted to Cara. The comm connection went black, and Devix sat back in his seat, running a hand over his horn.
What happened?
Cara asked nervously, nibbling on her bottom lip. We wait, Devix murmured. That warrior is, no doubt, alerting Voxa on, but I believe that Rixavox will be sent for. But how long would that take? Even if he was on the planet, it was likely that Rixavox was stationed at the outpost he oversaw, which was the furthest outpost on Luxiria to the Golden City, the capital. They would be docking in the Golden City if they received permission, but it would take Rixavox the better part of the span to reach them. They would wait, Devix knew, but he could only hope that his brother was close to the Golden City. His female was fidgeting beside him, and he ran a soothing hand down her back. It will all be well, female, he told her. Cara looked at him, her brown eyes reading him better than any being had before. But she said nothing. She only tightened her grip on his hand, and they waited. Finally, a beeping sound indicated an incoming connection, and his heart raced a little faster as he accepted the line. There, on the screen, was Voxa On, the prime leader of his people, friend of his blood brother, and the male who had chosen to exile him instead of executing him. Devix had always been on good terms with Voxa On. He knew that the decision made wasn't personal, but that Voxa On had risked much within his own council by choosing to let him live. Prime Leader, Devix greeted, bowing his head in respect. Devix, Voxa On replied. You are one of the last beings I expected to speak with this span. Voxa On's gaze slid over to Cara, his brow bunched slightly, the only tell on the Prime Leader's face. In Luxirian, Devix said, Is my brother on planet? Yes, he has been sent for, Voxa On replied, the golden bands wrapped around his biceps gleaming under the blue light of the command center. Behind Voxa On, Devix could make out others. The Elder Council formed behind him. What is it that you seek, Devix? You know the laws. You were never to return to Luxiria for your crime, or else you court your own execution. And this time I will not be able to save you. A crime I never committed. One you know I was never capable of, Devix replied, gritting his teeth. Voxa On's own jaw set, but the Prime Leader said nothing. I will wait for my blood brother to arrive. Then I will speak. As you wish. He is in the Golden City, so he will arrive shortly, Voxa On said, his eyes shifting once more to Cara. But we will keep the connection open. Devix bristled. Did Voxa On think that he would harm Cara if the connection closed? His rage threatened to break through, but the only thing that kept him still was his female's gentle touch. As you wish, Devix repeated, but he was unable to keep the bite from his words. Even after all that time, it seemed Devix still harnessed some bitterness towards his race. To Cara, in English, even knowing that Voxa-On and the other Luxirians present behind him could hear, he said, "Rixavox will come soon, but they want to keep the line open so they can ensure I will not harm you, female." Cara's chin raised, her cheek twitching. She regarded the image connection, looked straight at Voxa-On and said,
"He would never hurt me."
Her voice was as strong as Luxirian crystal. She didn't even know if Voxa-On understood English or not, but there was no denying the meaning of her words as they carried over the connection. Devix's suspicions were confirmed when Voxa-On said, in practiced English, "Female, my actions are a precaution only. He is an exiled warrior, and you are a female under his care. It is—" Voxa-On's head turned in the image, and he stopped speaking. In Luxirian, the Prime Leader said, "He is here." But whether he was speaking to Devix or to Rixavox, whose image appeared on the screen at that moment, he didn't know. "Brother," Rixavox breathed, and Devix huffed out a sharp breath at the sheer weight that word brought down on him. Voxa-On had stepped away, to allow Rixavox space, and all Devix saw was his blood brother. "Rixavox," Devix said, his tone quiet as he leaned towards the screen. "It has been many rotations, brother." There was too much that Devix wanted to say, too much that they'd left unsaid last time they'd seen each other, when Rixavox had come to Patrika, seeking him out. Devix had not been well at that time. He'd been drunk on brew, with cuts fresh from the underground fights. He'd been ashamed that his younger brother saw him in that state. He'd been angry and disgusted at himself. And he'd taken it out on his brother, the one being in the entire universe at that point in his lifespan that had still fought for him. Devix had given up on himself then, but seeing Rixavox, it had shaken him up. It had awakened him. It was why he'd accepted Sarkon's offer, to get off Patrika and try to create a different life for himself. It was why he'd met Cara, his fated mate, in the first place. He owed much to his brother for that. "I never believed," Rixavox started, "that I would see you again." Devix said slowly, "I did not wish to disrupt your life. No, you misunderstand. I prayed to the fates every span that I would see you again, even if I believed I would not. And they have answered," Rixavox said. Devix's chest felt clogged as he processed his brother's words. Too much, he thought. He felt too much. Cara's touch brought him back from his overwhelming thoughts, and he looked over at her. Switching to English, because he had a gut feeling that his blood brother had also received a language implant, he said, "Rixavox, this is Cara, my Luxiva." Behind Rixavox, he heard startled murmurs from the elders and whoever else was present for their reunion, but Devix only paid mind to his brother, who regarded Cara across the connection. "Female," Rixavox said in her native tongue, "it honors me to meet my blood brother's mate." Cara looked at Devix before returning her gaze to the screen.
"I am happy to meet you as well, Rixavox. Devix has told me much about you."
Devix brushed a strand of hair back from her face, something that didn't go unnoticed by his brother, as pride filled him. Never did he think he would be able to introduce her to what was left of his family. But they had things to discuss, important things, and if everything went well, they would have time to talk. "There is talk on our home colony," Devix started in English, and Rixavox's eyes returned to him, "that Luxirians have mated with human females. Is it true?" Rixavox looked over his shoulder and stepped away from the screen slightly, so that Voxa-On could rejoin him. "Dev," Rixavox said, standing next to Voxa-On. "The fates blessed me with a Luxiva as well." Devix started, his breath hitching. "She is human." "And I," Voxa-On stated. "Our Lavrik-san is human. She has honored us all with an offspring. A male." Devix sucked in a breath, and Cara's lips parted. Softly, she said,
"I saw you."
Voxa-On regarded her. "Raybox, female?"
"I saw you at the pit,"
Cara continued.
"I recognize you. You took the woman who was standing next to me that day, after you won the fight."
It was quiet in the command center as Voxa-On processed her words. "You were there," he murmured.
"Yes."
Voxa-On regarded her carefully, and Rixavox was unmoving next to the Prime Leader. "Female, I feel shame that I participated in the fights. However, at the time I believed it was for the continuation of our race, The female you saw me take is my Luxiva. I felt the connection with her the moment I saw her, and nothing would have stopped me from taking her away from that place. Her name is Cat, Voxaon finished, and she is well and happy here on Luxiria. Cara is pregnant with our offspring, Devix said, cutting in. We have come to Luxiria seeking aid from your healers, so that she is safe and healthy during the gestation. The healers on our home colony do not have the knowledge or resources to help us. Voxaon's jaw set. We will aid your female, Devix. You, however, know the laws. You cannot return to Luxiria.
I'm not leaving this spaceship without him.
Cara chimed in, her spine straightening. Female, Voxaon started.
No,
she replied, stealing her voice.
I didn't want to come here, knowing the way my mate was treated for something he didn't do. I didn't want to risk it. But Devix and I made a deal, and that deal was that we could come to seek guidance and help here if Devix would be at my side, or that we would return to our home if you threatened him in any way and take our chances with the pregnancy.
Cara, Devix said, clenching his jaw.
Dev, no,
she said, looking at him with fire in her eyes. She turned to look back at the screen, never wavering from Voxaon's or Rixavox's gaze.
Congratulations on your baby boy, Prime Leader. At least I know a pregnancy like this can be successful. I carry a Luxirian human child right now. Will ours be just as successful without your help?
It was a difficult gestation for Cat, female, Voxaon admitted. Please, you must disembark so that we can help you.
You know my terms, Prime Leader,
Cara said in return.
Our terms. Devix stays by my side, unharmed, or we leave right now. What is it going to be?
Devix didn't know whether to kiss her for her courage or to spank her backside for it. Luxiria's best council members had nothing on his Luxiva. Rixavox cut in. Land into the docking bay, Devix. We can at least speak about this within reach of one another. This is not your decision, Ambassador, Voxaon said, cutting Rixavox a look. Are you truly going to turn them away? Rixavox challenged. She is carrying an offspring of Luxirian blood. If she says she will not come without Devix, then there is no decision to be made. Careful, Ambassador, Voxaon rasped, eyeing Rixavox. You seem to forget your place where your blood brother is concerned. Devix's gut clenched. Already he'd risked his brother's position during the tribunal all those rotations ago. He didn't intend to again. Prime Leader, he started, addressing Voxaon. This is your decision. We will respect it. Truthfully, I would have sent Cara down to Luxiria alone without another hesitation if it meant your help. But as you can see, my female is not so easily swayed by what I want. Cara squeezed his hand. Her mind is made up, and I agreed to her terms before we ever departed for Luxiria. Voxaon listened to him speak, and then was silent. Devix could feel Rixavox's restless energy even through the image connection. When Voxaon turned to look behind him at the council members, his brother met his eyes, and then held them. There were many reasons why Devix hoped that Voxaon would agree to their terms, a reunion with his brother being one of them, but he would give it up if it meant his Luxiva's safety. Finally, Voxaon addressed Devix and Cara. To both of them he said, You will dock in the Golden City. Female, you will consult immediately with Privanax, our best healer.
And you won't take Devix away?
Cara asked, needing the confirmation before she agreed, his stubborn little mate.
He will be with me.
Dev, Voxaon said. He will remain at your side.
And if we decide to leave, we can?
Voxaon jerked his head in a nod. Dev, if Privanax determines the health of the offspring is stable. However, we would rather you remain on Luxiria until the birth of the offspring.
That will depend,
Cara stated, never backing down.
On the treatment Devix receives.
Voxaon surprised them all by huffing out a short laugh. Ha! Female, he started. It seems that you will not let anyone treat him poorly regardless. You have nothing to fear. Her chin lifted again.
He is the best male I have ever met, and I will not let anything happen to him.
Voxaon sobered, and then he returned his gaze to Devix. Dock your vessel, Devix, Voxaon said. You have permission to land on Luxiria.
7. "Are you ready?" Cara asked Devix as they walked down the darkened hallway on the bottom level of the spaceship. It had been over 2 months ago when Cara had first walked on board, and it still boggled her mind how much her life had changed between then and now. Devix was quiet. He always grew quiet when he was on edge, though he tried to hide it from her. He should know by now that not much escaped her when it came to him.
Dev,
Was all he said, but his hand was warm and comforting on her lower back, giving her the courage to walk forward. She was nervous. They were steps away from stepping foot on Luxirian soil, and frankly, Cara didn't know what would greet them once the spaceship doors opened and they disembarked. "I'm about to find out," she thought silently, watching Devix.
We are delighted to bring you an extraordinary offer. Purchase through us and get any audiobook of your choice for a mere $2.99.
Activate the door and the ramp. She watched as the doors peeled away with a metal creak, and then shafts of bright sunlight sphered the hallway, filtering into the spaceship from the docking bay. Cara took a deep breath, glancing over at Devix. He was watching her. Slowly, he took her palm and brought it to his lips, before pressing a kiss right in the center. Her heart sped up even more at the tender gesture, and she gave him a small smile and a small nod. Together, they descended the ramp. A group of Luxirian males were waiting at the bottom. She recognized Voxa'an from the video call before they'd entered Luxiria's atmosphere, and Rixavox, Devix's blood brother. When she first saw Rixavox, she knew he was Devix's brother. They looked so much alike, except for his long, dark hair that reached Rixavox's waist and the strand of silver that ran through his otherwise obsidian black horns. But their features both held the sharp, proud angles, and their eyes were the same electric blue. The docking bay was quiet as they walked the length of the ramp. Behind Voxa'an and Rixavox were a group of warriors. All armed, she couldn't help but notice. Devix's grip on her hand tightened when he saw them, but despite positioning his body slightly in front of hers in an effort to shield her, he kept propelling them down the ramp towards their welcoming party. Rixavox stepped forward once they reached the bottom and immediately clasped his brother in an embrace. Cara dropped Devix's hand so that he could return the gesture. And she watched, getting slightly teary-eyed, damn hormones, as the two brothers reconnected. Cara's eyes found Voxa'an's in her attempt to give them privacy. He looked the same as she remembered him. She could still smell the heat and the saltiness of the sand on the pit, recalling the way he'd entered the fighting arena to the roar of a frenzied crowd. She couldn't even recall how long ago that had been. Her lips tightened as he studied her, and then she looked past him, to the armed warriors. There were 5 of them, standing in a half-circle behind their prime leader. Their eyes were trained on Devix like he was an unpredictable animal, their grips tight around their long silver blades. Beyond them was sunlight. The large docking bay doors were wide open, revealing a peach sky and what Cara thought were black or gray mountains in the distance.
Cara,
Devix called, recapturing her attention. She looked back at the two brothers and saw they were both watching her.
come. Meet my blood brother.
Cara stepped forward, unsure how Luxirians greeted each other. A handshake hardly seemed appropriate, but Rixavox made the choice for her as he stepped forward, clasped the back of her neck, and brought their foreheads together. She recognized the gesture, as Devix had often done the same. It was intimate, and Cara knew that strangers wouldn't greet each other that way. Family, however, yes. And that was what they were, she realized. She and Devix were as good as married, and she was meeting her brother-in-law for the first time. "I'm glad to meet you," she said softly, once they pulled away.
As am I, Cara.
Rixavox returned, straightening to his full height. Both brothers had similar builds, similar heights. Cara was surprised they weren't considered twins.
My Luxiva, Cecila, awaits your arrival once we return to the Golden City. She is human, like you.
It was difficult for Cara to wrap her mind around the fact that other human women resided on Luxiria, that they were also mated to Luxirian warriors. The last time Cara had spoken to a human had been to the woman Voxa'an had taken from the pit. It would be strange to speak with someone of her own species, but welcome. And if there was one thing she'd learned since her capture from Earth, It was that she could handle basically anything that came next. She'd been caged, captured, abused, saved, and loved. She could handle anything, especially with Devix at her side. Voxa stepped forward then. He was bare-chested, the golden bands she remembered cutting into his biceps, similar piercings through his nipples to indicate he'd completed warrior training, or so Devix had told her. All the warriors were similarly dressed, or rather, undressed. All wore similar pants of a leather material that encased their thick, muscled thighs.
Devix,
Voxa greeted.
Prime Leader,
Devix responded, inclining his head in a bow. Cara marveled at his restraint, at the level of respect he showed a male that had exiled him. Cara didn't think she would be as agreeable.
Your presence is required at the command center,
Voxa started.
while Privenax examines your female.
Cara's heart jolted. I stay with him, Prime Leader. Remember our deal?
Tev, female, but you will be in the same building. We have matters to discuss with your mate, and you agreed to be seen by Privenax immediately, to ensure the offspring is safe and healthy. It is only for a short time, and then you will both be taken to Ambassador Levon's residence to rest. Levon is in Croritax,
Rixavox murmured to Devix.
He told me that you may stay at his dwelling with your female. He will not return to the Golden City until the lunar celebration. He agreed to this?
Devix questioned, brow furrowing. Rixavox said,
He never believed Pedix's claims. He knows who you are.
Devix inclined his head, and Cara watched the way the brothers' gaze connected and held. They had much to talk about, Cara knew, a lot to say to one another, and she was glad that Devix would finally be able to get everything he'd bottled up over the years off his chest. Devix's hand spanned her lower back, and he jerked his head in a nod at Voxa.
Let us depart for the command center, then.
Voxa turned and spoke in Luxirian to the 5 armed guards behind him. Then he motioned for Devix and Cara to follow him. Once they cleared the docking bay doors, Cara got her first clear, unhindered view of Luxiria. 2 suns shone down, already high in the sky, and Cara finally processed how hot it was on the surface. No wonder the Luxirians present were all shirtless. Her second realization was that they were on the cliff of a mountain, the docking bay for the spaceships perched high above the land, offering her a vast view of the planet. And it was beautiful, in its own strange alien way. The surface was covered in what looked like black sand, but it was hard to tell since they were so high up. And for as far as she could see in the distance, the sand created rolling waves over the ground, softly lapping at the base of jagged, dark, majestic mountain ranges, like black ocean waves crashing on cliffs. And on one such mountain, to her immediate right, was a city. A terraced city that was actually carved out of the face of the mountain. Even from that much of a distance, Cara could perceive buildings, some domed, some towering high, some narrow and stout, winding along the terraced sections. And to the right of the city, at the very base of the next mountain over, was another set of buildings, also carved into the mountain. Cara could only stare, trying to commit everything to memory, as sweat beaded across her forehead. It was beautiful, more majestic and dramatic than their peaceful colony of Rozun, but it was also overwhelming, due to their situation and the uncertainty they faced. Cara felt Devix brush her hair at her back, and she looked over at him, at the Luxirian warriors behind him, at Voxa and Rixavox, and realized they were all letting her get her fill of the planet's landscape.
What do you think?
Devix asked her quietly, but she knew the others could hear. It's not as beautiful and lush as Rozun, and this heat is killer, she teased softly. But I can see the appeal. Devix huffed out a surprised laugh, and Cara was glad to hear it. He'd been so tense since they left their home that it was nice to see him somewhat relaxed.
I had forgotten the heat,
he admitted.
I am not used to it anymore. Rozun?
Rixavox questioned suddenly, stepping up beside his brother.
That is where you lived since... Patrika?
Devix's smile left his face at the mention of that filthy colony he used to live on, the colony where he'd first encountered Cara.
Tev, Rozun is our home,
Devix answered.
I had searched so long for you.
Rixavox admitted softly.
That was one place I had not looked when I decided to stop.
Devix clasped his brother's forearm, his voice suddenly gruff as he said,
We have much to speak of, brother, and I will tell you everything you wish to know.
Rixavox stared at Devix and jerked his head in a nod. With a look at Cara, he motioned them over to what looked like a transport craft back on Rozun, but larger and circular. They climbed inside. Cara looked around in confusion, for some sort of road that would lead them off the mountain. But the moment that Devix, Rixavox, and Voxa'an stepped onto the transport craft, leaving behind the 5 armed guards to their own vehicle, Cara realized they wouldn't need a road. Because when Voxa'an stepped up to the control panel, the transport craft started humming, and then it started hovering off the ground. With a gasp of delight and surprise, Cara's hand curled around the edge of the hovercraft as they shot off the mountain, flying in midair with a hot breeze brushing her cheeks. The hovercraft was fast, yet stable, and in seemingly no time at all, Voxa'an slowly brought them down to the set of buildings she'd seen next to the mountain city. As they neared the ground, Cara peered over the edge and saw that the black sand was indeed black sand, so finely ground and glinting under the hot twin suns. The hovercraft landed next to the base of the mountain, and the sand billowed out from underneath them, floating in the air for a brief moment before settling.
The command center,
Devix told her softly when she regarded the set of doors carved into the mountain.
Privanax's labs are also here.
Labs? She questioned.
He is a researcher as well as a healer,
He told her.
The best on Luxiria.
The nerves that had been briefly distracted by the newness of Luxiria slowly began their return, and Cara nibbled on her lip. She didn't like that they would be separated so soon into their arrival. Quietly, she whispered, You're sure this isn't some trick, right? To get you away from me?
Nix, Luxiva,
He said.
I trust my brother with my life. I have never doubted him, and he would never betray me this way. And despite what you think, Voxa'an is an honorable male. I believe his word.
Cara blew out a breath as Rixavox and Voxa'an disembarked from the hovercraft and went to stand near the command center doors. Okay, she said. I'll trust them. Just be careful. He gave her a small smile, but a long kiss, trying to ease her nerves, she knew. Then, under the watchful and curious gazes of his brother and his prime leader, Devix helped her down from the hovercraft, and they approached the command center doors. Cara took one last deep breath, and together, they stepped through. 8.
The offspring is well,
Privanax told her, after spending most of the time with her in silence. Despite a couple questions the older healer had asked her about the estimated time of conception, much to her embarrassment, he'd been a male of very, very few words, and she'd once thought that Devix was quiet when she'd first met him. Privanax had nothing on him.
It grows quickly within your womb.
The healer was wearing white robes, his horns so long that they completely curved around his skull and touched the base of his ears like a ram. His eyes were a light blue, and his skin looked dry, probably due to the intense heat on the planet. He wasn't quiet in a standoffish way, Cara knew. He was quiet because he was focused. He'd barely said anything when Voxa'an, Rixavox, and Devix dropped her off in his labs. Didn't say anything about an unknown human female in his presence. He took it all in stride, told her to hold still as he drew her blood, and then began to run his tests. Cara liked him. He seemed like a no-bullshit type of male, exactly like the men she'd grown up around, exactly like her father. Yeah? She murmured, trying to look past him at the screens he had set up in the otherwise sterile room, as if she could read Luxirian or interpret what the strange symbols on the screen even meant. How long will it be until I give birth?
The Lavrexon gave birth after 3.5 lunar cycles,
He replied. 3 months, she said slowly. 3.5 months, I mean. That seems crazy.
Tev, the other human females said much the same.
He told her. Others?
There are 2 other human females gestating offspring right now. The mates of 2 ambassadors, one being your mate's blood brother, Ambassador Rixavox.
Right, Cara said slowly. She'd known Rixavox's mate was pregnant, but who was the other woman? So, the pregnancy will follow how Luxirian females' cycles were as opposed to humans? Devix told me females were only pregnant for about 3 months.
Less than 3 lunar cycles, typically,
he replied.
But, Tev, your gestation will be rapid compared to normal human pregnancies. I will need to monitor you closely over the gestation.
We aren't staying here for the whole pregnancy, Cara told him, furrowing her brow. We just wanted to get another opinion, to make sure that the child was safe. Privanax frowned.
I do not advise that you leave, female. Kat, our Lavrixan, had trouble after a full lunar cycle of gestation. She bled. I feared the offspring was lost, but the fates were kind. The fates might not be as kind for you, considering your mate's past actions.
Cara stilled, and all liking for the healer flew out the window. My mate's past actions, she repeated, her voice deathly still. This was exactly why she didn't want to stay on Luxiria, because she knew that they would get this kind of ignorance from all sides.
Tev.
And you believe it? That he was capable of rape? He turned his gaze on her, icy and steady.
It was decided at the tribunal that he had committed the unspeakable crime. I remember it. I was there.
Let me make this very, very clear, she said softly. He is my mate. I know him better than anyone else, probably even better than his own brother at this point. And he did not rape Arvala. Privanax's eyes narrowed at the name. Yes, I know her name. Devix told me all about her and her lying piece of scum brother. Frankly, I wish that I see them while we're here, because I have a few choice words for them. And right now I have a few choice words for you. I won't say them, but don't you ever accuse Devix of doing something that he was not capable of. Ever. He has been punished in ways you cannot even imagine, and the fact that he's here on this planet with his people that betrayed him, and the fact that he's not tearing everything to the ground just speaks of his character and his restraint.
Female,
So if these fates are truly kind and all-seeing as you say, she continued, they already know he's innocent, and they wouldn't punish an innocent male, now would they? Privanax looked at her, his face unreadable. Her heart was pounding in her chest, and she knew she had to get out of there. She needed to see her mate, needed to feel his touch to calm her down. They'd only been on the planet for a couple hours, at most, if she had to guess, but already she was longing for Rozun, her home, their home. Are we done here, healer? She asked, her voice like steel.
Unfortunately, female, we are not,
he answered.
The Prime Leader gave me instructions that you were to wait with me until he has met with your mate, so it seems you will have to endure my company for longer.
Terrific, she answered.
And how did you find your Luxiva? Voxaan questioned, his voice echoing in the small dark quarters of the council room. It was just Voxaan, Rixavox, and Devix inside, something he was grateful for once the Prime Leader began to interrogate him about his actions the past 8 rotations. Already he'd told them about his time on Patrika, though Rixavox had known he'd been there. Devix realized that Rixavox had searched for him in secret after his exile, since Voxaan didn't seem to know that he'd been at that vile colony. Already he'd told them of Sarkon's offer of employment, that he'd been working as a mercenary across the quadrants for 6 rotations, doing whatever Sarkon requested. And he'd told them of making a home on the colony of Rozun. And finally, Voxaan reached the topic of his mate, his female. Much like you, Prime Leader, Devix said, I am not proud of the way I discovered her. Voxaan's jaw ticked, and Rixavox was watching Devix carefully across the steel table they were sitting at. How? Sarkon had purchased her, Devix said. He paid for a Bacarian to win a human female from the pit. The Bacarian was victorious, and took the only human female left, my Cara. When was this? Voxaan questioned, his gaze intent. Over 2 lunar cycles now, Devix returned. Impossible. We led an attack before that. We saved the human females that were at the pit, and could find no others. Then you missed her. Devix's brow furrowed. She had been there for a long time. Sarkon heard about the raid, but still sent the Bacarian to find a human female. He had the first fight, and she was the last human, or so he told Sarkon in a comm connection later. Voxa exchanged a look with Rixavox, but then nodded his head to Devix to continue. Sarkon sent me to retrieve her from the Bacarian. On Patrika, he said, running a hand over his horn. Her face was covered when I first saw her, but even then I felt my instinct begin to awaken. Yet I tried to deny it. Why? Rixavox asked softly. Why deny a gift from the fates? It was my last task for Sarkon. My debt to him for taking me from Patrika would be paid, he said. After I delivered her, I could live in peace on Rozun. It was the only thing I wanted. I did not believe I deserved a Luxiva at that time. His eyes slid to Voxa. Also, Sarkon told me that if I delivered her, he had proof that I had not raped Arvala, so that I could clear my name. The Prime Leader's face remained unreadable. How did an Azatian come about proof? In a Luxirian matter? He had scouts. Numerous scouts. He told me that a few found Padixa when he was off-planet, when he was drinking brew, and that they extracted a confession from him. Rixavox's fists clenched on the table. Do you think he was lying? No, Devix replied. Sarkon was manipulative, but he never betrayed his word. He valued loyalty, and I believe he knew the reasons for my exile before he ever approached me. Getting a confession from Padixa was the only way he could have complete trust. He would not have lied. You speak of him as if he has passed into the Black World, Voxa commented. He has, Devix replied. He turned his eyes to his Prime Leader and said, I killed him. Rixavox grew still. Why? I spent 6 spans with my Luxiva journeying to Azatia, Devix said. Only 2 made me realize that I would never be able to deliver her to Sarkon. I betrayed him and routed us to Rozun. It was my plan to find Cara passage to Earth if she wished, though I was hoping to convince her to remain with me. Devix said, looking down at the table, tracing the swirls of metal with his eyes. It was not long before Sarkon came for her. He knew I had taken her to Rozun. Human females are expensive, he said, gritting his jaw. He wanted what he paid for, and he wanted to punish me for my betrayal. He threatened your Luxiva? Rixavox asked, his voice a growl. Tev, Devix replied, looking up at his blood brother, who had his own eyes. He brought 2 scouts with him. They had tracked us to our home from the capital 1 span. Cara got upset when I told her I had found a traitor who could take her to the 4th quadrant, he muttered, remembering that night. She left the dwelling to walk. I was about to go after her when I heard her scream. An unexpected growl tore from his throat at the memory. That sound would be permanently embedded in his mind. He would never be able to forget the terror he felt, the icy grip of fear and panic tearing at his throat. I went after her. I found the 2 scouts first. I crushed their hearts in their chest, he said. My Luxiva had run from Sarkon. I managed to get away, but he caught her. I found them and he had a blade against her throat. Cara managed to break away, to stun him for a brief moment, and I killed him without a second hesitation, he said. Vrax, Rixavox cursed. I would do it again, Devix told them, his voice as hard as the table. Killing him once did not feel like enough. He threatened your female, brother, Rixavox murmured. Any male would do the same and relish it. Voxa said nothing, and Devix continued. She chose to stay with me, to not return to Earth. We had just started our lives together when we learned she was carrying an offspring. That is why we came. I had heard rumors on Rozun that other Luxirians had taken human females as their mates. I want Cara to be safe. To know that this offspring will not harm her. The gestation was not easy for my female, Devix, Voxa warned. Even now I fear spilling my seed inside her so soon after our son's birth. You made the right choice coming here, though many will not see it that way. I did not come to cause trouble, Devix told the Prime Leader. Despite what you believe about me, about what I did, I only want what is best for Cara. And despite what you may think of me, Devix, Voxa started, I do not believe you raped Arvala. Devix inhaled a short breath, staring at his Prime Leader. But you know our laws, and we must abide by them. The female did not speak against your guilt or for it. I had no choice but to exile you. Others, however, are convinced of your crime. It will not be easy for you being here. It was strange hearing him speak of what happened, because Devix didn't feel anything. He didn't feel anger, but he didn't feel relief either. Devix knew he couldn't change what had happened. He wouldn't change what had happened, because if he hadn't been exiled, he wouldn't have met Sarkon. And if he hadn't met Sarkon, Cara would have been lost to him. Forever. It was a long time ago, Devix said. It does not matter anymore. Voxa shifted his eyes to Rixavox, and then centered them back on Devix. If Pedixa learns that you have returned to Luxiria, it is in his right to challenge you to a warrior trial. Rixavox said, He will want to, even with his lies. Warriors will question him if he does not. Devix had once been a better warrior than Pedixa, and though Devix kept up with his training, he knew that Luxirian regiments were much more intense. As if reading his thoughts, his brother asked, Have you been training? Tev, but not as much as we used to. You must be prepared, Rixavox told him. We will not announce your arrival, Voxa said, but soon word will spread, especially if they see your Luxiva. They will want to know who she is, why she is here. Luxirians will recognize you. Pedixa will know eventually. You must begin training. Cara cannot know, Devix said. It will upset her. She does not understand the Luxirian way, the rights and laws in place. She thinks them barbaric and unjust. She will want to leave. Rixavox said, Then for her sake and for the offspring's health, she must not know. One more matter before you return to your female, Devix, Voxa said. Tev? I am assuming you have not performed the Ravroxia with her, Voxa questioned. Devix's lips pressed together. The Ravroxia, the mating ceremony, a time spent between fated mates, where they invited the fates to look inside them to bless their union, called the seeing. And after the seeing, after the initial mating of the ceremony, after which there would be many, many more matings, was the blood bond. It can only be performed at sacred places on Luxiria, Devix murmured. So how could we have? The fates have no presence on Rozun. Do you wish to perform it while you are here? Voxa asked quietly. Devix stilled. You would allow that? Your female may see our ways to be barbaric and unjust, but outside my responsibilities as prime leader, I see you, Devix, Voxa admitted. It was one of the hardest decisions I had to make. I know you are innocent, and by performing the Ravroxia, you can prove to all that the fates believe you are as well. Devix's heart thudded in his chest. He'd never believed that he could perform such a ceremony with his fated mate, had given up on the possibility. Voxa continued. Another pressing reason why you should perform it with your female is because she is human. Levon's human female and Rixavox's are both pregnant, but their conception happened after a blood bond. Our blood strengthened them, made them adapt easier to Luxiria, and we believe that it makes the gestation period easier on their bodies. Your female does not carry my blood, Devix finished for him, huffing out a sharp breath. Tev, Voxa said, inclining his head. It would be best for her and the offspring, if she does. I have not told her about the blood bond, or how intense the mating ceremony is, from what I have heard. It is intense, Rixavox said. More intense than you can imagine. But it will bind you to your female so that you can always feel her. Even now, I feel Cecila's presence in my mind, though she is in the Golden City. Devix watched his brother, was happy beyond belief that he had found a female for himself. Tev, of course we will perform the Ravroxia, Devix said. Voxa jerked his head in a nod. I will make preparations, and you and your female may leave in a couple spans to the plains. The sooner the better. Devix tilted his head down, holding Voxa gaze. He watched as the prime leader stood from the table, and Rixavox and Devix followed. For now, let us return you to your female, Voxa said, and get you settled in the Golden City.
9. Cara was still seething on their hovercraft ride towards the city she'd seen carved into the mountainside. The nerve of that healer, saying what he did about Devix, as if he was guilty of the horrendous act he'd been accused of. When she'd been reunited with Devix at the command center, it had only been a slight relief, but already she didn't have a good feeling about this place. More than ever, she just wanted to go home with Devix. Even as they flew over the city itself, keeping to the edges so they could stay out of sight, the thrill of seeing a strange new place wouldn't stop the growing ball of dread in her stomach.
What is wrong, female?
Devix murmured to her once they landed on the second highest terrace of the city. It was a small terrace, and looking down its length, she could see that it housed 5 domed homes, very similar in build to their home on Rozun. Otherwise, it was completely private, and the view from that height was spectacular.
Is it the offspring?
Still, she turned to her mate with a sigh. No, She trailed off, not really wanting to have this conversation on a terrace when Rixavox was waiting for them. Voxa-On had stayed behind at the command center for whatever reason, and Cara was glad for it. Let's talk about it later, she murmured instead. Come on, your brother's waiting. Rixavox was standing outside the third home down from the one they'd landed in front of.
That is Levon's dwelling,
Devix told her.
We will stay here.
Was he a friend of yours? She asked softly as they approached.
We saw one another often, because he is a friend of my blood brother's. I liked speaking with him, so yes, I suppose he was.
It's nice of him to let us stay here, she commented, before they stopped in front of Rixavox. Then, to her astonishment, a human woman stepped out from the doorway of the home, right at that moment. Cara looked at her, lips parted as if she'd never seen a human woman before. She had brown hair and—
We are delighted to bring you an extraordinary offer. Purchase through us and get any audiobook of your choice for a mere $2.99.
Gray eyes, had a small petite build, especially standing next to Rixavox and her own mate. And she was pregnant. Heavily pregnant. Oh! The woman exclaimed in surprise. Then she smiled and stepped forward to give her a hug, though Cara was still reeling. At the last moment, she remembered to return the gesture, and then the woman stepped back, saying, Hello, my name is Cecilia. Hearing that accent, her own accent, almost brought her to tears. She just couldn't believe it. Hi, Cara managed to get out. She blew out a breath. She gave Cecilia a small smile, saying, I'm Cara, and I'm sorry, I'm being totally weird right now. It's been a while since I've heard. I get it, Cecilia said, touching her forearm. It's quite a shock. How did you get here? Cara asked. I know that Voxa-On got his, mate from the pit, but— We're all from the pit, Cecilia answered. There are 5 others that I came with. The Luxirians, she said, casting a smile up at her mate. Came to save us from the Creverhags. They brought us here. Rixavox spoke.
Cecila, this is my blood brother, Devix.
I am so glad that I can finally meet you, Devix, Cecilia said, smiling up at Cara's mate.
Let us go inside,
Rixavox said, wrapping an arm around Cecilia's lower back to curve around her waist.
It is cooler there, for Cara.
Cecilia smiled at her knowingly and murmured, The heat is pretty intense, huh? You look like you handle it well, Cara commented, noticing that she wasn't sweating, not even the tiniest hint of perspiration on her forehead. The blood bond helped me adapt to the heat here in the Golden City. Thankfully, where we live, it is much cooler. Blood bond? And they didn't live in the city? Cara was just about to open her mouth to ask when Devix murmured to her,
Come inside, Luxiva, and rest.
She nodded, and Devix led her inside the dwelling. Rixavox and Cecilia followed, and then the door swung shut behind them. Sighing in relief, Cara instantly felt better. The stone the home was built from made the temperature cool and agreeable. It took Cara a moment to really look around, but when she did, her heart instantly panged with longing. Turning to Devix, she murmured, It looks like our home.
Dev, I built our home from the traditional Luxirian style.
Cara squeezed his hand. Despite the fire pit, or central hub as the Luxirians called it, being more in the center of the room instead of nearer to the front door as theirs was back at home, the home was almost identical. Although, with one glaring exception, it hardly looked lived in. Their home on Rozun had trinkets and rugs, and Cara had hung tapestries on the wall they'd purchased from the capital. Their kitchen was functional, well used, with drying herbs and jars of spices lining the space. This home had none of that, except for a few cushions lining the fire pit. Levon and Bex don't spend much time in the Golden City, Cecilia told her, no doubt reading the expression on her face. No wonder, Cara said softly. Seeing the home made Cara feel off. Everything was just off. And maybe it was her hormones, or just being overwhelmed from the journey to Luxiria, or that healer's comments earlier, or the heat, but it all seemed like too much. Devix's hand smoothed down her back, no doubt sensing her unease and trying to calm her, and his tenderness only made it worse. To her horror, her eyes filled with tears, and before she could dash them away, one tumbled over her cheek. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Cecilia cast a look at Rixavox, and then the other woman murmured in a soft, gentle tone, "How about we leave you two alone to rest for a bit, and then later we can have dinner together and talk, okay?"
Dev,
Devix answered.
I think that is best.
Rixavox clasped Devix on the shoulder as the two brothers passed. Cara reached out to take Cecilia's hand before she left and said, "Thank you. I look forward to getting to know you, and I'm sorry I'm being so—" "It's okay, sweetie, I completely understand," Cecilia said, smiling. She gave her hand a squeeze. "Rest up. We'll see you for dinner." Then the couple left, the door closing softly behind them. Through the window next to the door, she watched them walk back towards the house at the end of the row. Cara was beyond embarrassed, and she blew out a wobbly breath, turning into Devix before burying her face in his chest. She felt his arms come around her, clasping her tight. "I feel like a fool. They must think I'm nuts," she murmured into his chest, hearing his solid heartbeat thump against her skin. It comforted her more than anything could.
It has been a long span, Luxiva,
he told her.
They do not think you are nuts, whatever that means.
Cara looked up at him. "I think I need a nap, and we need to talk. We have so much to talk about it."
Dev, we do,
he murmured, looking down at her, softly trailing the tips of his claws through her hair. She melted whenever he did that, positively melted. Slowly, her tears dried up, and she began to feel sanity return. He always knew how to make her feel better, whether it was stress from the restaurant or when she was frustrated with a budding recipe. He always made her feel better. Cara squeaked in surprise when he swung her up in his arms and began walking towards the hallway.
Come, let us find the sleeping platform.
The home was slightly bigger than theirs on Rozun, but the bedroom was in the exact same place. The door swished open after Devix touched a silver screen with his hand and then walked forward towards the bed. The furs looked freshly washed and dried, and Cara knew that it was Cecilia's doing. In fact, the entire place looked clean and dusted. That was probably why she'd been there before. She so owed the woman a thank you, a huge thank you. Before Devix was about to lay her on the bed, she asked, "Is that the bathroom?" There was another door on the furthest wall, and when Devix walked her over to see, when it opened, Cara gasped. Because it was a bathroom, but not just any bathroom. It had a huge sunken pool in the middle of the floor. Steam rose from the surface, curling towards the curved ceiling. There was no shower tube in sight, only a silver toilet that looked similar to the one they had on Rozun, and the most luxurious-looking bathtub she'd ever seen. "I changed my mind," she murmured. "I don't want to nap. A hot bath sounds much better." When he set her down, she immediately peeled off the flowing dress she'd worn that day, letting it pool around her feet. An interested growl rose from her mate at the sight of her nudity, but she paid him no mind, venturing immediately for the stairs that gently sloped into the bath. A rustling of clothes told her that Devix was also undressing, and he joined her on the stairs before wading all the way to the middle. The bath was deep, so deep that she had to tread water in the very center, although Devix reached the bottom just fine, the water lapping around his shoulders. So, Cara shamelessly clung to her mate, feeling his slick, muscled body against hers. His erect cock slid against her belly when she wrapped her legs around him, and his chest rumbled in appreciation. Cara rested her head against the crook of his neck, and for the first time since they'd arrived on Luxiria that day, she felt relaxed. The bath was hot, soothing the knotted muscles in her back and shoulders.
"Do you want to talk now, Luxiva?"
he murmured, after a lengthy bout of peaceful, comfortable silence. the only sound being the lapping of water as he stroked down her back. "Not really," she whispered. "But we probably should."
"Tell me how your visit with Privanax was,"
he said. He'd asked her after they reconnected at the command center, but she'd still been seething then, and she hadn't wanted to talk. Now she realized that was selfish. Devix had only wanted to know if the offspring was well. "The baby's healthy," she told him, lifting her head from his shoulder so that she could look at him. "Perfectly healthy." Devix blew out a breath.
"I had feared. You seemed so quiet that I feared the offspring was not."
"I'm sorry," she whispered. "It wasn't about the baby. It was the doctor that I was angry with."
"Why?"
Devix asked, eyebrows furrowing, becoming more alert.
"Did he do something to you?"
Now he was getting angry. "No, Dev," she said, running a hand over the back of his neck. "No, he said something about you, and it made me mad." His bunched shoulders relaxed, but only slightly.
"What did he say?"
"He told me that Voxa Ansmate had difficulty around the 1-month mark of her pregnancy. He said that the fates were kind to her, that they saved her baby."
"I do not understand what this has to do with us,"
Devix said. Cara took a deep breath, feeling that deep sizzle of anger reignite as she told her mate, "He believed that the fates wouldn't be so kind to our baby because of your past actions. Can you believe the balls on him for saying that to me?" Devix went quiet, but Cara could see the rolling rage that emanated from him in waves. "I got mad, really mad," she continued. "I told him off a bit and then had to sit in that room with him until you came. And all the while my anger just grew and grew. That's why I was so quiet. It had nothing to do with the baby. It was what he said about you."
"Luxiva,"
Devix started.
"this will continue to happen."
"But—"
"Most believe I am guilty. You must accept this."
"I will most certainly not
"You must,"
he repeated, his voice stern.
"Luxirians are rooted deep in their ways and laws and traditions. If a male is judged guilty at a tribunal, then he is, even if he is not."
"It's unfair," she argued.
"It is,"
he said.
"But as a Luxirian I accept the laws. I must, and you must as well, as long as we are here. This is not Rozun. Do not try and sway the opinions of others, or else you will be spending the majority of your time here doing just that. It is not worth it."
"It's worth it to me," she said quietly, looking straight into his eyes. "I hate the way Privanax judged you. I hate that others will do the same. Why doesn't it bother you?"
"It bothers me, of course it does,"
he said.
"But I have lived for the past 8 rotations as an exile. I have come to terms with it."
His grip around her tightened.
"Besides, how can I be that angry when I have you now? Because if I hadn't been exiled, I never would have found you."
"Devix," she whispered.
"I would not change anything,"
he confessed, stealing her breath.
"Let them think what they will. I am the one that has been blessed with a mate like you."
"Charmer," she grumbled.
"I speak the truth, female."
He ran a hand over his horn, but then said,
"What Privanax said. It enrages me more that he implied our child would not survive the gestation period."
"He said the baby is fine, Dev," Cara said, trying to reassure him. "There's no reason why I couldn't deliver a healthy baby, just as Voxa Ansmate has."
"There is one reason,"
Devix said, after a brief pause.
"It is what I need to discuss with you."
Cara straightened in his arms at the seriousness in his voice. "What is it?"
Cecila mentioned a blood bond earlier. Do you remember?
"Yes," Cara said slowly. "I meant to ask her about it. She said it helped her adapt to the heat better?"
A blood bond happens during the Ravraxia, the mating ceremony. It is something that is performed only between mates.
"Okay," she said slowly, her tone encouraging him to continue.
During the ceremony, the pair lets the fates inside them, called the Seeing. It allows the fates to pass their judgment, and they decide whether to bless the union or not. If they bless it, then the Ravraxia continues.
Continues in what way?
It is a mating ceremony. I have heard that it becomes very intense if the fates bless a union, that for a few spans, the pair does nothing else but mate, rest, and eat.
Cara's breath hitched, and she moved her legs around him. How is that any different than what we already do? Devix huffed out a surprised laugh and touched his forehead to hers.
During the mating ceremony, you are compelled to mate. It is like the instinct, like a force inside you that is not completely you. And during the first mating, a blood bond is performed.
And what is that?
It is when you take my blood into your body, and when I take yours into mine.
He murmured, his voice becoming deeper, rougher.
I've heard it is unparalleled.
Cara's voice sounded a little breathless when she said, That's interesting. Devix purred as he murmured,
Through the blood bond, it creates a further connection between mates. A link in the mind.
Then he paused, pulling back to look in her eyes.
But Voxaon believes that my blood would help strengthen your body, that it would help you grow our child more easily. And yes, that it would help you adapt to the heat here.
You want to do the Ravroxia with me? She asked quietly.
I have always wanted to perform it with you, Luxiva,
He admitted.
It is one of the highest honors our race experiences, and an opportunity to strengthen our bond.
Then why haven't we? She asked.
The Ravroxia can only be performed on Luxiria, in our sacred places where the Fates' presence is the strongest.
And you thought you could never return here. She finished for him.
Dev,
He said, jerking his head in a nod.
It was something I believed was lost for both of us.
Until now.
Dev.
Cara wrapped her arms around him tighter. Of course, I will perform it with you, Dev, she said softly.
You will?
He asked, his breath quickening. Yes, she answered, leaning forward to brush a kiss over his lips. Her mate deepened it, angling her head so he could take her mouth more fully. She gasped when his rigid tongue ran over the roof of her mouth. Wicked male, she teased, pulling back a bit after that kiss made her head spin. His only response was a rumbling, deep purr that made her sex ache even more. Will it hurt? She whispered, knowing they didn't have that much more time to talk before they both grew too impatient. They hadn't mated at all that span, something that was unheard of. The blood bond?
Nix,
He rumbled.
I've heard that it is the most pleasurable act of all.
Cara heard a whimper, and belatedly realized it came from her own throat. She simply couldn't imagine sex being even more pleasurable than it already was between them. Simply unfathomable. Okay, she whispered. When should we do it?
Voxaon is making preparations. We can leave in 2 spans.
Another thought occurred to her, and she said, Wait, no one is going to be watching us, right?
It is a private ceremony, so it will only be the 2 of us.
He answered, a slight amusement in his tone.
As if I would let another male see you that way.
Cara relaxed. No, Devix wouldn't, of course. He was just as possessive of her as she was of him. Just the 2 of us? She asked.
Dev. Always.
Okay, she said, relaxing against him, but the throbbing between her thighs was starting to become unbearable. Dev?
Dev, female.
She slid her hand between them to grasp his stiff, pulsing cock. Do you think Livan will mind if we christen his bathtub? Devix might not understand what christening was, but he sure responded to the grip she had on his thick cock.
Nix, Luxiva,
he growled, palming her waist to align her with his cock.
I do not think he would mind.
10. You're a chef? Cecilia asked, wide-eyed, after she nibbled on a meat called trixava, which was apparently the most widely used and popular game meat on Luxiria. Devix certainly seemed to like it. It was the food he'd grown up eating, or so he'd told her. He hadn't had trixava since his exile, and he'd hardly spoken a word during their dinner, too intent on vacuuming down his meal. It was heavily spiced, but delicious. It reminded her of alligator meat, a little tough, but it sure filled the stomach. "Yep," Cara replied, smiling. Cecilia and Rixabox had arrived back at their temporary home with plates and plates of food for dinner a few hours after they'd left. They were sitting around the fire pit, their backs to the plush cushions. Devix's thigh was pressed into her own. "I work at a restaurant in Seattle, this Asian fusion place." Cecilia groaned. "I miss Asian food. All Asian food. Japanese, Chinese, Thai, Vietnamese. I would kill for a sushi roll and orange chicken." Cara laughed, relaxing. She was already full from the triksava. Cecilia finished hers off as well, but both their mates continued eating. They seemed embroiled in some sort of contest to see who could eat the most meat and drink the most Luxirian brew that Rixavox had brought along. "I do miss sushi," Cara said, sighing. A thought occurred to her. Maybe she could make some. "Is there fish here?" "Not that I've seen," Cecilia said, shaking her head, which disappointed Cara. "Mostly meat and roots." "It's the same on Rozun, although there's a lot of edible plant life too," Cara told her. "We're starting a restaurant there, in the capital." "Really?" Cecilia asked, visibly perking up.
"She is,"
Devix corrected, taking a brief pause with his dinner to chime in.
"She has worked hard. I only helped with fixing up her kitchen."
"And eating all my food," she teased.
"Dev,"
he purred.
"I like your food."
Cara nudged him in the side, smiling, before returning her gaze to Cecilia and Rixavox, who were seated across the fire pit. The flames reflected in Rixavox's eyes, so similar to Devix's. Throughout the evening, she'd caught Rixavox looking at his brother, as if he couldn't quite believe that he was seeing him. Devix had done the same. They hadn't had time alone yet, Cara remembered, and she was sure that there was much to say. Cecilia seemed to have the same thought, since after a few more moments of conversation about her restaurant on Rozun, and after the two males finished their meal, the brunette asked her, "Would you like to come see our house? It is a little more comfortable than Livan and Bex's, but we are here more often in the Golden City than they are." With a sideways glance at Devix, who returned her gaze, Cara nodded and slowly stood. "I'd love to,"
"Cecila,"
Rixavox said, exchanging a look with his mate, but he didn't make a move to stand with her. "We'll be fine," Cecilia said, brushing her fingers over her mate's horns.
"Pivka?"
Devix asked her in Rosian. It was one of the first phrases he'd taught her, essentially asking if she was well or felt safe. "Pivka," she replied, smiling. In English, she said, "Come find us when you're done." Then, they left their two mates behind as they headed out of the dwelling and into the night of Luxiria. When the door closed behind them, Cecilia gave her a mischievous smile, as if they'd just done something naughty. Cara chuckled at the expression, finding that she quite liked the human woman, that she could see them becoming close friends. "They needed time alone, didn't they?" Cara whispered once they were out of earshot of the dwelling. Slowly, they walked the short distance to Cecilia and Rixavox's home. The terrace was wide, and to their left was a vast, open view of Luxiria's landscape. It was nighttime, and the silver moon illuminated the jagged mountain peaks and sparkled off the black sand. And the temperature felt heavenly, nice and cool, instead of the unbearable heat of the day. "They definitely did," Cecilia replied. They stopped at the terrace wall, leaning their forearms on it so they could look down below. The city was carved from the stone of the mountain, and it too shone in the moonlight. "It's beautiful here," Cara commented softly. "Strange, but beautiful." "I'm so fascinated that you two live on a different planet," Cecilia admitted. "Though, to be honest, I'm still fascinated that I live on a different planet. That's not Earth, I mean." Cara understood what she meant. "Sometimes I'm still wrapping my mind around the fact that this all exists, that we all lived on Earth a very short time ago, but now we live so far away, and that we have mates that aren't human." And that we're both pregnant with their babies," Cecilia finished for her, sending her a small smile, touching her own round stomach. "I know what you mean. Kate's been here the longest, and sometimes she still says that it doesn't feel real." "Kate," Cara repeated, her gaze sliding over the various terraces before darting back over the horizon. "I saw her, you know. I was there that day when Voxa took her as his prize." Cecilia sucked in a breath. "Really?" "Yeah," Cara replied, blowing out a breath. "I never saw you, though." "They rescued us not too long ago. We were all kept in a dark room in cages, and they came for us and brought us here," Cecilia said softly, her voice nothing more than a whisper. "Had you been taken already? From the pit?" "No, I don't think so," Cara said. "I was kept in another room, alone. I think they thought I was wild or something. I bit the first alien that tried to take me from the pit. I did it again after Kate was taken, and I was never kept with the other women after that. When the Luxirians came, they probably didn't know I was still there." "I'm so sorry, Cara," Cecilia said. "I couldn't imagine going through that alone." Cara blew out a breath, trying to clear the fog from her mind. "It seems like so long ago now, even though it wasn't. It led me to Devix, anyways. That's all that matters." Cecilia went quiet as they both took in the view, probably remembering their individual experiences in the pit. "I had cancer," Cecilia said suddenly. Cara started, turning to look at her. "I think about this all the time, that if I hadn't been taken by the Creveregs in the first place, I wouldn't have met Rixavox. I wouldn't be pregnant, and I would still have cancer." "They cured you?" "Yes," Cecilia said, smiling. A soft breeze pushed back her dark hair. "They did. I also thought that I'd never have children. The doctors back on Earth told me that it wasn't possible anymore after the radiation therapy and the chemo. Yet, here I am. Everything happened for a reason, in the universe's strange way." "I agree," Cara whispered. "And now you're here," Cecilia added, reaching out to squeeze her hand, which was resting on the terrace's banister. "And perhaps there's a reason why," Cara said, blowing a breath. She was beginning to feel better about the whole situation, even though she'd been overwhelmed earlier that afternoon. But Cecilia had worked hard throughout dinner, drawing her into easy and comfortable conversation to put her mind at ease, and Cara appreciated it. "At least Devix and Rixavox can see each other after all these years." "Rixavox told me about the tribunal and his exile," Cecilia admitted quietly. "Rixavox said he knew Devix never would have done what he was accused of. He's missed him so much. I could tell just by the way he talked about him. It ate him up inside that he couldn't find Devix." "Devix was a victim in all this," Cara said. "I still can't believe the injustice of it all sometimes." "Luxirians are very set in their ways," Cecilia told her. "Kate told me that before the rest of us were rescued, that a few warriors challenged Voxa because they didn't believe he should take a human mate and sire children with her. The mixing of blood and all that apparently didn't sit right." Cara frowned. "But I thought all their females were infertile. If they couldn't have children, what would become of their race?" "Exactly," Cecilia said, sighing. "But like I said, some are very set in their ways. Not all, thankfully. Change takes time. And us, being here, that's a big change." Cecilia looked over at her. "And hopefully, over time, Luxirians will change the way they see Devix, too." Cara knew they wouldn't be here long enough for that change to take place, but she kept that thought silent. Instead, she admitted, I think I am glad we came. I had my doubts, especially earlier, as you saw. But if only to meet another woman who actually understands all the words I use." Cara laughed. "And so our two mates can reunite. I'm glad no matter what happens. And we're basically sisters now, you know, Cecilia teased. I always wanted one. Cara chuckled. Me too.
I searched for you, brother, Rixavox said suddenly from his place across the fire pit. After Patrika, I still searched for you. I wish for you to know that. Devix's expression turned grim. He regarded Rixavox, unsure of where to even begin. Despite hoping for the past 6 rotations that he'd have the chance to say what he needed to say, that he'd have the chance to see his brother once more. And now, there they were, together again. The bond of siblings on Luxiria was powerful. They were of the same blood. No one else would share what they already shared. Much like bond of fated mates, the bond between siblings was sacred. He always knew that was why Arvala never denied her blood brother's word. She would never have betrayed Pedixa like that. I fought you one, Patrika, Devix started quietly, slipping into Luxirian easily enough, though stringing full sentences together in his native language felt strange and almost unnatural. English felt more right to him now than Luxirian. Not just the fighting we used to partake in, sparring for fun and for skill. I fought you with the intent to hurt you, to drive you.
We are delighted to bring you an extraordinary offer. Purchase through us and get any audiobook of your choice for a mere $2.99.
I said words to you that have haunted me for rotations, and I thought those would be the last words I would ever say to you. It sickened me if I thought about it too deeply. Why? Rixavox asked. Why did you do it? I was ashamed, Devix admitted. I was the firstborn of our family unit. I was to be the example for you. That is what Mother told me from the time I was a youth. I tried so hard to be throughout our lifespans, and in such a short amount of time, I became unrecognizable, even to myself. I was disgraced, a fallen Luxirian warrior with shorn hair. I was a drunk on Patrika, living in filth, and allowing myself to. Fighting underground for coins, and not for honor or peace. I did not want you to see me that way. Rixavox's shoulders bunched, a sign Devix recognized as anger. I only wanted to help you, brother. You are not a stranger to me. It was not shame. It was your pride. That mattered more to you than I did. That is not true, Devix growled. If it was not true, then why has it been 6 rotations since I last saw you or heard from you? You know I never believed what Pedixa claimed. You knew that I would help you. Why turn to Sarkon? Why not turn to me? Devix realized that his brother's anger stemmed from hurt, and so he calmed his own. Brother. Tell me, Rixavox growled. You returned to Luxiria because of your mate. Because of your worry for her, I understand that. I do not understand why you cut me out. When you were my only family left, you could have opened a comm line to me here, even from Rozun, if only to let me know you were safe. I imagined the worst scenarios every single span about your fate. You know I could not do that, Rixavox. Why not? Devix huffed out a sharp breath, feeling the guilt weigh heavy on him, crushing him towards the floor of the dwelling. There is nothing to say, Devix finally murmured after silence. Nothing that can change what happened. That is all you have to say? Rixavox asked, his tone sharp like a blade. His brother stood from the fire pit. Perhaps you are a stranger to me now. The words sank into his chest so deeply they hit bone. Tell him, his mind urged. It was the only way his brother would understand. Brother, Devix said, standing when Rixavox stormed towards the door of the dwelling. Stop. Give me a reason why I should, he replied, without turning. Devix lunged for him, catching the top of his shoulder and whirling him around. You were always stubborn, Devix rasped in frustration. That has not changed. Everything else has, though, Rixavox hissed, jerking away. You have. Of course I have, Devix bit out. Did you expect that I would be the same? After Pedixa, after Patrika, after Sarkon, after Cara? I can never be the male I was. I will never be again. Though Rixavox didn't say anything in response, at least he wasn't trying to leave anymore. They stood, an arm's length apart, staring at one another as if seeing each other for the first time. And, in a way, they were. I wanted to see you, Devix admitted quietly. I wanted to send a message to you. Every span. You could have. No, Devix said, jerking his head. I did not contact you because I wanted to protect you. How would that protect me? Protect your position, Devix emphasized. On Luxiria. Your rank. Your reputation. Devix, Rixavox started, but he cut his brother off before he could say anything. I know how much you risked because of me. Before, during, and after the tribunal. You were a newly appointed war general, an ambassador to our prime leader, to our people. You had your own outpost to oversee and run, and your association with me risked that all. I knew the council called for your rank to be stripped, even before the tribunal, simply because of our blood ties. I know that you were the one who swayed Voxaon's final decision for exile instead of execution. He asked me if I thought you had committed the crime, and I gave him my honest answer, Rixavox said quietly. That was it. No, Devix said. Voxaon turned to you because he trusts you. You spared my life. I know you well, brother, and I know that you would have given up everything if it meant my safety. He ran a hand over his horn in frustration. And I could not allow you to do that. Not for me. If the council had found out you came to me at Patrika, or that you continued your search, what do you think would have happened? They never found out, Rixavox argued. They would have, Devix growled. If they called for your resignation before the tribunal, you would have been put on trial yourself for association with an exile. Rixavox's jaw ticked, but he said nothing, because Rixavox knew Devix was right. If the council pushed for something hard enough, not even Voxaon could prevent it. If I had tried to make contact again, the council would have known. You had already risked too much for me, Rixavox. I could not allow you to ruin everything that you have worked so hard for. Not for me. Not when I know how much your position means to you, how much it meant for our family unit, Devix murmured, looking at his brother. It was better that we never spoke again, so that I did not drag you down with me. Rixavox regarded him for a long time, but neither brother moved. Finally, Rixavox spoke. You should have trusted me, Devix. I understand why you chose what you did now, but you should have trusted that I would handle it. I am not the youth that you knew me as. You do not need to protect me anymore. I can protect myself now. I have a mate to protect and our offspring that grows in her belly. It is not your duty anymore, and it hasn't been since even before your exile. Hearing his younger brother say those words made his chest twinge, and he felt them settle in the pit of his stomach. He had always taken up the role as protector, had always been proud to protect his family. But he knew his brother was right. It wasn't his responsibility anymore to protect him, not when he had a family unit of his own. Forgive me, brother, Devix said. I was only doing what I believed was right. I know, Rixavox replied. His brother hissed out a long breath and stepped forward, reaching out an arm to clasp onto Devix's shoulder. I understand now. His brother's touch was acceptance in itself, and Devix relaxed, his muscles shifting. I don't know if it can ever be the same as it once was between us, Rixavox murmured quietly, meeting his eyes. No, I don't believe it can, Devix replied. We have both changed. But it doesn't change that you are my blood brother. Our bond cannot even be broken by death, for we will be the same blood, even in the Black World. He felt Rixavox's hand tighten on his shoulder, and Devix reached out to pull his brother forward. Their foreheads connected, and they closed their eyes, feeling that bond as they once did. It was just as unbreakable as it was before, and if it hadn't been broken by the past 8 rotations since Devix's exile, then he knew that nothing could ever break it. I'm glad you are here, brother, Rixavox murmured. I am as well. Now come, Rixavox said, pulling away. Shall we return to our mates? And just like that, Devix knew that there was hope for their relationship. His brother had never been one to hold grudges. He confronted a problem directly and then moved on, even when they were both youths, still in warrior training. It was why he made a good war general and an even better ambassador. Yes, let us go to our mates. 11. A comm line signal woke Devix the following morning. It was a familiar sound, but one he hadn't heard in a long time. But his body knew what it meant, and he rolled out of bed before his mind caught up, careful not to wake his Luxiva. Nude, he walked from the sleeping quarters to the central hub. The silver screen of the comm that was set into the wall of the dwelling was lit up with an incoming connection, and Devix swiped his palm over it. Rixavox's face appeared. Immediately, he said, Voxaon has summoned us to the command center. We need to leave right now. Tell Cara to join Cecila at our dwelling when she has awakened. I do not know how long we will be. A grim acceptance pooled in Devix's stomach because he heard what went unspoken. He wondered if Pedixa already knew that he'd returned to Luxiria. "I will," Devix replied before cutting off the comm line. He ran a hand over his horn and then retraced his steps quickly. He saw Cara sleeping soundly. The furs were partially off her body as the dwelling was warming from the twin suns that had already begun to rise. Even then he could begin to detect a swelling in her belly, their growing offspring. His chest tightened, and he went to her, resting his forehead on her own. She woke then, making a sleepy sound and blinking up at him.
"What is it?"
she asked, her voice husky and quiet. She read him so well. She always knew. "Voxa-An wants Rixavox and I at the command center," he told her. "I have to leave, and I would like you to go over to Cecila's dwelling while we are gone. She is expecting you once you are ready."
"Is everything okay?"
she asked, already pushing up from the sleeping platform, alarm in her voice. "Tev," he said, knowing what she feared. "Voxa-An will not imprison me, I promise." Cara let out a small breath and then nodded slowly.
"Okay."
"I have to leave," he said, leaning forward to press a kiss to her lips. "I will return to you soon." Cara nodded, gave him one last kiss, and then allowed him to leave their sleeping platform. He didn't look back because he might be tempted to never leave her again. Rixavox was waiting for him at his hovercraft, which he'd landed in front of his dwelling on the terrace the night before. They clasped shoulders when they saw each other, but said nothing as they climbed in, and Rixavox steered them back towards the command center, careful to keep high above the city until they were out of view. Voxa-An met them at the doors, his expression unreadable. "What happened?" Rixavox asked, when the two brothers jumped down from the hovercraft onto the black sand that covered the majority of their planet. Voxa-An's gaze met Devix's. "Word has already spread. Come." The Prime Leader turned and they followed. Voxa-An brought them to the war quarters, where the council often met with Voxa-An and his ambassadors. With one last look at Devix, Voxa-An pushed open the doors. Instead of a full council session that Devix half expected, there was only one male in the quarters. A male that he had not seen since the tribunal, 8 rotations ago, but a male that Devix would recognize anywhere. Pedixa. Arvala's brother, the dishonorable male who'd torn Devix's life apart with one single cutting betrayal. Pedixa played his part well, and he continued to do so when he turned to look at Devix, fury written plainly across his features. It was all for show, for the Prime Leader's sake, Devix knew. As Rixavox had known what happened the span before, when he'd said Pedixa would challenge him so as not to lose his reputation among warriors. "You dare to return to Luxiria?" Pedixa started, addressing Devix with a leveled, cold look. "Do our laws mean nothing to you? The moment you returned, you disgraced your Prime Leader and your race." "As an exiled male, I do not believe you would consider me of your race any longer, Pedixa," Devix said, his lip curling. "I am flattered you still think of me as your equal." "Exiled filth," Pedixa spat. "You will never be my equal." Rixavox stepped forward, a growl low in his throat, but Devix blocked him. This was only ever between the two of them, no one else. "You are right," Devix said quietly. "I will never be as low as you, as dishonorable as you who dares to wear warrior coverings as if you deserve to." Pedixa's muscles bunched at his shoulders, his eyes sparking in the low light. Perhaps there would be a challenge right there and then, with only Rixavox and Voxa-An as their witnesses. "Unlike you," Pedixa rasped, "I do not need to shorn my hair." "Enough!" Voxa-An cut in, stepping between them. He cut a firm look to Pedixa, which made the warrior crane his head in a slight bow, though his muscles still twitched under his tunic, and his claws bit into his palms as they curled. "State your reason for coming here, warrior." "Prime Leader," Pedixa asked, "I request immediate execution for an exile who has broken our laws, who raped my blood sister 8 rotations ago, and who I fought against to defend her honor. I demand that you and the council meet to deliver punishment for his return." Voxa-An stepped forward, towards Pedixa. "The council knows he is here, warrior. I approved his request to return to Luxiria myself." "Why is he here?" Pedixa questioned, staring up at the Prime Leader with a cold expression on his face. Devix wondered at his brazenness, how insolent he was appearing to the leader of their people. "Why have you betrayed the laws of our people?" "Be mindful of your words, Pedixa," Voxa-An said quietly. "You are speaking to the Prime Leader of Luxiria, and I do not have to answer to you or explain myself to a male of warrior rank." The expression on Pedixa's face was thunderous, but he kept his mouth shut, recognizing that even he was out of line, that Voxa wielded more power than any Luxirian on the planet and could choose to punish him instead.
My blood sister's honor and dignity means nothing as long as he resides on Luxiria, Pedixa said. She is one of our last remaining females. Would you punish her this way?
A growl rose in Devix's chest, and he was unable to stop it. His breathing went shallow. The nerve of the male, standing in front of their prime leader, knowing very well that everything he spouted was a falsehood. And if Voxa truly meant what he said the previous span, that he didn't believe Devix had raped Arvala, then the prime leader knew that as well. Voxa turned to look at Devix, before returning his gaze to Pedixa.
Who told you he was here?
Warriors are talking, Pedixa immediately replied.
There are those that saw him with an unknown female when they landed at the docking bay last span.
There had been 5 warriors, Devix remembered. 5 warriors that had been with Voxa and Rixavox when they had landed. They must have been unable to hold their tongues for very long.
Pedixa, do you know an Azatian male by the name of Sarkon?
Voxa asked next. Devix jolted, and he stared at the profile of his prime leader, illuminated in the low light of the war quarters. His brow furrowed, wondering why he was bringing up Sarkon right then. Pedixa, however, never faltered.
No, prime leader, I do not.
It has come to my attention that Sarkon has, in his possession, a confession, Voxa continued, as if Devix hadn't told the prime leader himself that he'd killed Sarkon, as if that Azatian filth was still alive. What is Voxa hoping to accomplish? Devix wondered, listening to the encounter with raptness. Even Rixavox was as still as the dead next to him. Pedixa shifted on his feet, transferring his weight.
What confession?
Your confession, Voxa said quietly. Sarkon claims that 3 of his scouts found you off-planet, and that you confessed about what happened 8 rotations ago.
Why would I confess to others when I had nothing to confess?
Pedixa asked, his voice edging on a growl, which was not a tone to take with Voxa. He's nervous, Devix knew, rattled by the whole situation of Devix's return.
Sarkon has contacted me. He has offered to give me this confession in return for a single Luxirian crystal,
Voxa said further, poking at Pedixa like a war general would to a fresh, untrained warrior youth.
What would he need with a Luxirian crystal for?
Pedixa asked, his tone quiet and controlled. With distaste in his tone, he added,
To find more pleasure slaves for his harem.
I thought you said you did not know him,
Voxa said.
I do not, Prime Leader, Pedixa said, his jaw ticking. I heard rumors when we fought against Azatia 2 rotations ago with the Gelnaviu.
For a moment I thought you might have been lying to me, Pedixa,
Voxa continued softly.
Forgive me, Prime Leader, Pedixa said, bowing his head. I never would.
Devix made a sound in the back of his throat, and it took everything in him not to dash across the room and slam that quadrant scum into the floor, skull first. But then he thought of Cara, of their child. If he was the cause of any violence while he was there, he would be imprisoned, most likely executed. Even Voxa wouldn't be able to prevent it, and then what would happen to his mate? A strange calmness descended over him at that realization, just like Rixavox had told him the night before. Devix also had a family to protect now. The old Devix, the one who'd lived on Patrika, would have made Pedixa confess right there and then in front of Voxa without caring about the consequences. But he wasn't that male anymore. He was Cara's male. Soon he would be a father. His shoulders relaxed because he knew at that very moment that no matter what choices Pedixa made regarding a challenge, Devix would be the one who was victorious. Because he had more to lose if he was defeated. He had a female he needed to return to, a life to build with her and their offspring, and the many more that he would sire with her after.
I am certain this Sarkon is just trying to con a crystal from us, Prime Leader, Pedixa continued. Do not give in to him, or else every mercenary in the 4th quadrants will be trying to get one as well.
That is for me to decide, warrior,
Voxa said, voice firm. Pedixa's gaze returned to the floor.
Devix will not be executed for his return since I gave permission for him to land on our soil. If this is what you were hoping to accomplish in journeying here, then I fear you will be disappointed.
Our laws strictly say that is enough,
Voxa growled. Pedixa straightened, and Devix knew the words were coming before Pedixa ever said them.
Then I challenge the exile to a warrior trial. To the death, to preserve my family unit's honor, Pedixa stated, his eyes flashing to Devix's. With respect, Prime Leader, even you cannot stop a warrior trial. no matter what protection he has while he is here from you or the council."
Voxon went silent. No one spoke a single word, but Rixavox looked over at Devix. Devix nodded slightly, and Rixavox's expression turned grim. How many times had Devix wished he'd challenged Pedixa to a warrior trial before the tribunal? And one thing had held him back: Arvala. Because even then, even after she betrayed him, he knew he couldn't hurt her by killing her brother, because he knew the bond that siblings had. But he'd always wondered why Pedixa had never challenged him. Instead of the public tribunal, where his sister's shame was laid out for all to see, they could have dealt with it in a more private manner. The warrior's way. It had taken him a long time to realize Pedixa never would challenge him, not only because Pedixa knew Devix was a better warrior then, but because Pedixa believed Devix would be executed regardless, not exiled. Pedixa only challenged him now because he believed he was stronger than Devix. Whereas Devix had been in exile, living on Patrika and then Rozun, Pedixa had been a warrior fighting for Luxiria, utilizing their training every single span, growing stronger. Perhaps he believed he'd finally surpassed Devix in strength.
"You have always been a coward," Devix said quietly, "for as long as I have known you."
Pedixa looked on the verge of saying something, but then stopped, probably in fear that Voxon would lash out.
"I would like the trial to take place when the suns rise tomorrow," Pedixa said.
"No," Voxon said.
"It will take place in a quarter lunar cycle."
1 week, Devix thought automatically, knowing that was what Cara called a quarter lunar cycle. Already he longed for her, but knew that his span would be longer now.
"Prime Leader!"
Voxon swiped his arm through the air, as if cutting off Pedixa's words physically.
"I have no choice but to accept your challenge against Devix. However, I still retain the right to set when the trial happens. A quarter lunar cycle, warrior. I will say nothing more about it."
"You want to help him," Pedixa said quietly, his lips tightening. "This gives him time to train."
"You would rather meet him when he is weaker?" Voxon asked quietly. "No honorable Luxirian warrior would welcome this."
Pedixa's color shifted in the low light, and he took a step back before remembering himself.
"He is a criminal. I am just trying to find justice for my sister."
"He is no criminal. He was simply betrayed by 2 Luxirians and then punished by unbreakable ancient laws," Voxon said, his tone like steel.
Devix looked at his prime leader, his heart thumping in his chest. Across the war quarters, Pedixa was so shocked that he seemed incapable of any further words.
"Get out of my command center, warrior," Voxon said. "You have your trial."
Pedixa didn't need to be asked twice. When Devix had entered the war quarters, Pedixa had been like a wild Trixava, wanting bloodshed. Now he was a meek, wounded Previxi, and he passed Devix without a second glance. When it was just the 3 of them, Devix turned to Voxon and inclined his head.
"Thank you, Prime Leader."
"Do not thank me. I delivered your sentencing, after all," Voxon murmured, turning to them both. "Your Ravroxia ceremony will take place tomorrow, Devix, but I suggest you begin training now. I will have to make the announcement of the trial soon."
"I will take him to the training quarters," Rixavox said, turning to look at his brother. "We will spar like we used to." Devix jerked his head in a nod.
"Do you think you can defeat me now? You never could when we were younger."
Rixavox chortled, but then he stopped, a grim expression coming over his face. "I honestly hope I will not defeat you, brother," he replied. "For your sake."
12.
"Do not be afraid, Luxiva,"
Devix murmured to her, his hand slowly drifting to her backside. "I'm not afraid," she replied, glancing up at him before looking back at the landscape in front of them. "This is just... I didn't expect this." Devix followed her gaze to the 6 stone pillars that stood impossibly tall above them in a perfect circle. A chilly breeze whistled through the ancient statues, and Cara felt goosebumps prickle down her arms. There was something about this place that felt otherworldly.
"The plains of the Ravrox Tor,"
Devix said softly.
"This is where the Ravroxia takes place. A sacred land."
These... Cara licked her lips, gazing up until she could see the worn, weathered, smooth faces of the giant statues. They were carved out of mountain, Devix had told her, from the mountain that stood just beyond them. Their pale faces were highlighted by the full silver moon in the indigo night sky. "These are them?" The fates? Your deities?
Tev,
He murmured to her.
though I admit I have not felt their presence in a long time.
And you feel it now? He turned to look at her.
Don't you?
She did. There was something there, something bigger, something that didn't make sense. Yes, she whispered.
You will feel them more.
Devix told her, guiding her down from the hovercraft that they still stood within. They'd taken it from the Golden City, alone, flying high above the city until they were well out of view once the twin suns began to sink into the horizon. If not for the moon, the scene in front of them would have been completely dark.
Once we approach them and the seeing begins,
He added. The hem of the thin shift dress that Cecilia had brought her from the market swayed around her ankles from an unseen wind. She was barefoot, and the black, soft sand tickled her toes. When she looked up at her mate, she saw he was watching her, his blue eyes glowing in the moonlight. His gaze drifted over her body, and another shiver raced through her, her nipples pebbling under the dress. He saw them clearly enough, and he let out a small growl. Not only was the dress practically transparent, but the light outlined them through the thin material. Focus, she whispered to him, giving him a small smile. Let's do this seeing thing, and then you can rip it off, I promise. Another growl, but even she recognized him trying to rein in the beast.
come.
He rasped, holding out his hand for her to take. Her feet carried her to him, and together they approached the circular ring of the fates. From that angle, Cara could see that there was something in the very center. It took her a moment to realize it was a domed tent of some kind. Is that? She asked, trailing off.
Dev,
Devix replied, catching where her gaze was pinned.
that is where we will be mating for the next few spans.
Cara's knees trembled. Devix was ravenous enough as it was. They mated at least 3 times a day. This Ravroxia ceremony, it just might kill her. She blew out a long breath, half in trepidation, half in anticipation. When they reached the very edge of the invisible line that connected all the fates in a ring, Devix pulled her to a stop. And then, to her surprise, he began to speak, in Luxirian. She didn't know what he was saying. She only recognized a few words here and there, stray words that she'd picked up. But she felt their meaning. He was speaking with them, the fates that looked down on them. They looked old, worn by time and wind. Some horns were chipped on the males, an angled nose softened, the tips of a female's nipples smoothed. But their expressions were still vivid, strong yet tranquil, primal. The 3 males were bare-chested, wearing loincloths for covering. Cara could still make out the nipple piercings that were detailed in the carvings. As for the females, their breasts, heavy and full, were also exposed, a band wrapping around each of the 3's upper thighs, made visible by a slitted long skirt they wore. She felt a tug on her hand as Devix finished speaking. And then, with one last look, they both stepped over the threshold of the circle. Cara's eyes went wide, and she scrambled for Devix's gaze when she felt it. It was an energy, a strange, strong, electrifying energy that seemed to enter her from the ground up, beginning at the tips of her toes, before traveling up her legs, her thighs, her sex, her belly, until it reached her chest. From there, it exploded everywhere else, hurtling towards the top of her head to the tips of her fingers, which she clenched together in fear it would burst from her body. Hell, she could feel it through every single strand of her hair. It felt incredible, but also frightening. Tev? She whispered. His voice sounded strained, but she felt his presence beside her, comforting and warm and strong.
It will pass soon, Luxiva.
When she looked up at the faces of the fates, her lips parted, because she swore they were looking right at the both of them, through them. Cara understood why it was called the Seeing. And Devix was right. Soon, the unsettling but pleasant sensation passed. In its place was something else. Cara whimpered.
A startling warmth began to bloom in her belly, shooting streaks of white, hot pleasure that she felt everywhere. Her back arched slightly at the intensity, and her gaze found Devix's. His shoulders were heaving from his sudden harsh breaths, and a steady purr rose from his throat. His eyes were pitch black, a familiar sight to her, dilated from his own pleasure. "What's happening?" she whispered, her sentence ending with a slight moan when she felt her clit begin to throb.
"The fates have blessed us, Luxiria,"
Devix rasped, catching her around the waist when he saw how her knees shook. A moment more and she may have collapsed entirely. The moment their bodies made contact, it was like an explosion burst inside her. Her skin had become so sensitive that even the light, transparent shift dress she wore felt like a heavy furred cloak around her. When Devix swung her up into his arms, she wrapped her legs around his waist, shamelessly grinding her center against his rock-hard abdomen, trying to ease the pressure that was building inside her.
"Luxiria,"
he grated, his hands clenching on her ass, palming her flesh with a possessiveness she was familiar with. Cara began to pant, and every breath made her nipples rub against her dress and his chest. It drove her mad, and she groaned deep in her throat, leaning forward to suck on the flesh of her mate's neck, nibbling and licking, trying to make him do something that would ease the ache inside her. A rough, muted roar tore from his throat. She thought that he would stride towards the tent, towards the warm glow from an unseen fire inside that illuminated.
We are delighted to bring you an extraordinary offer. Purchase through us and get any audiobook of your choice for a mere $2.99.
Illuminated the circle of the fates. But no. Instead, he pushed her up against one of the pillars of the fates, one of the females with the longest hair and the fullest hips. "Devix!" she cried out in surprise.
"She would approve,"
he rasped, pushing her back into the smooth, steady stone, before bunching her dress up her thighs, exposing her slick flesh, with her arousal dripping between them.
"She stands for fertility."
Cara made a soft mewing sound in her throat, caught between a whimper and a moan, as Devix tore through the laces of his pants. His thick, engorged cock sprang free, impossibly aroused. The tip was covered in his shimmering pre-cum, reflecting in the moonlight. Cara didn't get to look at him long, because with one powerful thrust, he was sheathed inside her. A bellow echoed around the ring of the fates, and her loud cry tangled with his, becoming a sound that was completely their own. With a half-lidded gaze, Cara looked at her mate. Her male. He was magnificent in the light. His muscles were strained and strengthened, making him appear even larger than he already was. His eyes were riveted on her, focused and yet wild. His obsidian horns were stiff and lethal. He was strong, her protector, her lover, her everything. And she'd never seen him so unraveled as she did right then, slamming into her body, making her breasts bob and her clit sizzle. Her fingertips bit into the tops of his shoulders, and she knew he would have marks there afterwards. He never minded. He looked at the mating marks she left on him with a sense of masculine pride. So, when she tightened her hands, he gave a purely animalistic growl, his hips picking up pace between her thighs. He fucked her with all the leverage she could get, and when Cara's orgasm began to build, she let it without a single moment of hesitation, even though the power of it frightened her.
"Tight,"
he rasped.
"Your cunt is so tight, female."
His cock was so big that her pussy would always feel tight to him, she thought in the back of her mind. Biting her lip, Cara clenched her walls even tighter around him, and he let out a strangled groan, his hips jerking in an unsteady rhythm. "Yes," she hissed, feeling the strength of him piston between her thighs. But it wasn't enough. Her head thrashed from side to side. "More, baby, I need more." With a purring growl that vibrated his cock inside her, Devix tore them both from the pillar of the fertility fate. Still inside her, he strode them over to the tent, every step making his knobs and ridges rub against her sensitive walls, making her whole body tingle and shudder with pleasure. Over his shoulder, through a blurry gaze, she saw the face of the fertility fate. Cara swore she was smiling. But then, Devix ducked into the tent, and the flap fell behind them, blocking her from sight. And then it was just the two of them. Cara didn't get a chance to look around at their surroundings before Devix tossed her back onto a bed of plush, soft furs at the side of the tent, his cock withdrawing, leaving her empty and desperate. Then he dropped down to his knees between her splayed thighs, tearing away her shift dress like it was tissue paper. It crumpled in his hands, and he tossed the material away. His clothes soon followed, leaving them both naked. His nostrils flared as he looked down at her, as he scented her creamy arousal dripping from between her thighs. There was a small fire in the center pit that illuminated their tent, giving the space a warm, sensual glow. It also smelled like some sort of incense had been lit, a spicy scent that fogged her brain, mixing with Devix's own scent, driving her absolutely crazy. "Dev," she moaned. "I need you now, please." She needed that cock inside her, needed it stretching and filling and fucking her until she couldn't think about anything else. The pleasure was becoming too intense, building and building without an escape, and she worried what would happen if she let it grow too long. Cara choked on a breath when Devix returned to her, clasping her at the backs of her knees and pushing her thighs so wide. Between them, she saw her slit exposed in an almost obscene way. Devix watched as well, running his gaze over her glistening flesh before dragging his fingertip from her opening to her throbbing, swollen clit. "Oh," Cara moaned, her hips bucking, holding her breath when an orgasm threatened to break over her. With a roar, Devix slammed his cock into her body. He used an angle that he knew would stimulate her G-spot, her wicked, wicked mate, and Cara was coming before he withdrew his first thrust. Oh my." She couldn't say anything else. If she'd thought she knew what an orgasm was before that moment, she'd been wrong. So wrong. Cara screamed, her eyes rolling into the back of her head as the intoxicating, unparalleled pleasure ran its course through her body. It pounded through her, growing and growing as Devix continued to thrust between her thighs. Her back arched, and she squeezed her eyes shut until she saw blackness and little white pinpricks of light. Through a haze, she heard Devix's bellow, but it sounded muted compared to the rushing of blood in her ears. Her pussy clenched around him in a tight vice, trying to draw his seed, but he didn't give it to her. Not yet. And she groaned, longing to feel that hot cum lashing against her walls. When she resurfaced from the haze of her orgasm, his eyes were pinned on her, unwavering, as he continued to mate her body. God, she'd never seen anything more arousing, more erotic than her male. "Come, baby," she whispered, pleading with him. "I need to feel it."
"After,"
he grated, rolling his hips, never ceasing his thrusts even though she'd just experienced the most intense orgasm of her entire life. After what?" she cried, her mind still in a fog.
"Blood bond,"
he rasped. She'd almost forgotten, but she was so far gone that he could have asked her to do anything and she would have agreed without hesitation. She'd do anything for him. "Yes," she moaned, her nipples tingling after a particularly deep thrust.
"And then,"
he purred, leaning down to lick at the seam of her lips.
"I will fill you with so much seed it will spill from your hot, greedy cunt."
"Yes," she moaned, her head thrashing. A moment later, Devix dragged his sharpest claw across his flesh, slicing a deep cut into his chest, just above his pectoral muscles. A line of blue blood appeared, a drop escaping that he caught with his fingertip. Cara gasped, watching the cut.
"Are you ready, Luxiva?"
he asked, his voice a velvety rasp. Her body jerked when he gave her a particular mind-numbing, hard, delicious thrust of his cock, and she met his gaze. In a flash, she leaned forward and sucked on the tip of his finger, laving the blood away with her tongue, an answer to his question. Devix's gaze widened slightly, his nostrils flared, and when she released his finger, he kissed her hard, their teeth knocking together. Cara inhaled a sharp breath between them. He pulled away. In a flash, he nicked the side of her neck with his claws, but she didn't feel a thing, too consumed by him, by the pleasure of their mating. And before she could respond, he dropped down so his pectoral muscle was just above her lips, and she felt him lick the line of red blood from her neck. Cara's head swam at the sizzling sensation.
"Taste me, Luxiva,"
he rasped, his hips surging forward. With a strangled cry, she did as he asked and latched her lips to the cut, licking the blood, taking it into her body until she felt it burn in her stomach. And just like when they first crossed the threshold of the Circle of the Fates, another energy began to build inside her body. But that time, she knew it was only because of Devix, because of his blood. It spread through her body. She actually felt it. Felt him. Now she was beginning to understand what a blood bond truly was, because she felt his presence not only inside her body, but inside her mind, in her blood. They were tangling with each other, becoming so intertwined that she knew nothing could pull them apart, nothing could separate them. Hesitantly, in her mind, she reached out. His presence was pure warmth, and the more blood that they took from each other, the stronger the connection, the stronger the touch. She felt him respond in her mind. "Devix," she gasped, breaking away, her tongue running across her lips, catching the last drops of his blood. Devix's thrusts became erratic, and he continued to fuck her so hard that a constant mewing sound rose from her throat, filling the tent, adding to the sounds of their primal, animalistic mating. Cara began to come again. She perceived Devix releasing her neck, licking the line where he'd cut her. Their blood bond was completed. She felt his pleasure combining with her own. And suddenly, it was too much. An orgasm tore through her, much more powerful than the last. So powerful that it froze her limbs, froze her mind. She could do nothing but accept the assault of pleasure that lashed over and over again at her body, pleasure that Devix was the author of, the sole creator of. He was purring and growling and making sounds she'd never even heard before, but the combination of them all made his cock vibrate inside her, stimulating her walls and clit and G-spot all at once. Cara's toes curled into the furs, and her fingertips raked down her mate's back, grappling for something to hold on to as her body was hurled into a whole other universe entirely. Through the haze, she heard Devix speaking, a combination of Luxirian and Rozun and English, a new language that she realized he didn't even know he was speaking. And then she felt him make good on his promise. His whole body jerked and stiffened, a roar tearing from his throat that rang in her ears and echoed in their own little space. She felt hot streams of cum bathe her walls over and over again, filling her with the same seed that had helped to create their child. It was so overwhelming that tears filled her eyes, pouring down the sides of her cheeks, and her fingers clenched into the solid muscles of her male's back, feeling the last shifts as he slowed his thrusts. With a groan, Devix collapsed, rolling them both so they lay side by side, so that his cock was still lodged firmly inside her, where he always liked to be after a thorough mating. When he ran his fingertips over the skin of her shoulder, she shivered, so sensitive that she felt his touch everywhere. When he touched her tears next, she smiled so he would know they were happy, and he relaxed when he saw her. She felt high on his blood, on the pleasure they'd created together, on the intense emotion of love that she felt through their blood bond. He'd never voiced his love for her, because he didn't need to. Now, Cara felt everything. And what he felt for her, what they felt for each other, it was deeper than what she thought love could ever be. And as their blood flowed through each other, such a strange, powerful feeling, they watched each other, wrapped up in each other's arms, with their growing child between them. And without voicing a single word, they told each other everything.
13.
I can't, baby,
Cara groaned, her eyes wild and wide, her bare breasts heaving.
"Dev, you will,"
Devix growled, his hand steadying her as she rode his cock, her thighs spread over his hips.
"Now."
Her body jerked and she moaned when he brought his other hand up to slap her firm backside, hard enough in the way she liked it that Devix felt the walls of her cunt clench.
Yes,
she hissed, her head falling back, the tendons in her neck highlighted in the pale column of her throat. Testing the bond of their Felixix, their blood bond, as strange and new to him as it probably was to his human female, he urged her to come once more. The mating call of the Ravraxia ceremony had been relentless. They had fucked all throughout the night and into the early morning, and then into the late afternoon, as his female called that time of span. And right then, the twin suns were already beginning to sink into the horizon on the second span of their Ravraxia, and they were still mating. His female didn't think she could orgasm again. She'd claimed that much late last night, and yet Devix had wrung many, many, many orgasms from her since, and he demanded one more before he would let his lush little mate rest. Devix sensed her breathing begin to change. Her skin was slick from sweat and exertion, her cheeks and lips flushed a bright pink, her eyes shining. He saw her begin to come before he felt her cunt clamp down on him. He hissed, but refused to look away from the beauty of his mate as she orgasmed. Her abdomen clenched and she reached out a hand to steady on his chest. She snapped her hips down, meeting his upward thrusts, trying to prolong her orgasm despite her objections to her coming once more, his greedy, maddening mate. Finally, near the end, he bellowed and felt his seed release from his body, sizzling down his shaft and into her waiting cunt. Mindlessly he pounded his hips up, keeping her steady on his cock, keeping his eyes connected with Cara's the entire time. When the stinging pleasure finally faded and he felt the mating call calm once more, he wrapped his arms around his female when she sagged forward and rested her forehead in the crook of his neck. Between them, he felt his seed drip from her body, pooling on his skin, and he purred in contented, masculine delight.
"You're trying to kill me,"
she whispered teasingly, once she caught her breath. Devix huffed out a trill of amusement. "Never, mate."
"Yes,"
she whispered, glancing up to meet his eyes.
"Death by orgasm."
"I can think of worse deaths," he replied. Cara smiled, and he'd never seen a more beautiful sight. She leaned up to kiss his lips, and he groaned, his cock stirring and hardening inside her, when she couldn't resist suckling on his tongue. "Luxiva," he rasped, breaking away. "Careful, or you will be on your hands and knees in another moment." Cara chuckled but chose to rest over another thorough claiming because she stopped teasing him. Gently she rolled off his body, his cock slipping from her, and she stretched out on the furs next to him, arching her back. Devix propped up on his elbow next to her and gently traced the curves of her body with the backs of his claws, before running his fingertips over the swelling in her belly that seemed to grow every span. Devix imagined that the blood he'd given her during the blood bond had already begun to strengthen their offspring. His palm flattened there, and Cara's eyes softened, resting her hand just on top of his.
"Do you want a boy or a girl?"
she asked. Devix shook his head at the very human question. He said truthfully, "It does not matter." Cara cocked her head to the side. "I never thought I would sire offspring," Devix told her. "I thought that the choice was taken from me, even before exile, when the Jatusians attacked our females with their virus." Cara's expression sobered. "To sire a male or female. Either would be a blessing, and eventually we will have both, and then many more." Cara's eyebrow lifted.
"Oh, really? And how many children do you think we're having?"
"At least 5, he answered.
5?
She asked, letting out an astonished, unexpected laugh.
"That's ambitious."
"Do you doubt me, female?" he challenged, teasing her.
"No, never,"
she answered, smiling. She touched her hand to her stomach.
"There's no mistaking your virility. But let's start with 1 and then go from there."
Devix's lips twitched, but he accepted her answer. "For now." He dropped his forehead, being mindful of his horns, against her small, slim shoulder, and he inhaled her scent, letting it comfort him. He felt her hand raise, felt her fingers glide over the shortened hair on his scalp. It calmed him. It had been easy to get lost in his mate for their Ravraxia, but one more span and they would need to return to the Golden City, and what awaited him there? He didn't wish to dwell on it yet. He still hadn't told his Luxiva about Pedixa and the warrior trial he'd been challenged to. He hadn't wanted to worry her before the Rovroxia, when she was already so concerned about them being on Luxiria in the first place. Devix considered telling her right then, but a small, selfish part of him didn't want to speak of it. He just wanted to be with his female, with no darkness lingering over them. He felt guilty, naturally, keeping something like a warrior trial from his female, but he would tell her once they returned to the Golden City. But he'd underestimated the newfound power of their Felixies, so he tensed when she asked,
"What's wrong, Dev? I can feel you brooding about something."
Her fingers still ran over his scalp, and he took a moment to reply. "I just worry about the offspring. About you." It wasn't an untruth. He worried about Cara and the offspring constantly. But he still felt a prick of unease, knowing he was keeping the real reason from her.
"It'll be okay,"
she whispered to him.
"We'll be okay. And when we get back to Rozun, we'll be okay too."
Devix shifted to look up at her. "Luxiria does not agree with you, does it, female?" Cara let out a breath.
"Don't get me wrong. I loved meeting your brother and Cecilia. Even Voxaon has kind of grown on me. And this place, the Fates, it's all so amazing. Being able to feel them here. But I have a hard time getting past what happened, how you were treated."
She looked over at him, running her fingertips down his cheek.
"Have you gotten over it? Would you choose to live here if your exile was somehow lifted?"
Devix blinked at her question. It wasn't a question he'd actually ever thought about. Luxirians were notoriously strict about their laws. Devix doubted his exile would ever be lifted, unless Pedixa and Arvala actually confessed that they'd fabricated the entire incident 8 rotations ago, and Devix knew that would never happen. "I have missed my brother. I would be lying if I said I didn't miss Luxiria," he told her honestly. "It was my home, after all. Where I became a warrior, where my sire and mother were born and lived and died." He inhaled a deep breath, meeting her eyes. "But Rozun became my sanctuary. Then you became my home. I do not care where we live, as long as you are there beside me, as long as it is safe for our offspring. That is what matters." Cara's eyes welled with tears, and she kissed the corners of his mouth.
"Why are you always so wonderful?"
"There have been times when I have not been wonderful to you, Luxiva," he reminded her, about when they'd first met, when he'd actually still considered handing her over to Sarkon to end his debt to the Azation. "I will spend the rest of our lifespans together making up for it."
"You already have,"
she whispered. He smoothed her hair from her forehead before asking a question that had been on his mind. "Do you miss the restaurant?"
"Yes,"
she said.
"I feel like we were just gaining ground when we had to leave."
"It will be there when we return," he promised her. Cara sighed, but her gaze softened.
"I might have to cut back. We'll have a baby. Everything will be different."
"Are you sad about this?" Devix asked, wondering for the first time whether she regretted that he'd gotten her pregnant.
"No,"
she breathed, cupping his face in her small palms.
"Devix, no, never. I'm just trying to be practical. I've never been a mother. I know nothing about taking care of babies, and I'm not kidding myself by thinking that I'll be able to start up a restaurant in the capital while also caring for a newborn."
"I will be there to help you, to learn with you," he murmured. "You speak of it like it will be only you taking care of our offspring."
"I know you'll be there,"
she said, furrowing her brow.
"I didn't mean it like that."
"Luxirian sires take great pride in caring for their offspring, Luxiva," he told her. "My own sire was just as involved as my mother. I know other species, other races, have differing views on this and responsibilities. In some species, the sires are not even involved in the rearing. Some species, the offspring do not know their sires, only the mothers, since they are born from her body. But this is not the case for Luxirian males."
"Dev, I would never question or think that you wouldn't be just as involved. I expect you to be, and I would kick your ass if you weren't,"
Cara said, a small smile touching her lips.
"I meant, just from my perspective. I know how much work it is to start a restaurant. And yes, the restaurant isn't anything very elaborate. It's more of an experiment for now, seeing what works and what doesn't. but I know how much work it will take to get it where I want it to be. I just meant that I would rather spend all that time and energy with our child at our home, not in the capital working. Eventually, yes, I will start it back up. But even right now, I know I just want to be with you and our baby. The restaurant can wait.
If you're sure, Luxiva, he murmured, knowing how important it was to her. His mate wasn't lazy. She was one of the hardest workers he'd ever met. She had worked tirelessly when they were back on Rozun to compile her recipes, to reach out to vendors for supplies, to create a workable kitchen from the dilapidated stall they'd first encountered. She'd never complained once.
I'm sure,
she said, smiling.
I haven't given up on it, not when we just started. But it will wait until we're both ready again, and I can use everything that I've learned to make it even better the second time around.
He leaned his forehead against hers, incredibly proud and humbled by his magnificent female.
And when we get it back up and running again, maybe we can invite Rixavox and Cecilia for the grand opening,
she suggested softly.
Would that be okay?
A well of emotion rose up in him. Dev, he rasped. It would.
Good,
she whispered, smiling. Devix leaned down, unable to resist any longer, and caught her lips in a fierce kiss. Her soft lips parted in a gasp, and he tangled his tongue against hers, tasting her, consuming her, needing her. Cara's fingertips bit into his scalp as the kiss became deeper and deeper, and his mind began to fog with the mating call.
Again?
She whispered against him. Through their felixics, Devix knew she felt the mating call begin to rise in her as well. Tev, he growled, parting her thighs. Again.
14. After the final day of their Ravroxia ceremony, Cara and Devix returned to the Golden City. She hadn't wanted to leave, if she was being honest with herself. Out there, on the plains of the Ravrox Tor, it had felt like just the two of them again, just like at their home in southern Rozun. Cara hadn't realized how much she missed just being with her mate. And the blood bond had brought them closer than ever, something that she hadn't thought was even possible. But when the twin suns rose after their third day, Devix had told her they needed to return, even though the mating call had not quite worn off. The strange, lingering energy still pulsed within them, but it was much more manageable than it had been. On their flight back to the Golden City, however, Devix put the hovercraft on autopilot, and they'd mated right on the floor, hovering in midair as the wind rushed around them. It had been exhilarating, yet frightening, but they'd laughed about it afterwards, once the high wore off. When the city came into view, Cara was in the circle of her mate's arms, clutching one of the fur blankets from their tent against her body. Devix had torn her dress off her, after all. She sighed when she saw it, thinking their honeymoon was over. "We're back," she whispered, even as the wind whipped away her words. Devix still heard it, however. He stroked a soothing hand down her arm before reaching around to cradle her growing belly. Ever since they'd landed on Luxiria, about 6 days ago, Cara had noticed the dramatic change in her body. Privanax, that jerk of a doctor, had been right when he'd told her the growth of the baby would be quick, almost 3 times as fast as it would have been with a human child. In reply to her words, Devix murmured,
I have to be at the command center when we return. Will you stay with Cecila?
Cara frowned. Why do you have to go? There was something else that had been bothering her during their Ravroxia. Through their bond, something Devix called the Felixics. She felt that he was keeping something from her, worrying over something. He'd told her he was just worried about the child, about her health, and Cara had accepted that that was a part of it. But there was something else, something he wasn't telling her, and it put her on edge. Devix could feel that it put her on edge, too, through their bond. It was a vicious cycle, something that they'd never needed to contend with in their relationship before. But they needed to learn how to navigate it quickly, or else Cara was worried that they'd become even more secretive with one another. She didn't want that. They'd always been honest with each other. Even when Devix had first encountered her, he'd been honest about his intentions, about the role he'd played when Sarkon had employed him. Devix took his time answering her, but finally said,
I am training with Rixavox.
Through their bond, Cara felt it was the truth, but she still couldn't help but ask, Why? Do you feel like you'll need the training?
I am not as strong or as quick as I once was,
he admitted to her, which was hard for Cara to believe. She'd seen him training. He trained almost every day back on Rozun to keep his skill level up.
Luxirian warriors are more intense about their regimens. I am learning more.
Again, he kept something from her, but Cara knew it wasn't the right time to push him about it. They hadn't even made it back to the Golden City yet, and, perhaps a little selfishly, she didn't want to ruin the good mood they were both in, coming off 3 days of amazing sex and bonding. But eventually, she knew they would need to confront this.
Will you?
He asked again. Will I what?
Go to Cecilla while we are at the command center.
Cara relaxed a little. None of the Luxirians seemed able to pronounce Cecilia's name right, but she thought it was charming. Yes, I will. So, Cecilia started, her tone a little too casual. Cara took another bite of a delicious berry-like fruit. It was tart, but sweet, refreshing. Already, she couldn't help but think that it would make a delicious glaze over the Pilerva pod custard dessert she'd made back on Rozun, especially if she added in a drop or two of bunreb oil to add a spicy, cinnamon-like flavor.
We are delighted to bring you an extraordinary offer. Purchase through us and get any audiobook of your choice for a mere $2.99.
Press? Cara urged, biting back a smile. How was it? Cecilia asked, wriggling her eyebrows. There was no doubt in Cara's mind that she was asking about the Ravraxia. She chuckled. As you well know, it was pretty damn amazing. Right? Cecilia asked, sighing. How are the planes of the Ravrox tour? Cara cocked her head. You two didn't have your ceremony there? No, the other woman replied. No, our Ravroxia was, well, we had it near Velroxa. That's the outpost that Rixavox runs, over a half-day journey from here. There is this sacred pool called the Rilirax, deep inside one of the mountains. Cecilia sighed again, a smile appearing on her lips, and it didn't take a genius to figure out what she was thinking. That's where we had ours. It was pretty damn amazing, she answered, repeating Cara's words. Cara grinned. All she could think was that Luxirian males really seemed to know their shit when it came to sex and pleasure. Their ridged cocks certainly helped. The planes were really fascinating, Cara replied. There were these statues of the Fates. I felt them, inside me. It was so. Still, she couldn't find the words to describe it. The seeing, Cecilia guessed, nodding. The brunette shifted her position on the cushions where they were sitting in the fire pit. The suns had already set, but Devix and Rixavox still hadn't returned from the command center. Yeah, it was unnerving, but also natural. Back on Earth, I'd never been very religious or spiritual, but here, it's hard to deny that something greater is at work. Do you feel them on Rozun? Cecilia questioned, tilting her head to the side. Her hand stroked over her rounded belly. During their discussion earlier, Cecilia said she was only 2 months pregnant, a little over a month ahead of Cara. She looked more like she was 5 months pregnant. On Rozun? No, Cara replied, shaking her head. Devix said that he only feels them here. He had thought that maybe they'd abandoned him after his exile. Cecilia's eyes softened, her lips turning to a small frown. There was a brief moment of silence, but Cara found that it wasn't uncomfortable. Finally, Cecilia asked, Are you guys planning to stay on Luxiria? Stay? Cara questioned,
her brows furrowing. No, I don't see how we could anyways, with his exile still in place. Besides, even if we could, something tells me we wouldn't be very welcome. You could live in Velroxa, Cecilia suggested. I'm serious. It's colder there, but it's home for us. It's much different than the Golden City. You should think about it, if you decide to stay. And what do you do there? Cara couldn't help but ask. All Cara had done while they'd been there was sit around during the day and wait for Devix to return from the command center. It made her restless. I feel like I would lose my mind if I can't be productive, you know? I know, Cecilia sighed. In Velroxa, I work as a healer's apprentice, a healer named Kirzala. She's an old, cranky bat, but she seems to like me in her own way, and she teaches me a lot. It makes me happy, and it keeps me busy. But here in the Golden City, well, Rixavox has a lot of duties to attend to whenever we're here. I don't mind, though. Sometimes I need all the rest, especially now, she murmured, touching her stomach again with a small smile. Not gonna lie, though, I do wish they had Netflix here. Cara laughed, feeling a friendly affection bubble up in her chest. Cecilia, Cara started, reaching forward to take her hand. I just wanted to let you know that I appreciate everything. You spending time with me when Devix has been gone, answering all my questions so patiently, making me feel welcome. You've been so wonderful during all this. Cecilia's eyes began to water, but then she smiled and murmured, Damn hormones. They both laughed, but were interrupted by a trilling sound coming from a silver pad embedded into the wall of their dwelling. Oh, that's probably Rixavox. Hold on. Cara watched as her friend got up and answered the video call. To her surprise, Rixavox spoke to Cecilia in Luxirian, and the human female seemed to understand every word perfectly, nodding to whatever he said before ending the call. You understood that? Cara asked in surprise. Oh, yes, Cecilia replied, once she returned to her seat in the fire pit. It was an after effect of our blood bond. I basically got a free language implant. Damn. That definitely would have come in handy. Cecilia laughed. It might happen eventually. Sometimes it takes time. Anyways, Rixavox said they were just leaving the command center and that they'll be here shortly. That's sweet he calls you, Cara teased. That male worries too much now that my stomach is bigger. Devix will get the same way, if he isn't there already. With Luxirians, it's like the moment you start showing for real, everything changes. Cecilia rolled her eyes, but Cara could secretly tell that the brunette loved her mate's attentiveness. I wonder how beat up they'll both be. Cara straightened. Beat up? Well, from training. Luxirians train pretty intensely. Even though they're amazingly skilled fighters, they always come out a little worse for wear, Cecilia said, looking at her. Then it looked like something else came to the female's mind, because she nibbled on her lip for a bit, before asking, I've been meaning to ask, how are you holding up? About the warrior trial? Are you nervous for him? For who? Cara asked slowly, though the moment the questions fell from Cecilia's lips, dread began to fill her stomach. Cecilia's brows furrowed. For Devix, of course. Rixavox told me about it. Cara stared at the brunette, and a strange sensation settled over her, like an out-of-body experience. Her breathing went shallow, and she just knew that this was what Devix had tried to keep from her, what he hadn't wanted her to know. A warrior trial. Oh my God, Cecilia whispered, watching her carefully. He didn't tell you. Oh my God. Cara, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have. Tell me, Cara said, her voice steady even though everything in her twisted and turned at the worried expression on Cecilia's face. Please. Cecilia hesitated for only a moment, her brows furrowed in sympathy, or perhaps pity, Cara couldn't tell. Rixavox told me that the male who accused Devix of Pedixa, Cara provided for her, the name of that scum falling easily from her lips, though her mind felt numb. Yes, Pedixa, Cecilia said quietly. Rixavox said he came to the command center before you left for your Ravroxia, that he'd challenged Devix to a warrior trial. It's a fight. Cara heard what went unspoken. A fight where the loser doesn't live, you mean? Cara, Cecilia whispered, grappling out to reach her hand. I'm sorry. I thought he told you. I never meant. That's why he's training, Cara said, blinking, trying to make sense of the last few moments, but failing. That's what he wouldn't tell me. I knew something was wrong. Just then, she heard movement outside the dwelling, heard the humming of a hovercraft as it landed on the terrace, and the deep, urgent voices of Rixavox and Devix conversing in Luxirian. Cara still felt numb when Devix burst into the dwelling, his eyes immediately landing on her. No doubt he'd felt something was wrong through their blood bond. His expression went grim when he saw her face.
Luxiva,
he murmured. Cara stood from the fire pit, looking at him. He was beat up, as was Rixavox when he came to stand next to his brother. There were cuts along their bared chests and arms, from blades or claws she couldn't tell. It made her sick to her stomach, seeing her mate like that, knowing why. Looking back at Cecilia, Cara murmured, I'll see you tomorrow. Then she hesitated before saying, Thank you. Cecilia only nodded, her gaze flickering from Cara to Devix. Without saying another word, Cara walked towards Devix, but then brushed past him to step outside onto the terrace. The cool night air felt good as it ran over her cheeks, and she inhaled deeply, feeling like her lungs were constricting.
Cara,
Devix murmured, coming up behind her. She didn't want to have this conversation in earshot of Cecilia and Rixavox. It was bad enough that she'd had to hear about the trial from her. So she turned to their temporary house and walked there in silence, still reeling. Behind her, she heard Devix follow. It was only when they were alone, only after Devix shut and barred the door of the dwelling, that she turned to him. His lips were pressed tight, his muscles bunched, and his eyes were completely focused on her. You lied to me. Devix jolted, and he approached her, only stopping when she held out a hand to push his chest away. She didn't want him touching her. His touch made everything confusing, and she needed to be clear-headed.
Luxiva, please,
he said softly, his voice darkening. When were you going to tell me about this warrior trial? She asked, her brows furrowing. The morning of? So that I wouldn't have a choice but to accept it?
Cara, I wanted to tell you,
he murmured, stepping closer.
I was planning to tell you this night.
I don't know if I believe that, she whispered, her eyes stinging with tears. She crossed her arms over her chest, feeling so vulnerable and scared. I'm not even angry. I'm just hurt. So hurt that you would keep something like this from me. And scared. Cara saw the physical reaction he had to her words. She knew that it ate him up inside, knowing that his mate was hurt by his actions. He clenched his horns, his feet pacing around the central hub. We've always been honest with each other. About everything, Cara cried. Why would you keep this from me? Why?
I did not know how to tell you,
he admitted finally, his chest rumbling.
You had already expressed that you did not want to come here, but we needed to. For the offspring. I knew you would want to leave if you learned about the trial.
You're damned straight, she breathed.
Luxiva, we must stay.
What is it? She asked, feeling that spark of anger begin to burn inside her. Tell me what a warrior trial is.
A Luxirian warrior has the right to challenge an opponent that he felt has wronged him or his family unit in some way. It is a fight to the death. Pedixa challenged me.
When?
The span after we arrived,
he said. No, when is the trial? Devix blew out a breath, watching her. His eyes were dilated. Not long ago, they were dilated for a different reason entirely, during their Ravroxia. And already that time felt so long ago.
In 3 spans.
3, she whispered, her knees shaking. With unsteady legs, she sat down on the cushions of the fire pit, running a hand through her hair. Devix immediately knelt before her until they were eye level. He cupped her face, forcing her to look at him. She didn't want to see him, but she had no choice.
Luxiva, please understand.
I don't understand anything about this. About why you still want to stay when your life is threatened, when we are threatened. We need to leave, Devix.
I cannot,
he said.
The challenge has already been issued. Disobeying it would mean my death.
A laugh tumbled from Cara's lips, but it was ugly and bitter. Of course it would. Everything means your death here.
There is no doubt in my mind that I will be the victor, Luxiva,
he said, his eyes roaming her face. Through their blood bond, she felt his unease, felt his desperation that she understand, and his worry that he'd hurt her too much. You can't promise that, she exclaimed, trying to shake off his hold. She needed space, needed time alone to process what was happening.
I can,
he murmured, keeping his hold on her, not allowing her to escape.
I will allow no one to take me from you. I am stronger because of you, because of our blood bond.
Is that why you wanted to do the Ravroxia? She asked, a terrible thought forming. To make you stronger for the fight? He physically recoiled.
Nix, Luxiva. That had nothing to do with the trial.
Cara shook her head, and finally shook off his hold, pushing him away. She stood on shaking legs, on the verge of a complete breakdown, and he looked up at her, still stunned from her accusation. Have you ever thought about what would happen if you did die? How I would feel, what I would do if you were gone, how I would raise our child alone? Devix swallowed.
Rixavox has vowed to protect you and our offspring. You would be safe here.
It was like a blade to her chest, hearing him say that. You talked to him about it. So you know there's a possibility you might fall in the fight. So really, you can't promise me anything. Tears swam in her vision and her throat burned, a sob escaping. We never should have come here, she whispered.
Cara,
Devix said, his tone anguished, reaching for her again. No, she said, strengthening her voice, pushing his hands away. No. I need time to think about this, about what it means. I'm going to bed, she said, meeting his eyes, needing to be alone. For once, she just wanted to be alone.
Luxiva.
You should sleep out here, she finished. I need you to sleep out here tonight. And then, before he could say another word, she turned on her heel and walked towards the back bedroom. She didn't bother washing up or changing her clothes. She simply crawled into bed under the furs and began to cry. Just that morning, she'd woken up in Devix's arms on the plains of the Ravrox Tor in the Ring of the Fates, protected, warm, happy. She'd been so happy just that morning. And now it felt like her heart was being torn from her chest.
15. Devix dodged the swipe, sidestepping with a rough growl before crouching low, anticipating the next blow from Rixavox. Rixavox's frustration was evident. His brother had been his training partner endlessly since Devix had returned from the plains of the Ravrox Tor with his Luxiva. They'd started early that morning, and Devix already knew he wouldn't be returning to their dwelling until the moon was high overhead. His muscles ached and protested with every block and hit, but he gritted his teeth and carried on, just as he used to when he'd been a warrior. Physical weakness had been beaten out of him from the time he was a youth during warrior training and had no place within him now. Out of his peripheral vision, Devix saw Voxa-On enter the otherwise empty training room to watch their session, standing near the doors with his arms crossed tight over his chest. "Focus!" Rixavox hissed, drawing him close enough to prove that he could. To prove that Devix had let down his guard, before pushing him away. Devix was distracted, that much was obvious. The fight he'd had with Cara the previous night was still fresh in his mind. The instinct within him was torn between mourning for their mate or beating its fists at his chest in punishment for hurting her. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw her face. The raw pain when she'd realized what he'd kept from her, the desperation and the tears that ran over her cheeks, and not the happy ones he'd come to like. A harsh bellow tore from his throat, but when he sensed Rixavox's hit coming, he let his brother do it. He needed to feel the pain, and felt it he did. The punch Rixavox landed across his temple made stars burst in his vision, and the impact vibrated down his spine.
"Enough!"
Rixavox panted, pushing him away.
"You are letting me connect these hits."
"I deserve them," was all Devix replied.
"Stop,"
Rixavox hissed, coming up to him. Blood dripped down his brother's cheek from a claw slash he'd taken, but right then Devix knew he probably looked worse.
"This will not help you or your Luxiva, Devix. You do not have much time before the trial, and you are wasting it. I do not care if you and your female are upset. I care about you winning against Pedixa, and living to see your offspring born."
Devix squeezed his eyes shut, knowing that his brother was right. Of course his brother was right.
"I know,"
he murmured, hanging his head, trying to get his mind on straight. Nothing else mattered if he lost to Pedixa, because his losing meant his death. It meant that his Luxiva would be without her mate, and their offspring without a sire. The pressure, the need to win was unfathomable.
"Let it drive you,"
Rixavox rasped.
"Let that fear drive you and hone your skills, which I know you still have. Pedixa does not have a mate. He does not have a child. He has his reputation and his status as a warrior. You have everything to lose. That is why you will win. Tev?"
"Give me a moment," Devix said, jerking his head in a nod. Rixavox let go of him, and Devix walked to a far corner of the room and back, pacing, trying to reclaim the mindset he'd had yesterday, before the fight with his female. Warrior training had taught him how to compartmentalize. He needed that skill more than ever, but it was made considerably harder since the blood bond. He felt his female's hurt in his mind, even then. It made him want to roar, made him want to go to her, on his hands and knees if necessary, and beg for her forgiveness, for her understanding. Nothing had felt worse than sleeping without her next to him the previous night, knowing she was strides away, but that she didn't want him near her. It went against every instinct that Devix possessed, and it had taken everything in him to obey her wishes and give her time alone. But he knew that his female wouldn't want him to be distracted. He knew that he had hurt her deeply when he'd omitted the truth of the warrior trial from her, but she would never want him to suffer during training for it. He needed to get his head on straight. For his female, he needed to. For a brief moment, he leaned his forehead against the steel of the far wall, feeling the chill of it soothe him. He calmed his breathing, inhaling, exhaling, to a steady rhythm, one of the first exercises young warriors were taught. He'd done it countless times, and it had always helped. When he felt more focused than he'd felt all span, he lifted his forehead and faced his brother. Voxa-An was still standing at the entrance of the training room, still watching. Rixavox had his arms crossed over his chest, expression grim and focused on Devix.
"Tev,"
Devix rasped.
"let us begin again."
Rixavox jerked his head in a nod. A moment later they took up defensive poses, eyes carefully watching, tracking, judging who would make the first move. Devix was barefoot, and he felt the cool Fasev floor below him, felt it ground him even further. One more inhale, and then his brother launched into an attack. They had no weapons, but Luxirians hardly needed weapons to execute a lethal attack. They were quick, powerful, and their claws could shred flesh and bone. Devix dodged, twisting his body to the left before his brother could make contact. A moment later, he perceived a change in the air, felt the wind rush next to him from the movement of his brother's quick switch in direction, but Devix rolled, once again taking the defensive. He realized quickly that he needed to be the attacker. Rixavox's skill had evolved since Devix had last sparred with him before his exile, but his own training had returned to him, as if it had never left. His muscles remembered the maneuvering and poses that the war generals had imprinted upon his mind. And because he'd fought in the underground fighting rings in Petrika, his fighting style had become rougher, dirtier. He could use that to his advantage. When Rixavox lunged forward again, Devix quickly sidestepped, before whipping his body around in a full circle. Taking advantage of the surprise maneuver, he caught his brother's side, raking his claws down his abdomen, before kicking him squarely in the chest. That kick launched Rixavox a few feet before he thudded to the ground. Devix gave him time to push off the blood-spattered training floor.
"Good," Rixavox grunted, eyes gleaming. Now we can truly begin. And begin they did.
Later that night, when darkness had already spread over Luxiria, Devix paused outside the door of the dwelling they were sharing. Just like he had in the training room, he leaned his forehead against the metal and calmed his breaths. Though he'd just come off the most intense training session of his lifespan, he felt like he was going into a different kind of battle, a more important one. He hadn't seen his Luxiva since the previous night, hadn't seen her that morning before he'd left for the command center. It had been the longest time they'd been apart since he'd taken her from Patrika, and Devix felt that distance like a physical pain. Through their bond, he knew that Cara felt it too, and it was enough to give him hope that they would overcome this. First, Devix had much groveling to do. When he pushed open the front door, he found her waiting in the central hub. The fire was low, but it still cast golden light over his female's features, and Devix's eyes devoured her like he was starved. She too was looking at him. Her eyes roamed over his body, at the bloodied cuts that had already begun to heal, at the dark bruises that marred his flesh, which would fade by the morning. Luxirians always healed quickly. They needed to heal quickly. Devix shut the door behind him and walked towards her. He was sweaty and dirty and bloody from his training session, but when he knelt in front of her, and very slowly, without saying a word, leaned his head in her lap, she immediately ran her fingertips over his head and over his shoulders. Devix squeezed his eyes closed, feeling her soft touch, knowing that he didn't deserve it, but soaking in every moment of it. His horns were curled around his skull, and he shivered when he felt her trace the base of them. Opening up the Felixiques that ran between them, he let her see all of him, just as they'd done during their Ravroxia. He let her feel his sorrow, his guilt, his determination, his fear. But mostly, he let her feel his love, the strong, powerful emotion that he felt for her, an emotion that went beyond anything he'd ever thought existed. Cara's breath hitched, her fingers stilling on the back of his skull.
Devix,
she whispered. Forgive me, Luxiva, he rasped quietly, his lips brushing the fabric of the flowing, thin dress she was wearing, a dress he'd purchased for her on Rozun. Soon it would be too tight around her belly, but he would buy her new ones. I cannot handle this distance between us. I need your forgiveness.
You think I like it, Devix?
She asked quietly.
I hate it too. I hate fighting with you. I hate sleeping without you.
Devix pulled up from her lap so he could look into her eyes, but remained kneeling. Her lips tightened when she saw the cuts on his face, the gash just above his eye. She inhaled a shuddering breath, but then met his eyes. I should have told you about the warrior trial, he told her, his voice steady. From the first moment.
Yes, you should have,
she murmured. I knew that I needed to, he said. There is no excuse for what I did. Cara blew out a breath, her eyes dropping to her lap before she took his hand. Devix's heart leaped at the contact and his fingers tightened around hers.
I know why you didn't tell me,
she murmured.
I know it was right before our Ravroxia, and that you didn't want to make me worry.
Devix swallowed, hesitantly reaching out to touch a strand of her golden hair that had escaped from behind her ear.
But I liked our honesty,
she murmured, her eyes falling shut briefly when she felt his touch.
I liked that even though the truth is hard, we were always honest with each other.
Can we start anew, Luxiva? He requested. This warrior trial was the only instance I was ever dishonest with you, the only instance I ever knowingly kept something from you. Can you see past this, so we can begin again?
We have no choice but to get past this, Devix,
she whispered.
This doesn't change the way I feel about you. Nothing could change that.
She let out a shuddering breath.
And if you say you have to participate in this trial, then I have to trust that you'll win. Not only for you, but for us. For our future together.
The heaviest weight lifted off his shoulders, and he leaned forward to rest his forehead on his Luxivas. Their breaths were heavy between them, and his female's eyes shimmered with tears. But Devix knew, right then, that they would move on from this.
I forgive you, Dev,
she whispered.
But please, don't keep anything from me again.
His voice was roughened and husky as he murmured, I vow to you I never will.
Okay,
she whispered, meeting his eyes.
Okay.
Then she grasped the back of his neck, pulling him forward until his lips met her own. Devix closed his eyes, feeling his female's kiss, savoring it, missing it even before it was over.
"Don't kiss me like that,"
she murmured, pulling away, her eyes pleading with him. A tear tracked down her face.
"Don't kiss me like it's our last one, Dev."
"Luxiva," he rasped, pulling her forward gently until he had her wrapped in his arms. His lips brushed the shell of her ear when he murmured, "It will never be our last." Cara's arms tightened around his body, as if she was afraid to let him go.
"Then win, Dev."
He pulled back to look at her, and she met his eyes. They were still full of tears, but her gaze held a strength, a determination that hadn't been there before.
"Kick Pedixa's ass, okay?"
she murmured.
"And come back to me.
She placed his hands on her swelling stomach.
Come back to us."
A sensation that he'd never felt blanketed over him. "I will, Luxiva."
16. 2 days later, Cara woke to the sound of drums, so loud that they echoed around the entire city, funneling through the terraces. So loud it sounded like they were knocking on the door of their dwelling. Which, in a way, they were. Cara couldn't help but think grimly, her stomach roiling from nerves and worry. Devix was already awake. Neither had gotten much sleep the night before, but they had taken advantage of it in other ways. Devix had once told her that Luxirian warriors channeled their power from sexual release, from arousal and the intimate act of mating. Cara had spent the better part of the night fueling him, taking him into her body again and again. Tears pricked her eyes just thinking about it. Sometimes he'd looked at her, made love to her like it would be their last time, and she hated thinking things like that, but she couldn't help but worry that it would be. Cara had faith in Devix's fighting abilities. She'd seen him training, had seen his skill. But just like he'd taught her, it only took one misstep, one single moment, one single mistake, and it could mean—
We are delighted to bring you an extraordinary offer. Purchase through us and get any audiobook of your choice for a mere $2.99.
One's death. Devix couldn't afford mistakes, not against another Luxirian warrior. Instead of saying, "Good morning," which she always said to him, she said, "Tervox Rixa." It was a running joke between them, but it felt like anything but at that moment. He'd once told her that the equivalent of good morning in Luxirian was Tervox Rixa, which Devix had translated to meaning, fight well. Devix understood. Beside her in their bed, he pressed his forehead against hers.
"Good morning, Luxiva,"
he replied. Cara nodded, hearing what went unspoken. Licking her lips, she murmured, "I love you, Dev." And even though he'd never said it to her out loud, he spoke it right then.
"I love you, Luxiva. Always."
It was enough to bring tears to her eyes, but she needed to be strong for him. She didn't let them fall. She kissed him instead, and then, a moment later, when the drums increased in tempo, he pushed out of bed, dressing in the clothes he'd worn as a mercenary, similar to the ones he'd worn when she first saw him. Gray suede pants, a dark tunic, and a dark brown vest. She climbed out of bed, swallowing the bile down her throat when it threatened to rise. Her hands shook, but she clenched her palms together. Cara was nude when she went to him, when she smoothed her hands down his vest.
"I have to leave soon, Luxiva,"
he murmured, looking out the window, towards the rising twin suns. He met her eyes and touched his palms to her stomach. Cara nodded. "I'll see you at the trial."
"I wish you would reconsider coming,"
he told her honestly. The night before, they'd argued briefly about her attendance. Apparently, Voxaan had announced the warrior trial to the citizens of the Golden City, as was the custom. It was a public fight that would be held in an arena inside the mountain. Anyone could attend, but no one could interfere. Considering Devix's reputation, Cara guessed that the arena would be packed. Devix didn't want her to come, worried that she would be vulnerable and unprotected at the fight, when most, if not all, Luxirians would be against Devix winning. But Cara had held her ground. There was no chance in hell she wouldn't be there. "I would never let you go through that alone," she told him, her voice firm.
I will be there.
Devix knew better than to dissuade her. Again, the drums increased in tempo, and he inhaled a quick breath.
Are you ready?
She whispered. He met her eyes, opened his blood bond. To her surprise, she didn't sense nervousness. She felt fear, but not for himself. It was for her.
Dev,
he said, kissing her one last time. Outside the window, a hovercraft landed on their terrace, and she saw Voxa standing there, waiting. The Prime Leader would escort Devix to the fight, and Cara would go with Rixavox and Cecilia.
I'll see you later,
she murmured, intentionally not saying goodbye, because it wasn't a goodbye. Devix nodded, understanding. He gave her a brief smile, and her shoulders relaxed only slightly at the sight of it.
I will see you later, female.
The arena that the warrior trial was being held in was massive. That was Cara's first impression. It had the look of an amphitheater, but it was inside the mountain that the Golden City was carved out of, and it could only be accessed through one wide tunnel at the base. Inside the arena, floating blue and golden orbs of light illuminated the entire fighting floor. There was a raised dais towards the back of the arena. Devix, Voxa, and another unfamiliar Luxirian male she assumed was Pedixa stood there, all facing forward, hands behind their backs, and a circle of Luxirian warriors stood to block the rapidly growing crowd that all pushed for a better view. But the way that the tunnel sloped downwards would ensure that no matter where someone stood, they would have a clear view of where the fight would take place at the very bottom, like stadium seating. It was a steep walk down to the fighting floor, and Cara stuck close to Rixavox and Cecilia. It was the first time that Cara had been around so many Luxirians, but it was too crowded, too overwhelming, too loud that she hardly registered anyone. Their faces were blurs, even as they watched her walk past. Even from this distance, she was watching Devix. He saw her as well, and didn't take his gaze off her as she slowly followed Rixavox and Cecilia down the tunnel. Luxirians parted for them, no doubt recognizing Rixavox as one of their ambassadors, so it didn't take long to reach the bottom. At the very base, she saw a kind of raised balcony carved into the side of the arena wall. Chiseled steps led to the entrance, and Rixavox began to climb. Cecilia and Cara followed. Older Luxirian males were spread out on the large balcony, facing forward towards the fighting floor below. No one spoke, but all turned to look at her. And, to her surprise, another human female was among them, one she recognized. The woman that had been with her in the pit, the woman that Voxa had taken after his successful fight. Her name was Kate, she knew, but they hadn't been properly introduced until that moment. "Hello," Kate murmured, coming towards her. She was dressed in a bronze, shimmering dress that brushed her ankles, a golden band wrapped around her waist. Her dark hair was tied back in a braid, and while her eyes seemed tired, they were bright with happiness. She was a new mother, after all, or so Voxa had told her. "You must be Cara." Cara was proud that her voice was steady, despite the nerves that coursed through her body. "Yes, and you're Kate." Kate nodded, reaching out to pull her into a hug. "I recognize you from the pit," she whispered to her in her ear. Then she pulled back. "Voxa told me you had arrived. I'm sorry I haven't come to see you yet." "You just had a baby," Cara said, attempting a small smile. Her eyes strayed back to Devix, checking on him before they returned to the woman in front of her. "I imagine you have your hands full." "Quite full, yes," Kate murmured. "But I wanted to be here today, for you. Voxa had to go through a trial when I was pregnant. I know how difficult it is having to watch, having to accept it blindly." "He did?" Cara asked, surprised. "Here?" "Yes. He had to fight 5 warriors that day, in this very place, and I don't remember half of it because I was so out of my mind with worry," Kate told her, squeezing her hand in comfort. "Trust your male. That's all you can do." Cara found the words comforting, surprisingly enough. If Kate had gotten through it, if Voxa had been victor, it gave Cara hope. "Thank you," Cara murmured. "I appreciate that you came, and I'm glad to finally meet you. I wish it was under better circumstances." Another hand squeeze from Kate. The other woman opened her mouth to say something further, but suddenly her eyes focused on something behind her, and anything that she was about to say was lost. Cara turned to see what or who she was looking at, only to discover that it was a female. A Luxirian female that was being led up to the balcony by a warrior male. Cara had never seen a Luxirian female before. She looked strong and was undeniably beautiful, her features perfectly symmetrical. She stood at least 6 inches above Cara with an hourglass figure, full breasts and even fuller hips, and she was dressed in similar fashion as Kate was, a flowing pale-colored dress with a band cinched around her small waist. Her blue eyes found Kate first, and she inclined her head in a bow.
Lavrixion,
the female greeted. The balcony had gone strangely quiet, and even before Cecilia appeared at her side, giving Cara's forearm a gentle squeeze, Cara knew. Kate's eyes slid to Cara before addressing the female.
You must be Arvala.
Yes, Arvala replied. Her features formed into a serene expression, nothing betraying her feelings about the trial that was about to take place between her brother and Cara's mate, Arvala's ex-lover, who she'd betrayed by letting everyone believe that Devix had raped her.
I give you my highest congratulations on your offspring, Lavrixion. You honor us all with his birth.
Kate's smile was tight, but she accepted it with a simple, "Thank you. May I introduce Ambassador Rixavox's mate, Cecilia?" Kate gestured to the woman at Cara's side, who nodded her head in greeting. Then, Kate's eyes fell on her. "And this is Cara, Devix's Luxiva." When Arvala's blue eyes met her own, it was the first break in her otherwise unreadable expression. Her eyes widened briefly, before dropping down to her swelling stomach. Arvala's throat moved with her heavy swallow.
Cara,
she repeated, bowing her head slightly in greeting.
I am honored to meet Devix's mate.
Are you? Cara couldn't help but ask, not liking the fakeness of the moment. Cara had never been a bullshitter. She was a straight shooter, and there were a million things that Cara wanted to say to the female in front of her right then, and she bit her tongue so hard that she tasted blood.
He told me what you did, and I would think you would have more humility and self-awareness than have the audacity to say that you are honored to meet me, the mate of a male that you and your brother betrayed, when all he'd done wrong was believe that he loved you.
Cara's hands shook with nerves and rage as Arvala's expression shuddered. They looked at one another for a brief moment, Cara's gaze no doubt revealing her disgust. She didn't need to say anything else. Cara's expression spoke volumes.
Arvala
started, but then trailed off. Her eyes flickered to Kate, to Cecilia, to Rixavox, who was at her mate's side. No one spoke. And then Arvala turned away, the silent warrior male at her side escorting her to the far end of the balcony. Cara blew out a breath, still tasting blood on her tongue. Rixavox touched her shoulder, drawing her gaze.
The fates have blessed my brother with you, female,
he said. Before she could reply, the beating of the drums stopped. Just as suddenly, the crowd hushed. Cara's stomach dropped, and she leaned against the balcony, her hands coming to clench the stone of the banister, her eyes once again seeking her mate. Devix was looking at her, had not taken his eyes off her, it seemed. He'd seen the whole interaction with Arvala, and she wondered what he thought, seeing her again after 8 years. Vaxa'an said something to him, and Devix jerked his head in a nod, continuing to hold her stare. Intentionally, he opened their blood bond fully for a brief moment, allowing her to feel him. It brought tears to her eyes, but she didn't let them fall. She steeled her spine, opening up her own side of the connection, giving him her love, but tamping down her worry and fear so that it wouldn't overpower the more important emotion. He nodded his head at her, seemingly relieved. And then he broke the connection. It felt a physical tear inside her, and Cara squeezed the balcony tighter to steady herself, stifling a gasp. Devix jumped off the dais, onto the arena floor below. Shortly after, Pedixa followed. Rixavox came to stand at her side at the balcony, watching his brother down below. The two males walked to the center of the arena, and the noise of the crowd was deafening, echoing around the mountain, both jeers and cheers alike. Cara knew who the jeers were meant for. Devix and Pedixa faced one another in the center, both bare-chested, sans weapons. Cara inhaled a quick breath, and then let it out slowly, bracing herself for what was to come. Without another moment's notice, Pedixa lunged, lashing out with his claws so fast that her mind couldn't even process the movement. Devix dodged.
"It begins,"
Rixavox murmured. And it began with brute power. Pedixa rushed Devix, connecting with her mate's body so loudly that she heard the sound of flesh meeting flesh, of bone meeting bone. A rough growl echoed around the arena, and Cara's breaths came fast, her eyes tracking the speedy movements down below with an intensity that she'd never experienced. She didn't dare even blink. She felt panic rise when it became hard to discern Devix's body in a tangle of limbs. A spray of dark blue blood suddenly splattered on the gritty floor, and she felt like her heart was trying to beat its way out of her throat at the sight of it. Lions, she thought suddenly. It was like watching lions fight, intense and terrible and ugly, yet she couldn't look away. And since no weapons were allowed during a warrior trial, one would have to kill the other with his bare hands and claws. Finally, Devix and Pedixa sprang free. A dizzying moment of relief assaulted her when she realized the blood spray had come from Pedixa. Devix had gifted him a deep gash in his right arm that continued to drip onto the floor. And while blood coated his skin, none of it seemed to be Devix's own. Her relief was short-lived, however, because when Pedixa went in for another attack, at the last moment, he pivoted on his foot, catching Devix by surprise. A growl erupted in Rixavox's chest, and he leaned forward against the banister. Cara watched as Pedixa raked his claws down her mate's side, deep enough that even from a distance she could make out every single one, all 5 of them, gouging into Devix's flesh. The middle gash was the deepest of all. A cheer roared up through the crowd when Devix slumped to one knee, the pain evident on his face. She felt dizzy as she watched the blood seep from his body.
"Get up, Dev," she whispered, watching wide-eyed and fearful. "Please get up."
As if he heard her, he pushed to his feet in the blink of an eye and managed to block a kick to the chest and the pummel of punches that Pedixa tried to rain down on him. With a pained bellow, Devix managed to get a grip on Pedixa's fist. She heard the bone crunch as he twisted his opponent's knuckles, breaking his wrist in the process. A roar came from Pedixa, and Devix drop-kicked him almost 5 feet away, giving him time to rest, if only briefly. Pedixa fell, heavy, to the mountain floor. But he pushed himself up with his good hand a moment later. Cara was quickly learning that these Luxirians didn't quit, that their threshold for pain was much higher than a human's ever could be. The wound in Devix's side alone would have killed a human already. They seemed indestructible. As if reading her thoughts, Rixavox rumbled next to her.
"Pedixa is a good warrior. There is no denying it."
He turned to meet her eyes, the piercing blue so like her mate's.
"But Devix is, and always has been, better."
Cara nibbled on her lip, nodding slightly. And even though it took every ounce of courage she had left, she returned her eyes to the gruesome scene in front of her. Just like Kate said, she needed to trust her male. She could do nothing else.
17. Hot pain sizzled down his side, but Devix compartmentalized it just like he did everything else during fights. He had a few moments to catch his breath as he watched Pedixa push himself off the floor of the Fasev. He took that moment to look at his Luxiva over his shoulder. Her eyes met his, and just as quickly, he felt strength and determination return to his body, overriding any sensations of physical pain. This wasn't just about him. It was about them. He was a mated male now. He was physically stronger for it, mentally stronger for it. Pedixa was well trained, better than he remembered, but even though Devix may have lost some of the skill he'd once possessed, he would not allow his betrayer to win the warrior trial. Pedixa had already taken Luxiria away from him, his warrior status away from him, his brother away from him. He would not take away his Luxiva, his offspring too. Pedixa's chest heaved as he turned to face Devix. His eyes flared hot with a growl. Pedixa launched himself again, always on the offensive, never defensive. Devix could use that to his advantage. They grappled with one another. In the back of his mind, through the haze of the fight, he heard the reaction of the crowd. Their cries and words echoed around the cavernous mountain, rising in sound with every blow and punch and spatter of blood, like morbid music to their warrior trial. Devix almost missed the sound of the beating drums. Anything would be better than the sound of the bloodthirsty crowd, especially since most craved his downfall. He would disappoint them, Devix knew. The fight went on. Devix didn't know how long it lasted. Even when Devix had been a warrior, battles were mostly a blur in his mind, punctuated only by brief, clear memories. Devix had fought many, many battles, but he never truly remembered them. And in a way, this battle with Pedixa would end the same. He would bear the scars of it, but he wouldn't be able to recall every single detail in his mind. All he would remember was his Luxiva's eyes, the sight of his blood brother standing next to her, the driving determination he felt, and the chaos of a warrior fight, because it was chaos, as all battles were. Torn flesh, exposed muscle, the gouging of sharp horns, and the feeling of slippery skin, coated in metallic scented blood. It was madness. And, for a moment, it made Devix realize that he didn't want the warrior life any longer. He wanted the life of peace, the one he had been building with his Luxiva on Rozun, the one where he didn't have to clean blood from under his claws or coat his skin in healing salve every night after a training session. He wasn't that male anymore, and he hadn't been for quite some time. However, he also recognized that he wouldn't be able to claim that life of peace with Pedixa standing in his way. Devix could sense that his opponent was beginning to fatigue. His offensive attacks weren't as often, weren't as powerful. He'd damaged Pedixa's dominant hand and wrist early on, and Devix could tell that his strikes with the other hand weren't as balanced and steady and sure. Pedixa was fading. Devix realized it. Pedixa realized it a moment later when Devix made another offensive move against him, catching the warrior around the horns and driving his knee up into his face. Blood gushed from Pedixa's nose, and Devix channeled all of his strength into his forearms, using the power and leverage from Pedixa's horns to throw him down onto his back so hard that his opponent's breath rushed from his lungs. Devix climbed on top of him, pinning him so he couldn't strike, the way he was trained to do with any opponent. Through the mindless haze, he perceived the sudden hush of the crowd behind him, because even they knew what would happen next. "End this," his instinct urged, high off the bloodlust. "End this now." Devix knew how he would kill Pedixa. He would drag his claws, the same claws he let grow long for his warrior trial, after dulling them for his Luxiva the past couple lunar cycles, across his exposed throat, and let the blood drain from his betrayer's body. It would be a slow death. Pedixa would realize what was happening, but he would be unable to do anything about it. And Devix would watch him die. Arvala, who was standing on the same terrace as his Luxiva, would watch her brother die. But just as Devix began to drag his sharpened claw across Pedixa's throat, he stopped. He heard the rough pants of his breath, felt the aching pain that tore through his side, felt the warm blood that painted his flesh. Some of it was his, the same blood that his Luxiva had taken into her body during their Ravroxia. The same blood that connected them, the same blood that would run through their offspring. Pedixa's gaze met his own. His face was bruised and bloody. A gouge that Devix didn't even remember giving him adorned the right side of his cheek, narrowly missing his eye. And Devix knew, right then, that he didn't want to kill him, didn't want to spill his blood any more than he already had. A Luxirian warrior would have done it. A Luxirian warrior would have slit his throat without a moment of hesitation for everything that Pedixa had done. But Devix wasn't a Luxirian warrior. Not anymore. He was a Rosian. "I am not afraid to journey to the Black World," Pedixa spat at him. "Do it!" "I do not want to kill you, Pedixa," Devix rasped. "Why?" Pedixa hissed. "We both know you deserve death for what you have done," Devix replied, tightening his hold to keep Pedixa pinned. "But I will not be the one to pass judgment. Your race will, just as they did to me." "You have to complete the terms of the warrior trial, or you forfeit," Pedixa rasped, a trickle of blood running from the corner of his mouth. "No, you will forfeit. Confess what you did," Devix said, hardening his tone. Behind him, the crowd had gone nearly silent. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Voxa'an watching the exchange carefully, the only one who could probably hear what was being said. "Or it means your death right now. I do not want to, but I will if it means protecting my life and my Luxiva's life. Confess." "Never," Pedixa hissed, his eyes hardening. In the distance, he heard a cry of alarm, a female cry. It took him a moment to recognize the voice of Arvala's.
"Do you want your blood sister to see you die?"
Devix rasped, leaning forward, tightening his hold. The tip of his claw dug into Pedixa's throat, and the other male stilled.
"If you confess, there is a chance you will live, so that you can still protect her, so that she will not be alone."
Pedixa's eyes flared. For all his faults, he loved his sister, and Arvala loved him as well, enough to protect him by betraying Devix.
"My confession means her tribunal as well," Pedixa hissed. "I will not let her face execution for what I did."
There was a sudden murmuring in the crowd, a sudden tension. Devix looked up from Pedixa's eyes, scanning, and then he saw her. Arvala. She was running down the terrace steps to the arena floor. The warrior male that had escorted her there was quick on her heels, trying to catch her before she reached the base. But she was fast, and she managed to evade his grip.
"Arvala!"
Pedixa yelled, catching sight of her as well.
"Stop!"
Pedixa resumed his struggles against Devix, but he held him down, pushing all of his weight against the warrior. And in that position it did not matter. As a mated male, Devix was stronger. Pedixa would never be able to shake off his hold, no matter how desperate he was. They both watched, as Arvala raced past the both of them, running towards the dais where Voxaon stood, the silent spectator of the warrior trial. Their prime leader's expression was grim as he watched Arvala throw herself down at the base of the dais, on her knees before him. Devix heard her speak, though he knew most of the crowd would not be able to. And if he could hear her words, so could Pedixa.
"Prime Leader,"
she cried softly,
"I beg that you stop this warrior trial, that you spare my brother's life. He is too proud to ask for mercy, but I am not."
"There is no reason for my interference,"
Voxaon replied, his voice steady and cold.
"Unless you give me one."
Arvala didn't even pause for a moment before she said,
"There are no grounds for this warrior trial."
"Arvala, stop!"
Pedixa roared. Arvala continued, ignoring her brother.
Devix did not commit the crime he was accused of, and so Pedixa had no right to challenge him. I confess to it all. It was all my own doing. Pedixa believed me when I told him Devix forced me into a mating. He was only protecting me. And I have lived with the guilt for 8 rotations, and I cannot any longer, not at the expense of my brother's life. I will not watch him die."
Devix squeezed his eyes shut, his breath hissing out of him. Even now she was protecting her brother. Devix had been there, however. It was Pedixa that had orchestrated the entire falsehood, not Arvala.
"Please,"
she begged Voxaon.
"Please end this. Let me have a tribunal, but spare his life."
Voxaon gestured to the warriors that formed a circle around the fighting floor, that had held the crowd back and at bay. It was dead silent as 4 warriors broke from the ring, approaching where Devix held Pedixa down.
"Release him, Devix,"
Voxaon ordered. Only once 2 of the warriors secured Pedixa's arms, ensuring that he wouldn't lash out when Devix let him go, did Devix push away and stand. The other 2 warriors flanked his side. Immediately, Devix sought Cara up on the terrace. Her wide eyes met his, but they were a comfort. Voxaon's voice boomed around the arena, ensuring that every Luxirian in attendance would hear.
"This female has just confessed to me that the crime Devix had been accused of committing 8 rotations ago was false. This female claims that she fabricated the entire lie, which ultimately resulted in his wrongful exile and the stripping of his warrior rank."
A wave of energy passed through the Luxirians in attendance. It was shock, complete and utter shock. Devix heard their voices, their words of surprise, but he kept his gaze on his Luxiva for another moment. Voxaon continued.
"I have no choice but to forcibly end this warrior trial after this female's confession. I will meet with my elder council and my ambassadors about how to proceed, but until then this female will be imprisoned, and she will wait for a tribunal."
"No!" Pedixa exclaimed, though his breathing was labored, struggling against the warriors that detained him.
"Prime Leader, she is innocent in this!" "What are you saying?" Voxaon asked, but he never lowered his voice. "That your blood sister is lying to your Prime Leader, or that it was you who fabricated Devix's alleged crime? Be clear, Pedixa."
Pedixa stared at Voxaon. His broken hand and wrist hung limply at his side, and blood dribbled from his nose and mouth, dripping to the floor of the Fosse that drank the blood like water. He was caught. He had no choice now but to confess, or else it meant his sister's punishment.
"It was I who lied about the crime,"
Pedixa admitted, meeting the Prime Leader's gaze. Another wave of shock rippled through the crowd.
She is trying to take blame to protect me. Ignore her, and give me a tribunal in her stead.
Voxa met Devix's eyes, and pure relief exploded in his chest. Taking a deep breath, still feeling the pain from the gash in his side, he knew it was finally over. All of it. Pedixa had finally confessed. It didn't feel as Devix expected it would. He felt vindicated, yes, but he felt almost indifferent. His only concern was being reunited with his female. Nodding at the warriors that flanked Pedixa, Voxa ordered,
"Take him to the command center for imprisonment."
To Arvala, he said,
"You will accompany your brother."
The armed guards at Pedixa's side tugged him into motion, eliciting a pained groan from the male. Arvala's face was stricken as she quickly approached her brother's side, but just as she passed Devix, she paused. Devix had always wondered what he would feel if he ever saw Arvala again. He'd always imagined disgust, hatred, anger. Surprisingly, he didn't feel any of those things. It was like a numbness had spread throughout his entire body at the sight of her, a coldness, but also an understanding.
I was trying to protect him,
was what she said right then.
I never imagined he would do what he did. But I had to protect him. Please believe this.
I do believe you,
Devix replied, but his tone was like steel.
You finally made it right, Arvala.
I should have told the truth 8 rotations ago,
she said, swallowing.
The guilt I have felt.
Devix didn't care about her guilt.
Without your betrayal, Arvala, he started, casting a gaze over her, I never would have found my Luxiva. So perhaps I should be thanking you, for I never knew what love, what happiness was, before her.
Arvala's gaze shuddered, his words stinging her to the core, he knew. She looked at the ground as she passed, and Devix wondered how he'd ever thought that he'd loved her. He knew they would never speak again.
Devix!
He heard behind him, and when he turned, he saw Cara approaching him. Rixavox was close behind her, but it was his mate who reached him first. She didn't care that he was covered in blood, both his own and Pedixa's, when she embraced him.
Luxiva,
he murmured, closing his eyes, leaning his forehead down to rest on her slim shoulder. Between them, he felt the press of her swelling stomach.
I was so scared for you,
she whispered.
It is over now, he told her softly. It is over.
We are delighted to bring you an extraordinary offer. Purchase through us and get any audiobook of your choice for a mere $2.99.
Truly is,
she murmured, pulling back to look in his eyes.
They confessed. Now everyone knows what they did.
Devix's gaze slid to his brother, who stood just behind Cara. When his mate saw him, she stepped away, allowing the two brothers a moment. Rixavox clasped Devix's shoulder.
You fought well and with honor, just like the warrior I remembered you to be. Thank you, brother, Devix told him, for all that you have done.
Rixavox's gaze went to his side, saw that the blood had not clotted yet. He cast a look at Cara, and then said in Luxirian, You need to see Privanax for that. Devix nodded. In Luxirian he replied,
Will you take me to him? I know my female does not like him very much, but I could use his lasers right now.
Yes, come, Rixavox replied, jerking his head towards one of the back tunnels that led straight to a side entrance of the command center.
What's happening?
Cara asked, coming to his side, touching his arm when Rixavox guided them to the tunnel. And because they'd agreed to be honest with each other, he said,
I need to have some cuts mended by Privanax.
Surprisingly, Cara nodded without a moment's hesitation, revealing her worry for him since she had no reaction to the healer's name.
Okay.
You will be nice to him, he tried to tease.
For you, I will be the nicest, sweetest human being he's ever met,
she told him.
18.
It is done,
Privanax grunted, the sizzling sound of his lasers ceasing. Cara relaxed at Devix's side. She knew it had to hurt, getting those claw marks closed up and the wound disinfected. But her mate had showed no outward signs of discomfort, had only kept her gaze during the entire thing. Rixavox had left shortly after bringing Devix to Privanax's labs. He had gone just down the hall to oversee the imprisonment of Pedixa and to meet with Voxa and the Council of Elders. Not only was Devix vindicated, but Rixavox as well. The council had called for Rixavox's resignation 8 rotations ago, after all, simply because he shared Devix's blood. Cara blew out a breath, hardly believing everything that had transpired. And now that Privanax had closed up Devix's wound and had endured her endless questions that her mate would be okay, the healer had assured her he would be. She could finally relax. Devix murmured,
"Are you well, Cara?"
"Dev, I'm fine," she said.
"Truly. You have endured a lot, Luxiva, leading up to the trial, and during the trial. You saw—"
Devix swallowed, trailing off his words.
"I'd hoped to spare you from that, from seeing that violence."
"I'm not a child, Devix," she murmured lightly, but she was touched by his concern. "The fight wasn't pretty. I saw everything, and I'll remember a lot of it. But the most important thing to me is that you came out of it okay. I don't care about anything else, and I definitely don't want you to worry about me." Privanax returned after putting away his lasers, interrupting the conversation.
"It is your turn now, female,"
he told Cara. Cara looked at him. "My turn for what?"
"We agreed the offspring would be closely monitored,"
Privanax replied, eyeing her, probably wary from the last time they'd been in the same room together, when she'd laid into him for what he said about Devix.
"It has been long enough."
Devix squeezed her hand, and she nodded, knowing it would reassure her mate if anything else. "All right," she said. Trading spots with Devix, she took her place on the table, lying back, just as she'd done the first time. Privanax retrieved his scanner and started up his equipment. When he came back with a familiar needle, she bit her lip and held out her palm, letting him prick her finger for a blood sample. And as his machine did whatever it needed to do with her blood, he ran his scanner over her body before zeroing in on her pelvic area. The room was silent as he ran his tests, and it was 10 or 15 minutes later when he finally finished. "How is the baby?" she asked him.
"Healthy,"
Privanax replied, and she felt Devix relax next to her.
"I see you performed a blood bond during the Ravroxia. Your blood has changed. I believe it will benefit the offspring's growth, if it hasn't already. Your gestation will begin to accelerate rapidly now that you have the sire's blood in your veins."
"Okay," she murmured. Privanax looked at Devix for a brief moment before his gaze flickered back to Cara.
"Have you decided whether you will stay on Luxiria until the offspring is birthed?"
Cara looked over at Devix, but his expression was careful. She knew what he wanted, that he believed they should stay on Luxiria until the birth. It was the safest option, not only for the child, but for her. If something went wrong on Rozun— "We've decided to stay," she murmured, meeting her mate's gaze. His breath hitched, and he touched her hand, hopeful. She returned her gaze to Privanax. "But we may be staying in Velroxa, not the Golden City. Are there healers there that can assist with the pregnancy if anything goes wrong?"
"Dev,"
Privanax replied.
"Rixavox would not allow his Luxiva to live there if there were not. Kirzala is an accomplished healer, and she will be able to transmit scans to me here, so that I can monitor your gestation as well."
Cara nodded. "Thank you." Privanax jerked his head in a nod and began to put his equipment away. When he was finished, he hesitated, but then straightened his spine.
"Devix,"
he said, addressing her mate.
"I wish to say that I was wrong about you. I heard what happened, that Pedixa confessed during the trial. I can hardly believe that a Luxirian warrior would dishonor another male that way, that a Luxirian female would allow what happened to happen and say nothing."
Devix inclined his head, but Privanax continued.
"I wronged you in believing them. I ask for your forgiveness."
His eyes met Cara's.
"And your forgiveness as well, for what I said to you during our last meeting." "You have mine, Privanax,"
Devix said.
"I do not wish to hold you against your beliefs. It was a difficult tribunal. I am just glad that they finally confessed."
Privanax inclined his head.
"Thank you."
When he met Cara's gaze, she gave him a small smile. If Devix forgave him, so would she. Of course she would. "I forgive you as well. I'm glad we can move past this." Privanax's shoulders relaxed, and the male actually smiled. It was small, but it was there.
"Thank you, female,"
he said. He jerked his head in a nod.
"I will depart now. Take your time here if you need to rest more.
Then the healer left, leaving them alone in his labs. The room was quiet, except for the humming of equipment, and Cara met Devix's gaze, happy, relieved. He sat next to her when she pushed up from her position, and, despite his injuries, drew her into his lap so he could hold her.
You make me the happiest male in the universe,
he said to her.
That's funny, she replied, because I was thinking something similar about you.
She blew out a breath, feeling the weight of the day leave her body.
I'm so relieved, Dev, about everything.
I told you I would never leave you,
he rasped.
Ever.
You better not, she warned.
He was still covered in blood and grit from the fighting floor, but she didn't care. They would wash it off together once they got back to their dwelling.
Did you mean it?
He asked, after a brief moment of silence.
About staying here until the offspring is born.
Yes, she said, turning to meet his eyes so he would see that she was serious. She cupped his face, stroking her thumbs over his cheekbones, careful to avoid a painful-looking cut.
I know that you worry about me, and you're right. It's safer if we stay here until our baby is born. We don't know what can happen.
She felt his relief through the blood bond. She hadn't realized how much her decision weighed on him until just that moment, and she felt ashamed for making him worry so much.
And Velroxa?
He asked next. She gave him a small smile.
Well, Cecilia kind of invited us, and I'm sure you want to be close to your brother while we're here. I just want you to be happy, Dev, and I know being close to him, reconnecting with him, would make you happy.
You make me happy,
he told her, his chest beginning to purr. She smiled.
But Tev, I would like to be close to him, to take advantage of the time we have together. I have missed him.
I know. Cara leaned forward to place a small kiss on his lips. Then she murmured, Do you think your exile will be lifted now? Devix blew out a breath.
Nothing like this has ever transpired before. There are no laws in place that would dictate what happens, so I truly do not know.
But what do you think? Devix met her eyes.
I think it will be lifted.
Cara grinned, relief threading through her limbs, making them heavy. She would sleep so well that night. They both would.
Thank God.
Teasingly, she said,
Maybe now you can start growing out your hair again.
He chuckled, but then stopped, no doubt due to the pain from his healing wound.
Tev, perhaps. I know you would like that.
I most definitely would.
Devix's expression sobered, and he reached up to brush back her hair from her face. In a soft tone, he murmured,
I love you, Cara.
Say it again,
she whispered, her heart fluttering in her chest.
I love you,
he repeated, leaning down to kiss her lips.
I love you.
Cara closed her eyes, feeling her mate against her body, feeling his warmth. It reassured her in a way nothing else could. Though their future was uncertain, she would always have him. Always.
I love you too, Dev.
And no matter what happened next, she always would. Epilogue. 4 months later. Cara's back arched, her sensitive, heavy breasts pushing against Devix's chest, a silent scream on her lips as her second orgasm ripped through her. Devix growled, nipping at the column of her neck, pounding his hips between her spread thighs in a steady, maddening rhythm. But her male was close to the edge. She could sense the pleasure rising between their blood bond, which was fully open. He could feel her pleasure, and it was beginning to trigger his own release.
Yes, baby,
she whispered, tightening her inner muscles, trying to get him there.
You feel so good.
His pace increased, his breaths coming out in rough, harsh pants, a groan tumbling from his throat.
Tev, Luxiva,
he rasped, pulling back from her throat so he could look down into her eyes. He rolled his hips expertly, hitting all the right places.
Logikrem.
Logikrem was Rosian. It roughly translated to, take me, words that she'd always found sexy. Devix knew that too, and he used those words to their full advantage whenever he pleased. His thrusts became short, and he leveraged his weight to his forearms so he could pound into her sex even harder. Cara gasped, feeling every inch of her skin tingle. Almost there, she thought, biting her lip.
Tev.
Devix hissed, his eyelids screwing shut, the tendons in his neck bulging as he gave 3 more powerful thrusts and then began to come inside her, his hot semen coating her walls. Through their open blood bond, his orgasm felt like her own, and she cried out, her abdomen clenching with the pleasure, stars bursting behind her closed eyes. When she came back down, Devix had his forehead pressed against her own, sharing her breath. Their bodies were slightly damp from the exertion, but Cara didn't mind. She was planning to wash their furs later anyways. Happily, she huffed out a tired breath when Devix flopped over onto the other side of their bed so he wouldn't crush her with his weight. Immediately, he drew her into his arms. Between her thighs, she felt his seed begin to leak from her sex. Nothing had ever felt more natural to her.
"Think we woke him?"
she whispered, catching her mate's eyes before tracing his lips with her fingertip. She couldn't resist leaning forward to nibble on his full bottom lip.
Nix,
he rumbled, keeping her there so he could kiss her properly for a moment, or 2, or 3.
Our offspring would sleep through a Bagawi stampede.
Cara chuckled, thinking that it was probably true, because one thing she was learning as a new mother was that when a Luxirian human baby slept, he slept, and when he was awake, he was awake. Her heart melted just thinking about him. God, she loved him. At 1.5 months, Bevan had been surprisingly easy to care for. During the later weeks of her pregnancy, when she'd been as big as a house and worrying about everything, Cara had often confided in Devix, and Cecilia for that matter, that she feared she'd be an awful mother. She knew next to nothing about babies, had always focused on her career back on Earth, rather than focusing on building a family one day, and it seemed that the bigger her stomach became, the worse her fears were. But Devix had always consoled her, telling her that he'd never been a sire before, and that they would figure out parenthood together. And they were. They'd been back on Rozun for a month already, and it had seemed so easy to make the transition. Her pregnancy had been relatively easy, especially since she not only had one, but a few individuals to lean on if she needed guidance or support. After Devix's warrior trial, they'd journeyed to Velroxa with Cecilia and Rixavox, moving into a small home close to their dwelling so they could be near each other. And Cecilia had been right. Velroxa was very, very different from the Golden City. Velroxa had been like a breath of fresh, crisp air after being in a desert for too long. The climate was more agreeable, if a tad too cold. Any Luxirians that they encountered didn't even look at Devix twice, though many of the population of the outpost were warriors, and the slow, easy pace of life there reminded Cara of Rozun. It had been easy to live there. It had been harder to leave, but after Cara had given birth to a beautiful baby boy with budding black horns, shimmering skin, and brown human eyes, they knew that it was time to return to Rozun. They'd stayed for a couple weeks after Bevan's birth to ensure that Cara's health remained steady, but then they'd said their goodbyes. Although, it wasn't a goodbye. It was a see you later. Cara and Devix considered Velroxa a second home, and they would always have their dwelling there, just as Rixavox promised before they left. Devix and his brother also spoke almost every day, through a comm line they'd opened up, and the couple was planning to come to Rozun for a week with their newborn baby to visit soon. Plus, she already knew that they would be visiting Luxiria often, staying often, especially considering that Devix's exile had been released after Pedixa's tribunal. The male that had betrayed her mate was now an exile himself. After the tribunal, Pedixa had been stripped of his warrior rank and would not be allowed to return to Luxiria for the rest of his life. Arvala, his sister, had chosen to leave with him. She'd been loyal to the very end, even choosing to shave her hair along with her brother, and Cara knew that they wouldn't see either of them again. It was a relief. That tribunal and its emotional ruling had officially closed that chapter of Devix's life, allowing a new one to open. A new chapter for them, with their child, and the many more that would come. Just then, Cara heard Bevan waking in the central hub, making his little sounds. Devix was already working to expand their small home, but until then, their baby was comfy and cozy among his furs and blankets in his living room crib. With one last kiss, Devix swung his legs over their bed and walked out, completely nude, to retrieve their son. She grinned at the sight of his firm, delectable backside and the scratches she'd accidentally left down his back. That male just did things to her, and it was hard to control her reactions around him. Her heart fluttered a moment later when her mate returned, their baby carefully cradled in his strong arms. Cara pushed up in bed so she could sit with her back to the cushions, and she held her arms out.
"There's my baby boy,"
she cooed softly before biting her lip. Sometimes, when she looked at Bevan, she just wanted to burst out crying because he was so beautiful, because he made her so happy, made them so happy. Bevan blinked up at her with his brown eyes, so like her own, as Devix gently transferred him into her arms. Her mate climbed back into bed, pulling Cara against his chest so he could hold the both of them. Gently, Cara traced the beginnings of Bevan's horns, which were finally hardening into bone. Up until then, they'd had to be extra careful with him, since Devix told her it took time for a Luxirian newborn's horns to become strong. But finally, they were developing nicely. Cara kissed his round cheeks as Devix stroked the top of his skull, pride radiating through their blood bond. Devix loved his son with an intensity that matched her own, and every time she saw that love, every time she felt it, all she wanted to do was kiss him and make more babies with him, which eventually they would get around to. But until then, Cara would continue working towards her restaurant in her spare time. She'd already created 3 new recipes, inspired by her favorite foods from Luxiria, and she looked forward to creating even more. One day, she'd get there. Bevan started to fuss, so Cara positioned him at her breast. He was a voracious eater, had already grown so much since he was born. Devix told her that once his teeth came in, he could begin to chew meat, which supposedly many Luxirian babies could do. It made sense, since all Luxirians seemed to eat was meat, and they needed the protein for their strength, but it still baffled the human in Cara. Immediately, Bevan latched onto her nipple and began to feed. Cara sighed, nestling back into Devix, feeling his warmth and the steady beat of his heart. Devix watched his son suckle at her breast, and through their bond, she felt his awe. Cara knew that nothing pleased him more than watching over the both of them. Cara tilted her head back, and her mate caught her lips in a deep kiss. And through their blood bond, she felt everything. Their love, their happiness, their excitement for their future. She smiled into that kiss as she fed their son. And sometimes, no words were needed. The end.
This has been Wicked Mate, a sci-fi alien warrior romance, Warrior of Rozun Book 2. Written by Zoey Draven. Narrated by Tristan Josiah and Sierra Grace. Produced by Grace Wright Productions. Copyright 2018 by Zoey Draven. Production copyright by Zoey Draven.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
We are delighted to bring you an extraordinary offer. Purchase through us and get any audiobook of your choice for a mere $2.99. Thank you for watching. Don't miss out on this incredible audiobook deal. With just $2.99, you can access any audiobook of your choice without having to spend the typical $20 to $30 cost from Amazon or Audible. Take advantage of this amazing opportunity and start listening now. Check out the description below to learn more about this amazing opportunity and how to order your next favorite audiobook.